fun graduation trip that promised to be an unforgettable holiday suddenly turned into something terrible. The huge liner on which the students were enjoying the trip was at the mercy of a fierce storm. The captain's voice is heard ordering the passengers to leave the deck as quickly as possible. Panic breaks out on board. The students, overcome with fear, rush from side to side, hurrying to take refuge in their cabins. In this chaotic environment, the young man suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice in his head, which informed him that he had successfully received the rookie package. Confused by what was happening, the guy could not understand what was happening to him. Believing that perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, he began to feel a stream of strange and incomprehensible knowledge flowing into his mind. The virtual system informs the young man that there are coconut fruits in front of him, and detailed information about the height of the plant, its structure, and its biological value appears on the virtual screen. The guy suddenly grabs a poisonous snake and slams it into a tree, saving a girl who was nearby and in danger. The young man always listened to his teacher's advice and chose exactly the same model that his teacher used. The boy cuts through the thick walls of a coconut and reflects on the fact that he made the right choice by deciding to buy the same knife that his teacher had. The young man thanks the lifebuoy that is next to him. It was he who helped him survive. He believed that there was no one on this island except him, and that it was completely uninhabited. But after some time, he notices a girl in the nearby thickets. Young people are sitting by the fire. A guy is trying to boil water with a plastic bottle, using all possible improvised means in these conditions. On the huge deck of a tourist liner, a large group of students has gathered, and the loud voice of the host announces that the best student of the school is going to confess his love to the school goddess named Helen. The young man, with sincere feelings, kneels before the girl and gives her a huge bouquet of beautiful roses. The people around them begin to loudly applaud and call on Helen to give her consent, supporting the romantic moment. The students whisper quietly among themselves, discussing the guy and saying that he is a promising young man, possessing not only beauty and talent, but also a high level of academic performance, which is reflected in his large scholarship. The protagonist is slightly to the side, intently watching a talk show about survival in the wild, and is completely immersed in what is happening on the screen. The guy finishes watching another episode of a talk show. At some point, he yawns and stretches a little. Suddenly, raindrops start falling on his face, which surprises him, because just recently the weather was clear and nothing foreshadowed a change. The weather changes with astonishing speed. The sky is covered with dark storm clouds. The captain's voice is heard over the loudspeaker, announcing that the ship has entered a storm zone and that everyone needs to leave the deck as quickly as possible. Panic begins among the students on deck. They try to escape to their cabins as quickly as possible, hoping that it is safe. The protagonist holds tightly to the fence, realizing that the situation is becoming more and more serious because the storm is constantly getting stronger and threatens their lives. The guy thinks that it is too late to seek refuge in the cabins and decides to try to get to the lifebuoys, which seem to him to be the only chance for survival. The young man's classmates try to stop him, demanding that he obey the captain's order and immediately go to his cabin. The protagonist ignores such comments and continues to slowly move towards the lifebuoy, noticing a luxurious bouquet of roses abandoned on the deck, forgotten in a hurry. Finally, despite the strong pitching, the young man manages to reach the lifebuoy, which he grabs tightly, feeling at least some hope of salvation. At this moment, a huge wave with incredible force turns the ship over, and it begins to quickly sink to the bottom. The young man loses consciousness, and the last thing he hears is an unfamiliar voice telling him that the survival system has been activated. The young man is washed up on the shore, unconscious, while the virtual system reports that the newbie's data packages have been successfully downloaded and asks if he wishes to activate them for further action. The guy regains consciousness and suddenly opens his eyes. He's overcome with deep shock not only because of the shipwreck, but also because of the incomprehensible dream that remained in his memory. The young man looks around the coast, noticing the traces of the recent disaster, and thanks fate that he remained alive and was able to avoid the fate of most of the passengers. The protagonist sits leaning against a large palm tree, trying to dry his wet clothes in the warm tropical sun, and carefully examines the life preserver that helped him stay alive. The young man is sure that there are no signs of life on this island. He considers it completely uninhabited, and hopes that the search and rescue team will definitely find him no later than 5 days. His attention is drawn to loud thuds on the ground. The boy realizes that these are coconuts falling from the trees. which makes him feel an unprecedented sense of relief and joy. This gives him hope, because there are quite a lot of coconut trees growing on the island, the fruits of which can help him hold out until rescuers arrive. He begins to open the thick husks of coconuts with a camp knife, remembering with gratitude his teacher who recommended this reliable tool to him. However, he soon discovers that the coconuts are old and contain significantly less coconut milk than he expected. So he will need at least 5 fruits to meet his basic needs for one day. He remembers some system in his visions. At that moment, a holographic screen instantly appears in front of him, which greets its owner. Out of surprise, the guy spits out coconut milk from his mouth and begins to choke, clearly amazed by what is happening. The system calmly informs the young man about the possibility of opening the newcomer's package, offering him to do so immediately. The guy, having overcome his amazement, decides to accept the system's offer and decisively presses on the holographic screen, hoping to understand what is happening. The system congratulates the young man and informs him that he is receiving knowledge called ordinary plants and ordinary animals, which raises even more questions for him. Suddenly, bright flashes of energy flare up around the guy, which begin an instant introduction of this information into his mind, causing him to experience strange sensations. The main character does not fully believe in the reality of what is happening. At times, it seems to him that all this is just a figment of his imagination, caused by stress and overload. But he feels that he instantly received a huge amount of strange knowledge that suddenly filled his mind. A holographic screen appears in front of the young man, which informs him that there are coconut fruits in front of him, and begins to provide extensive information about the plant, including its beneficial and practical properties. An unexpectedly loud cry coming from the nearby thickets distracts the young man from his thoughts and makes him wary. This is extremely stressful for the guy, as he was sure that the island was uninhabited, but now it has become clear that there is someone else here. He instantly reacts to the cry, feeling acute anxiety, and begins to run towards the thicket from where the sounds were coming. Making his way through the dense bushes, the guy pushes aside the thick branches. Finally, he sees a girl in front of him, half naked, sitting on the sand and screaming loudly, clearly frightened by something. The young man immediately recognizes her. It is Helen, the best student at the university, the same one who was the center of attention on the deck of the liner. He notices that a poisonous snake is slowly approaching the girl. The system immediately tells him what kind of reptile it is, giving him all the necessary encyclopedic information to understand the threat. Helen is clearly very scared, her voice trembling with fear. She begs the young man to save her from the poisonous snake that is rapidly approaching her. At the very moment when the snake lunges at the girl, the guy manages to grab it, not allowing the reptile to reach its target. The next second, he incapacitates her by hitting her against the trunk of a tree that grew nearby. Helen's voice trembles. She tries to talk to the young man. The guy turns away and suggests that she first get dressed to feel more comfortable. Realizing that she is in an extremely awkward situation, Helen tries to calm down and collect her thoughts to explain everything that is happening. She finally reveals that she decided to hide behind the trees to take off and dry her wet clothes, and could not even imagine that something like this could happen to her. Helen watches the young man who is busy collecting coconuts and realizes that he is a good guy who saved her life at a critical moment. She considers herself to be quite a beautiful and attractive girl, and she is very outraged by the fact that the guy left so quickly and does not even look in her direction, as if her presence means nothing. Deciding not to leave this unattended, the girl begins to slowly approach the guy, intending to start a conversation with him and express her gratitude. Approaching him, Helen thanks the guy for saving her and says her name. Expecting further communication, he calmly answers her that he already knows who she is, and introduces himself, saying that his name is Chin. Helen suddenly becomes hysterical, grabs the young man's hands tightly and says in tears that she feels like a failure, because they both found themselves in the same plight after the shipwreck. After some time, Chin manages to calm the girl down with patience and compassion, and gives her coconut milk to drink to bring her to her senses. The guy asks Helen if she has any things that can be used to contact the outside world, such as a phone, a walkie-talkie, or something similar that could help in this situation. Chin learns that the girl had no useful items when she washed ashore, and found herself in the same situation as he was, with no means of communication. Helen tries to cheer him up, saying that their situation is not that bad, because a shipwreck is an emergency event, and after such a major incident, rescue teams are always sent out to search for survivors, which gives her hope for rescue in the near future. The guy is surprised by the girl's positive attitude because they found themselves in extremely difficult conditions, and reactions like Helen's are quite rare in such circumstances. Chine decides to support her confidence. He agrees with her thoughts and adds that perhaps rescue teams are already on the way and will reach them soon. The girl recalls a recent encounter with a snake, at which point the voice of a young man is heard, who suggests making a fire to scare away insects and snakes, because at night, the danger can only increase. The young men go to the coast, hoping to find something useful for making a fire, and spend a whole hour wandering around the sand dunes and among the rocks. But despite all their efforts, they still do not find anything suitable for making a fire. Chin, looking at the horizon, can't help but feel like they're in a place that has almost no traces of human activity, as if the island is completely isolated from the rest of the world. Meanwhile, Helen notices an empty plastic bottle in the overheated coastal sand. Disappointment flashes across her face, as she hoped to find at least some valuable liquid in the bottle that could be useful to them. She's about to throw away the unnecessary item, but Chin notices her intention and quickly asks the girl not to do it. Helen asks the guy with doubt what could be so useful in this empty bottle, because in her opinion, it is absolutely useless in their situation. Chin confidently answers that she will see everything herself, and that this bottle can serve for them. He explains that he is going to use the bottle to start a fire, and recalls a method he saw on a survival TV show. The guy fills a bottle with water and uses it as a lens to focus the sun's rays. To his surprise and joy, the method turns out to be working, and the refracted rays of the sun were able to light a fire, which became their first big success on the island. Gradually, evening comes. Darkness thickens over the island, while the young people sit around the fire, enjoying the warmth and feeling relatively safe. Helen anxiously asks the boy how long he thinks it will be before rescuers find them. She's very worried about the thought that they might die of starvation before help is provided. Chine understands that he needs to cheer the girl up, because in a survival situation, the most important thing is to stay positive, because if you are depressed, you will already be half dead. He confidently says that rescue operations usually last for several days, and the maximum time they might have to spend on the island is 1 week. He also adds that there is no need to worry about food as the beach is full of coconut trees, and even if they only drink coconut milk, they can last for a week. After finishing his speech, Chin takes out the dead snake, surprising Helen, who immediately asks what he plans to do with it. Chin smiles and replies that she will see everything for herself soon, and begins to deftly dismember the snake, showing off her skills. Helen doesn't even want to think about the fact that the guy is going to fry this snake for dinner. There is obvious disgust on her face. Chin doesn't see any problem with this and asks Helen directly why she is so surprised, because they will be eating meat for dinner, and this should please her, since food in such conditions is a real gift. Helen categorically refuses to eat such food, declaring that she will not try snake meat even if she is threatened with starvation. Chin does not share her disgust and decides that if she is so squeamish, she can continue to fast, since he does not intend to persuade her. Chin calmly begins to eat his portion of snake, deliberately telling the girl how crispy and delicious the meat turned out, trying to make her jealous. Helen is very hungry, but she resolutely turns away, trying to show her outward disdain for such food despite her growing desire to eat. Chin continues to eat his portion with pleasure and loudly talks about how delicious it is, how he likes the texture and smell of the meat. He wants to provoke the girl. Helen can't take it anymore and demands that he immediately stop behaving like this. However, a moment later, she takes the skewer with her portion and says that the guy still persuaded her to try it. After eating the first piece, Helen suddenly realizes that the fried snake is not so bad. Its smell turned out to be quite pleasant, and the taste is quite appetizing and tender. Chin considers it lucky that they came across a red snake today, otherwise they would have to go hungry tonight. At this moment, the guy's thoughts switch to the virtual system, and a holographic screen instantly appears before his eyes, informing him that the owner has lit a fire and receives 100 points for it. Helen notices the strange movements Chin makes in the air and asks worriedly what is happening to him. His behavior seems suspicious to her. Chin, not wanting to explain that he sees something strange, quickly replies that he just got an insect under his shirt. Chin understands that only he can see the system's holographic screens, and is not going to tell the girl about it yet, preferring to keep his new abilities a secret. The young man reflects on the fact that people are unpredictable by nature, and he only spent a day with Helen and still has no idea what kind of person she is. If he tells her about the system, she might think he's crazy or tell someone else, which could get him into trouble. But Chin decides that as long as Helen can't see the system's holographic screens, he shouldn't worry about his secret being discovered. He enters the main menu of the system, where he finds information that the owner will be rewarded with survival points for his efforts, and these points can later be exchanged for items in the virtual store. Chin enters the store and notices that there are many products available, but they are all quite expensive. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange lot called True Love in the Wild. This item has no description and only a name, but Chin believes that this skill could be very useful in their current situation. He notices that everything in the system store is expensive, and the cheapest item costs 2,000 points, while he only has 100 in his account, so he can't afford anything yet. Chin thinks about the fact that there is no task list on the main page, and because of this, he does not know how else to earn points to use the system's capabilities. He speculates that the coconuts will keep them alive until rescue teams arrive, but the fruit contains only carbohydrates and no protein, which could prove a problem in the long term. The young man decides that the next day they should split up and try to collect fish and shrimp washed up on the beach during low tide to supplement their diet. Despite being tired and under a lot of stress, Chin can't fall asleep, and getting up from his seat, he looks closely at the girl who is sleeping peacefully nearby. Coin notices how peacefully Helen sleeps and comes to the conclusion that she must not be afraid of him. Otherwise, she would not have been able to fall asleep so quickly next to him. The young man looks up at the brightly shining moon and decides that they will definitely discuss all their plans tomorrow. The young man's sleep did not last long. He suddenly woke up and instantly opened his eyes. Chin was very cold, and he couldn't understand why the temperature had dropped so suddenly and it had become so cold. He watches as Helen continues to sleep, but is shaking from the cold, and he understands that this is very bad for her. The guy decides to wake her up so that she does not freeze. Chin carefully approaches the girl and begins to gently shake her shoulder so as not to frighten her. He immediately feels that Helen's body is cold to the touch, but the girl is so tired and nervous during the day that her reaction to the world around her is now dulled. Suddenly she wakes up and starts screaming loudly, frightened, asking the young man what he is doing and why he is trying to touch her. Chin is surprised by the girl's violent reaction. He tries to calm her down, explaining that he had no bad intentions. Helen continues to loudly express her indignation, stating that she thought he was a good person and is now extremely disappointed with his behavior. Chin informs her that he only wanted to warn her about the coming cold, as the temperature had dropped sharply and it had become dangerous for both of them. He suggests that the girl immediately come closer to the fire to warm up if she does not want to get hypothermia and suffer serious consequences. As the young men sit around the fire trying to warm themselves up, Chin notices how big the temperature difference is between day and night on this island, which makes him uneasy. He thinks that they need to come up with something to survive the cold nights, because they don't have enough clothes to cope with such sudden changes in weather. Helen asks what is going on here, wondering how it was possible that it was warm and comfortable during the day, but now the island is so bitterly cold that it seems like they are in a completely different place. Chin expresses his concern that if the situation does not change, there is a possibility of freezing to death. He suggests that they hug each other to maintain warmth and survive this cold night. But Helen categorically rejects his offer, not wanting to engage in such close physical contact, despite the current circumstances. The young people continue to sit in complete silence around the small fire, trying to warm up on the cold night, but it turns out to be not so easy. Helen feels that even in spite of the fire, her hands and feet are still cold, almost numb, and she has difficulty keeping warm. She looks at Chin carefully, realizing that maybe they really should hug to keep warm and get through the night, but she's held back by the fact that she's never been this close to a guy before. Finally, collecting her thoughts, Helen stands up resolutely and tells the young man that they must do this if they want to stay alive. She insistently asks Chin to close his eyes and not look in her direction so that it would be easier for her to cope with the situation. Chin looks at Helen with great surprise. He asks the girl why she's going to undress. Helen explains that in one TV series she saw people taking off their clothes to keep warm and protect themselves from the cold in extreme conditions. Chin tells the girl that their situation is different, and if they had too much clothing, it might interfere with the heat transfer, but their clothing is too thin and there is no need to take it off. He reassures the girl, assuring her that he will simply hug her to warm her up. Helen is tense and clearly embarrassed, but gradually she begins to feel her body warming up. She becomes much warmer and more comfortable. She slowly relaxes, her eyes close, and soon she falls into a deep sleep, feeling safe. A new sunny day comes. Helen wakes up in a good mood and tells the guy that it is already morning. The young people gaze intently at the beautiful sunrise that paints the sky with bright colors, and they are both overcome by the feeling that, despite the difficulties, this moment is beautiful in its own way. Suddenly, Chin enthusiastically rushes to the shoreline after seeing that the tide has gone out and invites Helen to go with him to collect washed-up shrimp and crabs that could become their breakfast. Helen agrees and they begin to explore the coastal area. Suddenly, the girl screams loudly in pain. One of the crabs has grabbed her hand tightly. She panics and asks Chin to immediately come to her and help. Chin does not get distracted from his work and suggests that the girl use the stone to free herself from the crab's grip. Helen finds a sharp rock nearby and hits the crab's hard shell with it as hard as she can, getting rid of it. She proudly boasts of her success and tells the guy that she did it, happily watching the collected crabs and realizing that a hearty breakfast awaits them. Using his camp knife, the young man deftly opens the shellfish, preparing them for cooking. Helen, watching the process, asks why Chin throws away the shells, since there is still a lot of meat left in them that could be used. Chin smiles and asks the girl not to be greedy, explaining that she won't be able to eat too many crabs anyway, and it's better not to take risks. He says that crab meat has specific properties, and if she eats too much, she may get indigestion, which is something they should avoid. The young people finish breakfast. Chin informs them that they cannot stay in the old place tonight. He suggests going into the forest to build a shelter and protect themselves from the cold night wind. Helen is not very happy with this proposal, but Chin reminds her of last night and the low temperature. Helen asks why they need to go into the forest. Can't they build a shelter on the beach where they are already accustomed? Chin explains that the forest has more building material that will be needed to build a reliable shelter, as well as a better chance of finding additional food, which is extremely important for them now. He asks the girl to finish breakfast as quickly as possible, since they still need to get some liquid and hit the road. Chin looks at a large coconut tree, at the top of which is a cluster of coconuts that can provide them with enough liquid for the next day. Chin starts to take off his belt. Helen, seeing this, covers her face with her hands in surprise, not understanding what exactly the guy is going to do. Using the belt, Chin quickly constructs a device and explains to the girl that he saw it in one of the travel shows. The method he is going to use to climb trees is called a two-legged rope. The principle is that the rope increases the friction between the legs and the trunk, as if the legs were sticking to the tree, which makes climbing much easier. After a few minutes, Chin realizes that climbing the palm tree was much more difficult than he initially thought. Despite all the difficulties, he manages to reach the top of the tree. He asks Helen to move to a safe distance to avoid possible injuries when he starts cutting the coconuts. He carefully begins cutting the fruit with his camping knife, trying to do it as quickly as possible. Helen tastes the milk from one of the freshly cut coconuts. She notices that it is different from what they have had before. It is fresher, and these fruits contain twice as much liquid, which is certainly good news. Chin pours the coconut milk into a plastic bottle to make it easier to carry, and tells the girl that they are now ready to hit the road and start looking for materials to build a shelter. Kuen notices that Helen is carrying several coconuts with her and, surprised, asks her why she decided to take them with her. Considering that they had already collected the liquid, Helen replies that they are short of liquid and she does not intend to abandon the coconuts, as any supply, no matter how small, can be very useful. The guy tells her that too much coconut milk can be harmful, as the girl can get vomiting and diarrhea if she drinks it in excess. This information convinces Helen, and she decides to throw the extra fruit on the ground, realizing that it is better not to risk her health. The young men slowly begin to enter the nearby forest, preparing to find a suitable place to hide. Before heading into the jungle, Chin lays out SOS messages using stones on the shore, hoping that rescuers will notice the signal while they are away. Chin used to be fascinated by survival TV shows and always thought that living in the wild could be an exciting and interesting adventure. But now he dreams of returning to his cozy room and lying on the soft sofa. The guy looks around carefully, feeling that he can't shake the feeling that many evil eyes are watching him from all the dark corners of the forest, which causes internal anxiety. Chin passes the bottle of coconut milk to Helen, who greedily quenches her thirst, feeling better with every sip. After this, she hands the bottle back to the guy, but insistently asks him to drink more carefully and not to touch the neck with his lips. Chin overhears Helen asking him what exactly they are going to look for in this forest. She notes that the guy is looking around carefully, as if he is clearly trying to find something important. Chin replies that yesterday's snake belonged to the annularis family, and such snakes usually live near freshwater bodies and crawl away from them in search of prey. Helen guesses that the guy means the presence of a freshwater reservoir nearby. Chin sarcastically remarks that she has excellent analytical skills. The young man draws her attention to the trampled grass ahead, pointing out that there are broken branches of bushes visible on this path, as well as on other bushes in this direction, which, in his opinion, indicates an animal trail leading to a watering hole. Helen is very surprised by the young man's knowledge, believing that she is very lucky to be with an experienced person on a desert island, where knowledge of nature can save lives. But a moment later, the girl's mood changes when she realizes that Chin is constantly teasing her, using his knowledge for small taunts. She asks the guy how he knows so much about the wild and surviving in it, because his knowledge is truly impressive. Chin smiles and explains that he always wanted to travel and challenge himself in extreme wilderness conditions, but all his knowledge was gained at home, from watching TV and information from the internet. Chin realizes that the forest is larger than he originally thought, and figures that if they don't find a water source by noon, they'll have to start a fire to save time later. Suddenly, the young people stop. Helen reports that she hears some strange sound, which attracts her attention. Chin listens carefully and happily realizes what the sound is. His face lights up with a smile. He takes the girl by the hand and invites her to follow him as quickly as possible. The guy is confident in his guesses. After some time, they come out into a clearing and see a fast stream of fresh water in front of them, which becomes a real victory for them. The young people feel genuine joy, congratulate each other on their important find, realizing that they will now have access to drinking water. Chin considers this a great success because they found water before noon, and now they will not die of thirst. Helen collects water from the stream in her palms, but does not dare to drink it. She reports that this water is not safe to drink as it may contain a lot of bacteria, which can lead to serious health problems. The young people continue on their way. Helen wonders why they didn't decide to pitch a tent near the water, because it would have been much more convenient than going further into the jungle. Chin finds a flat, open area and explains to the girl that if they set up the shelter near the water, they might encounter wild animals that come to drink, and it would be too dangerous for them. The guy then hands Helen a knife, saying that he's now going to start a fire and look for suitable trees to build a shelter. Helen heads into the nearby thickets in search of large leaves that will be needed to build a shelter, hoping to quickly find the necessary materials. The jungle is always very humid, and because of this, trees are not always suitable for starting a fire. But despite this, Chin manages to find some dry wood to use as fuel. He recalls seeing many thin trees along the way that would be ideal for building a shelter. The young man recalls once seeing a TV program that showed how to make stone axes for survival. He selects the desired piece of stone and begins to whittle it down, hitting it against another stone, hoping to make something suitable. After some time, he ends up with a fairly sharp stone tool in his hands. Chin realizes that he doesn't have much time to make a full-fledged axe, so he decides to act faster. Using a sharpened stone, Chin manages to cut down several thin trees that are suitable for building a shelter. This work turned out to be quite labor-intensive. The young man had to spend about half an hour to cut down one tree. Chin has only managed to cut down 9 trees during the daylight hours, and he thinks it's time to return to camp. After tying the felled trees together with a vine, Chin slung them over his shoulder and slowly walked back to the camp. Coming out into an open clearing, he hears Helen's voice, who says that she is glad to see him and that his long absence has already made her begin to worry. The girl shows him the huge leaves of the banana tree and proudly asks him to look at what she found, hoping that her efforts will also be useful. Helen reports that she took the smallest leaves and that there are huge banana forests nearby. Chin reports that they currently have very little building material. The guy says that for now, they will build a small tent to survive the cold night. Helen asks Chin how they will attach the banana leaves to the overall structure. Chin says that he will make some supporting rods and will sharpen some felled trees for this purpose. After this, using a stone, the young man drives the sharpened rods into the ground. After tying everything together with strong vines, Chin covers the structure with several layers of large banana leaves. Helen says that this design does not look like a nice and warm house at all. Chin tells the girl that they had very little time and materials, but this structure will help them survive the night. It will protect them from the wind. The heat from the fire will go towards them. At this point, the guy receives a message from the virtual system, which informs him that he received 1,000 points for building a disgusting tent. Helen continues to talk to the young man and express her dissatisfaction to him, not noticing that a holographic screen of the system has appeared in front of him. Chin thinks that this is too much. Besides the girl, even the system thinks his work is disgusting. Helen stops speaking and looks closely at the young man standing next to her. Using an empty plastic bottle, the young people boil water they collect from a stream to disinfect it and make it drinkable. Kin asks the girl not to rush, as he is very worried that she might burn herself with the hot water if she drinks it too quickly. Helen quenches her thirst and then hands the bottle to the guy, once again insistently demanding that he not touch the neck with his lips. Chin thinks that they have solved the problem with heat and begins to think about how to provide themselves with food, because so far they only have coconuts and seafood, and they need to think about additional food sources. The guy continues to think about providing food and looks closely at the girl who is waving her hands energetically. China decides that tomorrow they will go to the banana grove to explore it and find something useful for their further survival. At this moment, a huge mosquito lands on the young man's hand. Helen delivers a strong blow to Chin's arm, trying to drive away a mosquito. Helen sees that the guy is very unhappy with her behavior and asks the young man for forgiveness for such a strong blow. Chin begins to get seriously worried as more and more mosquitoes appear around them. He remembers hearing that in the jungle they can be poisonous, and even one bite can leave a swelling on the skin. Realizing that the mosquitoes are a real threat, Helen becomes nervous and asks Chin to help her immediately as she begins to panic. Chin cups his hands and produces a thin, drawn-out whistle, which partially helps, and most of the mosquitoes fly away from Helen. The guy then takes a branch of a freshly picked bush and begins to brush away the remaining insects. After this, he decides to throw branches into the fire to create thick smoke. Soon, a thick layer of smoke forms around the tent, which is very effective in repelling jungle mosquitoes. Chin asks the girl to be patient, noting that breathing smoke is, of course, harmful, but it is the only way to drive away insects that they have at the moment. The guy is happy with the design of his hut, as its wall successfully repels the wind. The young people begin to feel warmth instead of the cold breeze coming from the ocean, which helps them feel more comfortable. Unlike the beach, the forest can be full of wild animals, so Chin suggests that Helen take turns keeping watch at night. However, he suddenly notices that the girl does not hear him at all. She is so tired that she fell asleep sitting upright. The young man carefully approaches Helen and gently places her in a cozy place at the base of the hut, trying not to wake her. He realizes that he will have to be on duty alone tonight, and in order to keep himself busy, he decides to make a rope from tree bark, which could prove useful for their survival. The next morning comes. The early sun begins to illuminate the dense forest, awakening all living things, including the birds, which begin to sing loudly, welcoming the new day. Helen wakes up to the sounds of the morning birds, stretches, and feels that she has slept well and has not suffered from the cold that night, which she is very happy about. She notices a strong rope near the fire and asks Chin how he made it, clearly amazed at his skill. At this moment, an irritated and sleep-deprived Chin turns to her, clearly angry at her. He is deeply upset that he was on duty all night alone, and angrily tells the girl that she will have to be on duty tonight. Helen apologizes for her actions yesterday, explaining that she was very tired and does not remember how she fell asleep last night, but sincerely regrets leaving him alone. Chin also apologizes for his behavior, admitting that he lost his temper and asking Helen for forgiveness. He informs her that she will not have to be on duty alone at night as he plans to swap places and organize the duty schedule to keep things fair. The young people are at a stream with fresh water. Chin asks Helen where exactly she saw the banana grove. The girl points to the east and says that while the guy was busy building a tent, she walked along the stream and came across this grove. Young people go to a banana grove, hoping to find something useful there. On the way, they come across thickets of berry bushes. At this moment, the virtual system tells the young man a lot of useful information about this plant, which helps him understand its value. Chin picks a few berries from a bush and offers Helen to try them, telling her that these berries appear from April to May, are very good for the kidneys, help with colds, and even neutralize the effects of alcohol. Helen asks how tasty the berries are, and Chin smiles and invites her to try them herself to see how delicious they are. Helen tries the berries that Chin offered her and instantly winces. The girl can hardly contain her emotions. She clenches her fists tightly and displeasedly reports that the berries were too sour. The guy throws out the remaining berries, explaining that these are April raspberries, and it is completely normal that they are still sour now, because the ripening season has not yet arrived. After some time, the young people reach a banana grove where a wild banana of the Musa species grows. The system tells Chin detailed information about this plant and its possible uses, which allows him to better understand what they are dealing with. Helen says that the fruits look unappetizing and very green, to which Chin replies that he doesn't know if they are ripe or not. But one thing he is sure of is that they have no other choice yet. Chin realizes that the rope he made is not strong enough to support his weight, so he ties a rock to it to use to pick the fruit. With a deft throw, Chin throws his device towards a huge cluster of wild bananas, hoping to successfully knock it down. He then orders Helen to immediately move away to a safe distance to avoid possible injury. The rope Chin threw caught a huge banana blossom and became firmly attached to it, allowing him to begin pulling. Chin pulls the makeshift rope and begins to pull it towards him, using all his strength to pluck the fruits. However, the bunch of wild bananas holds onto the tree quite firmly, and the young man is unable to pick it right away. Chin puts in even more effort. After a while, a loud crack is heard. A huge bunch of bananas along with the leaves growing nearby falls right on the young man. Helen rushes to him with concern and begins to carefully clear away the rubble, trying to free Chin. The girl believes that the guy was not seriously injured, since the banana leaves are quite soft. Suddenly, Chin's hand appears from behind the mountains of leaves, holding a plucked banana. The guy offers Helen to try it. Helen, frowning, tells the young man that she does not like that he constantly tests new food and its toxicity on her, as if she were a guinea pig. Realizing that the girl is unhappy, Chin decides to try the wild banana himself to dispel her doubts. Chin smiles and says that he wasn't trying to use her. He just wanted to act like a gentleman. Then takes a bite of the fruit. He immediately tells Helen that the taste of the banana leaves much to be desired. It's too hard and not sweet at all. Helen suggests that this banana is probably just not ripe yet and suggests trying another one to make sure. Chin explains that it is not a matter of whether the banana is ripe or not. He explains that this type of banana tree has not yet gone through the mutation process, and its fruits contain a huge number of seeds, which makes them inedible for humans. Chin throws away the remains of the banana and says that there is nothing tasty in them, and if you want to eat, you should eat meat. Helen tells the guy that she doesn't get his jokes at all, to which Chin replies that he's not joking at all. They really can eat meat grown from a banana tree. The girl thinks that the young man is simply making fun of her, but Chin asks her to come closer and see everything for herself. Chin holds out a banana leaf with a large larva on it and explains that this is the meat he meant. Helen looks at the insect in surprise and asks if they can really be eaten and how tasty it can be. Chin is very surprised by her reaction, finding it very unusual, as she remains very calm in a situation that would shock many. The young men set up a brazier over a fire and begin roasting the larvae. Chin explains that while the larvae may not be the tastiest, they contain 6 times more protein than beef, making them extremely nutritious and healthy. After some time, Chin announces that the larvae are ready and you can start eating them. Much to the young man's surprise, Helen is not at all capricious and begins to try the larvae without much disgust. She reports that they taste quite good and resemble lobster paste, which causes even more surprise in Chin. Helen laughs loudly and tells the guy that these maggots are much tastier and better than his horrible snake meat that she ate before. Chin tells the girl that he is very surprised by her reaction, because he thought that she would be scared of banana worms. But her reaction was completely opposite and unexpectedly positive. Helen explains that she has tried many different shellfish and strange animals in her life, so the larvae were not something unusual for her. And besides, she is now experiencing a strong feeling of hunger and does not intend to be capricious or refuse food. Helen is surprised to see Chin cut up their only plastic bottle. She asks why he did that, since it was an important item for them. The guy replies that he is going to use the bottle to catch fish, which surprises Helen, as she did not expect such a use. Chin says that earlier he noticed a lot of fish swimming in the mouth of the stream, and he believes that with the help of this bottle, they will be able to easily catch small fish, which will greatly diversify their diet. The girl is very surprised and asks the young man how exactly a cut bottle can help them catch fish, since she does not understand his idea. Chin explains the design of his trap. The entrance of the bottle serves as a kind of tunnel through which small fish can swim in with the flow of water, but it will be difficult for them to get out because of the small opening and the constant oncoming flow of water. The guy adds with a smile that he can explain it even more simply. It's easy to swim into a bottle, but difficult to swim out. Helen is still worried about the destroyed bottle, as it was an important item for storing water. She asks how they will drink water now. Chin calmly informs that in this case they will use coconut halves, which can serve as excellent improvised bowls. He adds that the coconut shell can burn on a fire, and he intends to warm the liquid by throwing hot stones into it. He believes that after several such repetitions, the water can boil. Chin suggests finding a suitable place to set up the trap by the stream so they can continue their business while the fish are being caught. The girl asks why he decided to set the trap in this particular place and not near their camp. Chin explains that the area is shady, and in such conditions, water lettuce grows well, under which a large number of fish usually hide, making this a good place for fishing. Helen suddenly breaks away from his explanations and asks if he smells that strange smell she noticed. Chin actually starts to smell a strong odor after Helen points it out. It seems familiar to him, but he can't remember what it is. He asks the girl to wait for him. Helen comes out into a large open clearing and points out to the guy the grass growing there, telling him that it is from this that the strong smell comes. At this point, the system tells the young man that the plant is mint, a member of the genus of plants in the Lamiaceae family, and that its leaves contain an oil that can spread through the air and repel insects. Chin is very happy about this find. Realizing that mint can be an excellent remedy against annoying insects, the guy wants to take some of the plants with him to plant them around the camp to repel blood-sucking insects. Helen expresses her extreme dislike for blood-sucking insects and enthusiastically begins to harvest as much mint as possible, telling the guy that they need to take as much of it as possible. Chin asks Helen to stop and explains that the amount of plants they have will be enough to protect their camp, and that there is no point in taking too many. The young men return to their camp and make a furrow around it, carefully planting mint bushes to create a natural barrier against insects. Chin thinks that today is really their lucky day. He didn't expect that they would find mint and be able to successfully get rid of dangerous insects. The guy suggests that Helen take advantage of the moment to rest a little and recuperate while she has the opportunity, and adds that a little later they will go to the sea for coconuts. At this moment, a holographic screen of the system suddenly appears in front of the young man, informing him that 200 points have been credited to his account for making a stone axe. Chin holds his stone axe in his hands and is surprised to realize that he has already received 2 rewards from the system in one day, which makes him happy. However, he still doesn't understand what specific tasks award points for, and decides that perhaps if he keeps making survival tools, he can earn even more points. Helen watches Chin closely, not understanding why he is so sincerely happy and why he is so intently examining the stone axe. But she does not ask unnecessary questions. Young people come to the beach and are confronted with a large number of broken coconuts lying under one of the palm trees. Koya notices that there is clearly some creature on the island that is eating their supplies and doing so more efficiently than he can. Helen suggests that perhaps they are not alone here and that someone else may be on the island. But Chin refutes her guesses, pointing to a torn coconut shell and explaining that it is unlikely that a person did this, since it is impossible to do this with ordinary physical force. Helen begins to feel very afraid, assuming that it could be a tiger or a lion, which makes her feel insecure. Chin tries to calm the girl down, saying that her fears are in vain, since such predators are unlikely to eat coconuts, which means their presence here is unlikely. Kumai notices a large footprint in the sand and realizes that it was left by a coconut eater. Helen says that she had previously heard about the existence of giant coconut crabs. Chin confirms these guesses. He says that there are only traces around that belong to a coconut crab. The young people decide to find the coconut crab and begin to follow its tracks. Helen reports that the crab's trail breaks and is no longer visible. Chin raises his head and looks closely at a nearby palm tree. The virtual system tells the young man that the coconut crab is a species of land hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter in length and is considered the largest land arthropod in the world. Helen carefully examines the arthropod, licks her lips appetizingly, and says that the crab weighs several kilograms. Helen intends to eat a huge crab but doesn't know how to get to it. The young men hide behind a nearby palm tree and wait for the moment when the crab descends to the ground. Helen asks Chin to hurry, as she believes that the crab will now climb the next tree. Chin tells her not to worry, assuring her that the arthropod won't go anywhere and won't be able to just leave after eating all their coconuts. Helen is obsessed with the idea that she needs to get and eat a huge, delicious crab as quickly as possible. Coconut crabs have powerful jaws, and for them, cracking open the tough nut is as easy as peeling a banana. Chin's appearance takes on a terrifying appearance as he slowly approaches the huge coconut crab that is lurking on the ground. Chin takes the opened coconut from the crab. The guy praises him and says that he is doing a good job and suggests that he continue to open other nuts. He carefully examines the arthropod and is surprised by its strange habits. Usually, such crabs are afraid of bright daylight and only come out at night. Chin snatches another cracked nut from the crab's claws and is very surprised at how quickly the crab can handle the coconuts. The arthropod, feeling that its prey has been taken away, begins to get angry and reacts aggressively, trying to grab the guy with its powerful claws. Chin playfully jumps away from his blows and with a grin invites the crab to try to catch it. He then tells the crab that it is time for payback for stealing their coconuts. The young man pins the huge crab to the ground and ties it up with his rope. Helen, a little behind Chin, asks him to go slower, saying that it is hard for her to keep up with him. The guy replies that they need to hurry since the sun will soon begin to set, and they may not have time to return before dark. Helen collapses on the sand, saying that she is tired and can't go any further because the coconuts she is carrying are too heavy. Chin understands her condition and suggests that they take a short break so she can rest and regain her strength. He looks at the evening ebb tide and feels regret that it will soon get dark. He would like to have time to catch even more living creatures. At this point, Helen starts to cry, her eyes full of despair. She reports that the third day is already ending and the rescue team still haven't shown up. Helen's reaction deeply hurts the young man, and he is going to say something to cheer her up and restore her confidence. However, before he can come up with anything, Helen pulls herself together, slaps her cheeks with her palms, and resolutely orders herself to pull herself together. After this, she says that they should not be upset, because she is sure that they will not be abandoned on this desert island. The girl reminds them that rescuers may arrive later, perhaps in a week, as Chin had said, and then lifts the heavy coconuts and says that they need to move on before the sun sets. Chin is plunged into heavy thoughts, realizing that 3 days have flown by unnoticed, and begins to worry that if they are not found in a week, then rescuers will most likely stop searching. The young people check their trap and find 3 small fish in it. The young man says that there are a lot of fish in this river. He didn't think that with the help of an elementary device, only fish would be caught. He begins to cut up the fish he caught and asks Helen to return to camp, saying that he will catch up with her a little later. This time, the guy decided to use fish guts as bait instead of banana worms. He believes that it will attract bigger fish than before. A holographic system screen appears in front of Chin, informing him that the fishing task has been completed and he has received 500 points. This news pleases the young man, because now he has 2,000 points on his account, and this is enough to visit the system store and, perhaps, get something really useful. He returns to the camp and sees Helen trying to make something out of stones. The guy asks what exactly she has in mind. Helen replies that the coconut crab turned out to be quite large, so she's going to build a larger stove. After some time, the young people make a fire and begin to prepare dinner, consisting of a coconut crab and 3 small fish. Helen reports that she really likes the food. The crab meat is very nutritious and has a sweet, coconut-like taste. The girl reports that today she has eaten a hearty meal for the first time in a long time and does not feel hungry. Chin goes to bed and asks him to wake her up at midnight so that they can switch places. Night falls. It becomes very dark around. Helen feels fear and constantly feeds it with her thoughts that some wild animals might attack them. Suddenly, Chin grabs her sharply. The girl did not expect this and lets out a loud scream. Helen turns sharply and begins to clumsily swing the stone axe, screaming loudly. She reports that the young man scared her a lot and asks her not to do that, after which she asks him why he got up so early, since she had not yet intended to wake him up. Chin says that he can't sleep. He invites the girl to go to bed and intends to take her place. Helen asks the young man if he really had a rest. She understands that the guy is going to be on duty for the 2nd night in a row, because yesterday she slept all night and was not on duty. Chin says that everything is fine. He wants Helen to get enough sleep and not smash his head with an axe one day in her sleep. Chin throws some wood on the fire and thinks that now is the time to visit the system's virtual store. There is peace all around. Only light smoke from the fire slowly rises high up, dissolving in the dense crowns of the trees. Chin heats up the water, carefully places hot stones from the fire into a cup made from half a coconut, and disinfects it with mint leaves. The young man believes that as long as there is an opportunity to boil water, there is no need to worry about bacteria and possible risks. He finds mint leaves not only healthy, but also very tasty, and they help him stay alert. Suddenly he hears Helen talking in her sleep, the girl constantly calling for help, repeating that they are in trouble on a desert island. Tears appear on her face. She hopes that the rescuers will not abandon them and will definitely come to their aid. Chin always thought that Helen was an optimist by nature, but now he thinks that he may have been wrong in his assessment of her. The girl often behaves positively, but probably hides her fears and weaknesses behind it. The guy comes to the conclusion that the sinking at sea was a test beyond her capabilities. And in order not to lose heart and give up, Helen constantly encouraged herself. He believes that Helen subconsciously expects that rescuers will show up and find them in a week, and this belief helps her move forward. But if no one comes after 7 days, her belief may collapse, and then she will lose the will to live. Chin thinks that there is no time for such thoughts now. He needs to focus on pressing problems. The guy goes to the menu of the virtual store and is going to see what he can exchange his points for. 2,000 points is enough to get various knowledge packs, such as the Wilderness First Aid Encyclopedia or the Wildlife Encyclopedia. Chin doesn't know what to choose. He wants to get all the available knowledge packages, but he can only choose one. On a desert island, there are not enough tools and the guy has very little opportunity to create them, so he chooses a package called an Encyclopedia of Fieldcrafts. Suddenly, bright energy waves flare up around the young man. The virtual system informs him that the package download has begun. This knowledge pack lives up to its name, as it contains a variety of useful skills such as making bows or mastering pottery. There is even knowledge of how to create paper. The guy understands that, with these skills, he will be able to survive on a desert island for many years. The system informs the young man that a special service called the Wheel of Fortune has been activated, which allows him to randomly receive a valuable item or skill. The cost of the move is 1,000 points per spin. For your first purchase in the Chin System store, you get 1 free spin of the reel. The guy is happy that there are no empty sectors on the wheel, which means that he will get some kind of prize in any case. Chin spins the wheel and gets the cheetah speed sector. A few days ago, the young man saw this skill in the store, and its value was 10,000 points. So Chin thinks he got the real jackpot. The virtual system asks whether he wants to use the skill right now or leave it for later. Cheyenne decides that he has no need to use this ability at the moment and leaves the cheetah speed for the future. Morning comes. Helen slowly wakes up. She lazily rubs her eyes and prepares to meet a new day. Suddenly, the girl realizes that she is alone. Helen begins to turn her head in different directions, hoping to see Chin nearby. A moment later, he appears in the camp. The guy wishes her good morning and says that he brought freshly caught fish for breakfast. Helen's voice is heard asking the guy to be sure to warn her next time he leaves so she doesn't worry. Chin explains that the girl was fast asleep, and he didn't want to wake her up so as not to disturb her sleep. Helen says that she will be away for a while and asks the guy to wait for her and under no circumstances to approach the area downriver. Chin reminds the girl not to forget to bury everything so that the smell does not attract wild animals and does not pollute the water. Helen reacts emotionally to his words and says that she just wanted to wash herself. Chin is left alone, sitting by the fire and eating fried fish, wondering why Helen reacted so strongly to his remark. He understands that it is important for girls to take care of themselves while on this desert island. Helen has never been able to wash herself properly. She simply hasn't had the opportunity, and she is a little shy, so she only dared to say so now when she could no longer stand the inconvenience. Chin himself has not had the opportunity to wash properly for a long time, and now he begins to realize that his body gives off an unpleasant odor. Chin informs the girl of his intention to look around for anything useful, asking her to warn him when she returns. During his short journey, Chin discovers a tree with many tinder fungi growing on it, which catches his attention. The system informs him that these mushrooms can live on tree trunks for years. They have the property of thinning the blood, but unfortunately are not edible, although they can be used to start a fire. Chin is happy with the new knowledge, as the system helps him distinguish whether mushrooms are edible or not. And finding the tinder fungi gives him the idea to try to find mushrooms suitable for food. Chin finds a large number of berries, but unfortunately most of them are outside the information package provided by the system, and therefore it is unknown whether they are edible or not. The boy suddenly stops exploring the area after hearing a strange sound coming from the nearby bushes, which makes him wary. Chin hides behind a tree. After a while, he sees a huge, plump hare running out into the clearing. The young man receives information that the speed of a hare in the jungle reaches about 70 kilometers per hour, which makes pursuit almost impossible. Chin decides that he can stun the animal by throwing his axe at it, and promptly throws it in the direction of the hare. The guy misses, and, not wanting to let his prey go, rushes forward, hoping to grab the animal while it is confused. The hare, deftly maneuvering and developing incredible speed, quickly disappears into the forest thicket. Chin falls to the ground, feeling disappointed, and admits to himself that he always thought catching a hare was difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult in reality. Chanya decides to return to camp, believing that enough time has passed and Helen has already completed her water procedures. After some time, moving through the forest, the young man stops, realizing that he is lost. He cannot remember in which direction the camp is. This makes him worried. He was lucky that the morning dew had moistened the ground and left his footprints on it. Otherwise, the boy would not have been able to find his way back to the camp. Chin returns to camp and is very surprised by the girl's absence, wondering why she hasn't returned yet. He is indignant that her bathing takes so long. Suddenly, Chin turns around after hearing Helen's loud scream coming from the river, causing him to take immediate action. The guy rushes to the river and finds the girl pretty quickly. He immediately asks if everything is okay with her and what happened. Helen is clearly scared. Fear completely paralyzes her. She begs for help and says that there is a snake next to her. Chin immediately dives into the water, creating a lot of splashes around himself. Chin shows the girl the eel he caught and asks her to calm down. The guy explains that it is not a snake at all, but an ordinary rice eel, harmless to her. Chin leaves the girl on the shore and decides to go back to the camp to wait for her there. The system provides Chin with detailed information about the rice eel, noting that they have a meaty structure, no bones, and are therefore quite tasty, and that these creatures live primarily in shallow rivers and flooded fields. Chin considers the morning a success, as they are now provided with food for the whole day, and this gives him confidence. Helen dresses slowly, feeling ashamed. She hopes that Chin didn't see anything wrong during the incident by the river. The girl returns to the camp, where she is met by Chin, who immediately asks about her well-being. Helen assures that she has already calmed down and feels much better. She understands that Chin was there all this time and was ready to protect her if necessary. Suddenly, Helen's mood changes dramatically, feeling inexplicably irritated. She asks why Chin is looking at her like that. Chin replies that the thing is that she is beautiful and looks quite attractive. Helen's face flushed scarlet at Chin's words. Her gaze was full of surprise, and she herself remained completely silent, not knowing what to answer. Helen turns sharply and quickly leaves the clearing, saying on the go that she is returning to the camp. She does not want to show her embarrassment and confusion. Helen doesn't understand why her reaction to Chin's compliment was so strong, because she has received compliments from men many times before, but never before did it cause such a thrill. Chin smiles at the girl. He himself did not expect to say such words to her. His feelings were expressed spontaneously. Although rice eels do not live in groups, Chin doubts that the one found earlier was alone. He decides to return to the river to try his luck and catch another eel. The guy finds some damp soil near the river, knowing full well that eels dig holes in such places, making secluded nests for themselves. After some time, Chin discovers an inconspicuous hole near the water that the eel could use for habitation. Knowing that the hole has 2 exits, one at the top and one leading straight into the water, Chin decides to block the one that leads to the river to prevent the eel from escaping. Using clay and wet earth, he closes the bottom exit so that the eel cannot escape and swim away when he starts fishing. Chin realizes that catching eels with bare hands is not safe, as other, more dangerous creatures may live in such holes. He decides to weave together some long stalks of grass to carefully lower into the hole, realizing that such an activity requires special care, since snakes, unable to dig their own holes, often occupy those dug by eels and can pose a threat. Chin had a similar experience when he accidentally caught a water snake instead of an eel when he put his hand into a hole in junior high school, and was very lucky that the snake was not poisonous, leaving a lasting impression on him for life. The system advises that the best time to catch eels is in the summer, when they are in mating season and often emerge from their burrows and release lots of water bubbles, making them easier to spot. Chin carefully lowers a bunch of grass into the hole to find out what is actually living there, an eel or a snake. A moment later, something inside grabs the grass and begins to yank it sharply, which gives the guy a surge of adrenaline. With a sharp movement, Chin pulls out the improvised rope and happily realizes that he managed to catch an eel. This is another success. Helen happily examines the catch, genuinely surprised that the guy was able to catch a few more rice eels. Chin smiles as he explains that it wasn't that easy. He had to work hard and put in effort to find and catch the eels. But he is happy with the result, because now they are provided with food. Helen wonders what they will do with the catch, because if they fry all the eels at once, they will not be able to eat them all at once and they may spoil. Chin says they will smoke the eels to preserve their meat longer, giving them the freedom to eat in the coming days. He starts a fire and constructs a simple smoking rack, explaining that the process will only take 3 to 4 hours. As they don't need to store the meat for long, they plan to eat it in the next few days. Helen, feeling the need to be helpful, asks Chin if there is anything she can do to help, admitting that she often feels left out and uncomfortable. She notes that Chin is always busy, and she wants to contribute to their shared survival as well. Chin smiles and replies that he will teach her how to weave ropes from tree bark, and once she has mastered the skill, she will be in charge of making ropes in their camp. Chin also announces that he is going to the river and asks Helen to heat the stone slab for their upcoming dinner to speed up the cooking process. With the help of the trap, he manages to catch only 2 or 3 small fish, no more than 5 or 6 a day, which he considers insufficient to provide a stable diet for both of them. He decides that the best solution would be to build a dam to preserve the fish he catches. In the coming days, they will feed on eel meat, while simultaneously accumulating fish in a man-made pool to ensure a steady supply of food. Chin believes that they are already provided with food for the next 3 days, and begins to think about improving their housing in case the rains begin. After this, he turns the trap over and releases the caught fish into a small artificial pool. Helen is very hungry during the day and is looking forward to finally having dinner. Her stomach is growling with hunger. Chin turns over pieces of eel on a hot stone slab, informing Helen that dinner will be ready in a few minutes. One last touch left. Chin decides to add some wild berries to the dish to give the eel a special note. The berries fall with a quiet hiss onto the hot stone slab, filling the rice eel with a wonderful forest aroma, awakening the appetite and giving the dish a special sophistication. Helen takes a hot piece of eel from the stone slab and slowly begins to taste it, chewing carefully and enjoying every moment. The oily aroma of smoke and the slight sourness of raspberries combine beautifully, balancing each other out. Each piece, soaked in sweet and sour juice, melts on her tongue, causing genuine delight. Chin takes great satisfaction in watching Helen enjoy the dinner he prepared, and is glad that his culinary efforts are appreciated. He holds a smoldering tinder fungus in his hand. The guy is going to return to the clearing where he saw the hare, and hopes that his hunt will bring good luck. The morning dew had destroyed all traces, but the young man had prudently made marks on the trees so that he could easily find his way to the clearing. Chin is sure that this is his chance to provide the camp with meat, because since they built the shelter, he has not gone hunting, and now he feels the need to replenish supplies. Fish and eels are almost gone, and it is time to take care of food again. The action moves back 2 days. Helen curiously asks Chin why he took apart their shed. Chin replies that the old shed was too small and unreliable, and he decided to build a more spacious and stable structure that would be more comfortable and safer. Throughout the day, they worked hard together to improve their design. The new canopy turned out much better than the previous one. It became larger and protected them more reliably from rain and wind. Chin is going to follow the path the hare took, hoping to track him down. He only has a few hours until the tinder fungus smolders and keeps the fire going. He speculates that hares probably do not migrate long distances, but prefer to stay in one place because the jungle is rich in vegetation, and they have no need to search for food in other parts of the forest. In practice, it turned out that finding a hare hole was not as easy as he expected. After some time, the young man still manages to find a hole located next to an old tree, which becomes a real find for him. The virtual system tells Chin that hares usually have 3 exits from their holes, so the one he found is far from the only one. Before smoking out a hare, Chin carefully seals all escape routes to prevent the animal from escaping. The young man finds 5 exits from the hole, 3 of which he carefully blocks, leaving only 2, in one of which he will put tinder fungus to smoke out the animal, and at the other he will watch for the hare. Using a smoldering tinder fungus, Chin lights a small fire so that the smoke fills the hare's hole and forces the animal to come out. The young man takes up a position at one of the exits of the hole, and all he can do is wait until the hare jumps out to freedom, driven away by the smoke. After a while, a large hare bursts out of the hole at great speed, forcing Chin to react instantly and try to grab it. The young man's reaction does not fail him. He suddenly grabs the animal. The next moment, a small hare appears in his hands, flailing about in panic. A few seconds later, other little rabbits start running out of a nearby hole, and Chin realizes that he has accidentally found a whole family. Wild hares rarely live in large colonies, but here, as it turned out, lived a fairly large family. Chin puts out the fire and very carefully tries to look inside the rabbit hole. Inside the hole, Chin finds 3 little rabbits huddled in a corner, clearly frightened by what is happening, trembling with fear. Even though most of the older and larger hares managed to escape, Chin still had a good catch today and was quite pleased. Returning to the camp, the boy does not hide his joy and boasts about his catch. Helen takes one of the hares in her arms, gently hugging it to herself, and begins to play with it. Chin looks at this with a grin and reminds Helen that the hares are not toys, but they're food. He's going down to the river to cut them up for cooking. Helen, looking at these little creatures, says that they are too cute to eat and begs Chin not to do it. She suggests not to rush into this decision, arguing that the bunnies are too bony and skinny to eat, and suggests fattening them up and waiting until they grow up and gain weight, and then deciding their fate. Chin agrees with Helen's suggestion, admitting that there will be very little meat from these small hares now. He says that they will eat the only large hare and leave the rest and take care of them. Helen gently hugs the bunny, asks him for forgiveness, and whispers that they really have no choice. She did everything she could to delay their fate. Chin begins to carefully cut up a large hare, taking into account that the meat of a wild animal has a strong smell, so it is important to properly bleed and skin it. He notices that the fur of wild hares is much tougher than that of domestic rabbits, and decides to save the skin, planning to use it in the future. Helen says that she doesn't like rabbit meat at all, as it's too smelly, to which Chin suggests that she eat fried fish and leave all the meat to him. He understands her, since he himself notices that the meat of the fried hare really has a disgusting smell, and even after careful processing, it was not possible to get rid of this stench. Chin looks at a happy Helen and asks her why she looks so happy, and asks her to share information. Helen smiles and announces that tomorrow is the 7th and final day of their stay on the island. The girl says that they will finally be able to leave the island and that this is a great reason to rejoice. Chin looks at the smiling Helen and feels surprised by her naive thoughts, because their situation is far from joyful. After some time, Helen notices strange devices in Chin's hands and, coming closer, asks what he is doing. Chin calmly replies that he wants to make fire. Helen, in surprise, points to the already burning fire nearby. She says that they already have a fire and does not understand why Chin is doing this. Chin explains that he wants to learn a new skill because the more he knows and can do, the better for their survival, especially if one of those dark days comes. Having received a new package of knowledge from the system, the guy mastered 5 different ways of starting a fire, and although the most productive is using a flywheel, he decided to try the technique with a wooden bow. He begins to work diligently with the new device, quickly mastering the technique. Soon, due to intense friction, a light smoke appears. Chin picks up the smoldering moss in his hands and begins to gently fan the flames with his light breath. A minute later, a new fire is already burning at his feet. Helen, watching this process, experiences sincere childish joy and cannot help but praise him for this new skill. The next morning, the young people prepare to leave their camp. Helen tenderly bids farewell to the little hares and asks them to behave well. Chin looks at the girl and thinks that she is still sure that rescuers will definitely come for them exactly on the 7th day. He realizes that she lives in her own world, and he becomes increasingly concerned about how she will perceive reality if their expectations are not met. Helen settles down on the shore and eagerly awaits the arrival of rescuers, being very surprised by their absence and assuming that she just needs to wait a little while. Chin realizes that they will most likely be forced to spend the night on the beach, so he decides to prepare in advance, gather firewood and some coconuts to provide them with minimal comfort. Yesterday, Chin learned a new fire-making technique and decided to try it out in real life today. Helen begins to shiver from the cold and excitement. Her voice sounds worried when she asks why the rescuers are taking so long, when it is almost dark. She begins to wonder if she's miscalculated, and maybe it's only day 6. But then comes the terrifying thought that maybe the rescuers have simply forgotten about them. Chin, feeling the girl's excitement, does not know how to start this conversation. how to choose the words to tell her the bitter truth and not completely shatter her hopes. But he doesn't have time to utter a single word, because Helen suddenly grabs his hand tightly, her eyes full of fear and despair. She starts to get hysterical. Tears are streaming down her face. She screams that she doesn't want to die here, in this abandoned place. Her voice is full of pain and fear. In a state of hysteria, Helen demands that Chin tell her that none of this is true and that they will definitely be saved, her condition worsening with each passing second. Chin realizes that there is no other way to stop her panic and decides to take a sharp step. He hits her on the cheek with his palm, hoping to bring her back to reality. It works. Helen instantly calms down. She looks at him stunned, asking why he hit her, her voice now quiet and full of bewilderment. Chin tells Helen that she needs to look at things realistically, no matter how painful it is, and accept the truth. Helen, unable to contain her emotions, hugs the young man and begins to cry loudly, her voice trembling when she says that the rescuers will not come for them and will never take them away from here. The realization of this causes deep pain. Klein tries to calm her down and quietly says that it's okay if the rescuers don't come. He's still there and won't abandon her, and everything will be fine, no matter how hard it is for them now. Night falls on the island. Young people sit by the fire, silently watching the ocean spread out before them. Silence fills the space around them, as if they were alone in this world. It's early morning. Chin is suddenly woken up by a powerful blow to the face. Stunned, he asks what's wrong and why she did it. Helen defiantly reports that he hit her yesterday, and she decided to repay the debt by playing by the same rules. But after that, she suddenly begins to thank him for yesterday, admitting that his support helped her get through difficult moments. Her words sound sincere. Chin tries to control himself. Helen's behavior and reaction seem strange to him. Helen points to the ocean. She notes that, judging by the time, the tide should have started to go out, but it hasn't, and the water level remains the same. Chin says that low tides do not always occur at the same time, and can be several hours apart from the previous day. He reminds them that 7 days have passed since they found themselves on the island, and now they will have to wait for low tide for about 3 more hours. After opening the coconut with a knife, the guy suggests waiting a bit and enjoying the coconut milk. Helen is surprised at how quickly a whole week has flown by and thoughtfully begins a conversation about the rescuers, asking whether they will come for them or not. Chia notices that the girl is starting to come to her senses a little after yesterday, since she can now calmly discuss such topics without falling into despair. Helen reports that she knows that if someone is listed as missing, then after 2 weeks of searching, they are officially declared dead. Kian agrees that their prospects do not look bright. If rescuers do not find them within a month, then search efforts will likely be scaled back, and in the worst case, stopped altogether. Helen listens to him and sighs, thinking that in this situation, Chin could have said something more encouraging, because support is so important now. She has almost resigned herself to the idea that rescuers may never find them, and suggests that in this case they build a boat so that they themselves can try to sail away from the island. At this moment, Chin suddenly turns around, his gaze focused. He begins to look very closely at the ocean. The guy notices Helen's gaze and asks why she is looking at him so intently. He says that the water has already receded and suggests going in search of food. After some time, they return to the camp. Chin is surprised to find that the young hares tried to escape. They partially gnawed through the cage, trying to get out to freedom. He understands that they returned just in time, because if they had stayed a couple more hours, the hares would have already managed to escape. Chin asks Helen to guard the hares to prevent them from escaping while he lights a fire to cook. Helen, meanwhile, finishes preparing dinner and informs Chin that everything is ready and they can start eating. Chin, busy building a new cage for the rabbits, asks her to start eating dinner without him, as he wants to finish the job and make sure the rabbits can't escape anymore. He also asks Helen not to throw away the clamshells, because they can be useful, to which the girl asks in surprise how these shells can be useful. Chin believes that the seafood they collected today will last for about 2 days, and in the coming days, the low tide will be mostly at midday, so they can replenish their supplies later. He reflects on how lucky they are that they are not allergic to seafood, as it is now their main source of food. Although such food is only a temporary solution, they need to find more permanent sources of food. Chin says that he is very tired and needs a good night's sleep, so he asks Helen to wake him up at midnight so that he can go on duty. Helen realizes that Chin barely slept last night because of her, and she feels grateful for that. Chin suddenly opens his eyes and realizes that it is already morning. although he expected to wake up at midnight. Still a little sleepy, he asks Helen why she didn't wake him up as he asked. The girl explains that he was sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to disturb him, and she decided to give him the opportunity to get a full night's sleep to restore his strength. Chin sees that Helen looks very tired. He understands that she also needs rest. The guy asks her to stay in the camp today and just rest, emphasizing that she does not need to do anything. Kin sets out from camp. He knows that the tide will be low around 1 p.m., but first the guy intends to try to find other food sources to diversify their diet. However, finding something edible turns out to be a difficult task. Chin has been wandering through the forest for more than 2 hours, and all he manages to find are unknown berries that may be dangerous. Judging by the position of the sun, it must be around 9 in the morning now, and he begins to wonder how far he has gone from the beach and whether it is time to return so as not to miss the moment of low tide. Suddenly Chin freezes, hearing a very familiar sound. He listens carefully. The young man begins to guess what this unfamiliar noise is and understands where it is coming from. The guy instantly rushes towards the familiar sound and soon discovers that there are huge bamboo thickets on this island. This is a real discovery for him. Using his stone axe, he begins to chop down young bamboo stems, hoping to use them for a variety of useful purposes. Bamboo is considered a multifunctional plant in nature, and Chin understands that with its help, the tools and equipment from the survival kit will no longer be something unattainable. However, chopping bamboo turns out to be much more difficult than he thought. After each blow of the axe on the trunk, the entire plant shakes and sways, which significantly reduces the force of the blow, and a noticeable recoil occurs, which complicates the task. After several hours of hard work, Chin decides that he needs to take a break, as he can hardly feel his hands anymore. The guy collects straight young bamboo trunks and counts the time he spent in this forest. Although the bamboo harvest was successful, he feels that he has lost too much time and now needs to return to camp as quickly as possible. Upon his return, Helen meets him at the camp, her face lighting up with joy when she sees that Chin has returned safe and sound, and tells him that she had been waiting for him, preparing fish for him to help him regain his strength after a long day of work. Helen suggests starting dinner as soon as possible because the fish is already starting to get cold. Chin takes his portion and is surprised to find that some of the fish has turned into charcoal, clearly overcooked. The girl notices his confusion and asks what's wrong. Why isn't he eating? To which Chin replies that the fish is too hot and he should wait a little while for it to cool down. Helen sincerely hopes that Chin will like her fried fish and is looking forward to his reaction. The young man chews and swallows a small piece with difficulty, saying that it is very tasty, and tries to look sincere so as not to offend the girl. Helen is very happy with the compliment and decides to try the fish herself, believing that if he liked it, then she will also be able to enjoy the result of her efforts. However, a second later, she spits out the fried fish in disgust. Chin smiles faintly as he watches her reaction, realizing that she also tasted the unpleasant taste. Helen says that all the fish is burnt and bitter and inedible, and then sincerely apologizes for wasting the food. Chin, trying to calm her down, says that everything is fine and asks her not to say that, adding that only a small part of the fish was burnt, and next time she can cook it better if she is a little more careful. Chin asks Helen to stop torturing herself and stop eating the burnt fish, suggesting that she try the oysters they collected instead. However, Helen is stubborn and claims that she likes the fish, although it is obvious that she is just trying not to disappoint him. Chin, smiling, once again asks her to calm down and not force herself to eat something that is unpleasant to her, because food should bring joy, not be torture. The boy begins to make a new fish trap using a young bamboo stalk and his stone axe, hoping that the new gear will increase their catch. Chin says that Helen also has a task and points to the remaining bamboo. He asks her to cut off a knee of bamboo, peel it, make holes in it, and insert a string to make a water bottle. Helen looks at him seriously and asks him not to be shy about asking her for help, adding that if they want to survive on this island, they must help each other and share responsibilities equally. Chin replies that he appreciates her support, but asks her not to push herself too hard and to be careful not to accidentally cut herself. Making a new fishing trap requires a careful approach and consists of several stages. First, Chin cuts one of the bamboo stalks lengthwise, giving it a shape resembling an opening flower. This will be the basis for the future trap. He then cuts another bamboo stalk into strips of equal width and begins to weave them around the first one, creating a strong and flexible basket-like structure. He then uses the remaining bamboo strips to create a funnel at the top that will prevent the caught fish from escaping, thus ensuring the effectiveness of the structure. After some time, a notification is sent to his virtual account. The system informs him that 500 points have been awarded for the successful production of a new fish trap, which gives him a feeling of satisfaction for the work done. Helen and Chin sit by the fire, silently looking at the fire and watching as the flames light up the clearing. Helen shows Chin her water bottle, which she made from a bamboo stalk. Chin sincerely praises her for her diligent and thoughtful work, and he notes with admiration that her idea to make ears for the rope turned out to be very practical and convenient. They both appreciate the bamboo as an excellent building material and decide that it is worth returning to the bamboo grove tomorrow to cut down a few more trunks. Helen says that she does not intend to be a burden and that her help in this matter would be very useful. Chin wants to discuss an important issue with the girl before he tried not to burden her too much, fearing for her mental state. But now that she's clearly back to normal, he admits that having his hands free would definitely be a good thing. Helen notices that the bamboo thickets are simply huge. There is no end in sight. The couple spends more than 2 hours on the road, and now feeling tired, they decide to take a break and rest a little to regain their strength. Helen likes the bamboo grove. She thinks it's a nice place and suggests moving the camp, as there are a lot of useful materials there and the space seems more cozy and calm. However, Chin is against such a proposal. He believes that food is more important to them now, and moving the camp without thinking everything through carefully is unwise. He hands the girl his camping knife and asks her to start searching for bamboo shoots, as they agreed the night before. Chin reminds her that the journey back to the camp will take a long time. So regardless of whether Helen finds the escapees or not, he asks her to return here by noon. Despite the fact that the bamboo grove is huge, finding young shoots turns out to be quite difficult. Helen does not give up, and after some time, she still manages to find a small number of young shoots. She decides that it is better to choose smaller shoots, since the adults are too heavy and will be difficult to carry to the camp. Looking at the results of her work, Helen feels great satisfaction. It seems to her that these shoots should last for a long time. Suddenly, the girl tenses up when she starts hearing strange sounds that are clearly approaching her. A moment later, she notices a wild boar appearing in a clearing a few dozen meters away from her, which makes her heart beat faster. Helen tries to pull herself together and stay calm, desperately trying not to scream so as not to attract the attention of the dangerous animal. She decides that the best option would be to leave the clearing as quickly and quietly as possible and immediately report her observation to Chin, since wild animals can pose a serious threat to their safety. Helen runs up to Chin, her eyes wide with fear and her breath caught in her throat, as she excitedly begins to talk about a pack of wild boars she just saw. Chin asks Helen if she is sure that she saw forest boars and if she confused them with someone else. Helen reports with certainty that they were definitely wild boars. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they were moving straight in their direction. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chin grabs the girl's hand and tells her that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible to avoid putting themselves in danger. The guy says that wild boars, although not predators, can seriously injure, so you need to leave the bamboo grove as soon as possible, without risking running into angry animals. However, their plans are ruined when they find themselves at the exit of the bamboo grove and see that their way is cut off. There stands the leader of the pack, a large boar. Chin, examining the animal, wonders where these boars came from, because they weren't here just now. The sudden appearance of the animal seems strange to him. He suggests that the pack could have come down from the mountains. The system reports that forest boars are known for their ferocious nature and have an extremely wild character. They have very few enemies in nature, which explains their confidence and aggressive behavior. Chin asks Helen to be quiet and try to leave as quietly as possible without attracting the attention of the animals, since the boars have not yet shown any obvious aggression. Suddenly, the huge leader, having sensed the scent of people, makes loud sounds. His nostrils flare, and his gaze becomes wary. The boar roars loudly and rushes at them, forcing the young men to run away. The whole pack rushes after the leader, their hooves loudly pounding the ground. Chin understands that the situation is serious. These animals are too fast, and in just a couple of minutes they will catch up with them if nothing is done. Helen, barely breathing, reports that she can no longer run. Her strength is running out. Despair overwhelms her. She wonders if this is her end, and feels how panic is taking hold of her more and more. Looking at Chin, she suddenly realized that she couldn't be a burden to him. If she stayed, the guy would be able to be saved. With difficulty pulling her hand away, Helen screams at Chin to leave her and save himself, because she has absolutely no strength to continue running. Chin turns around. He clearly doesn't intend to leave her. Anger and determination can be seen in his eyes. The guy won't let her stay and become a victim. The wild boars continue to pursue the young men, gradually reducing the distance between them, their hooves thumping dully, increasing the feeling of fear in the young men. Chin realizes that since it is impossible to escape, he will have to fight the animals to protect both himself and Helen. He raises his stone axe and, gathering all his strength, begins to shout loudly at the aggressive animals, hoping to scare them away. Surprisingly, this tactic is successful. The leader of the pack of boars stops and freezes in place. Chin recalls the words of a hunter from Talk Show, who once said that in a pack of boars, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, and therefore, when frightened, they can easily run away. The young man decides to take advantage of this knowledge. He continues to shout loudly and confidently walks towards the animals, his movements full of determination. He swings his axe, believing that he is only one step away from victory, and this confidence gives him courage. Chin decides to throw his stone axe straight into the flock, hoping that this will finally scare the boars away and force them to retreat. As it turns out, the tactic really works. The huge animals turn sharply and hide in the nearby thickets, not wanting to take any risks. Helen approaches Chin, her eyes full of worry. She asks if he is hurt, to which Chin replies that he is fine and she does not need to worry. Chin informs Helen that the herd of boars may return soon, so there is no time for talking now and they should return to camp as quickly as possible. Chin picks up the axe, glad it didn't break, but suddenly freezes in place, noticing the pack leader standing motionless in front of him. A huge boar stands right in front of him, not moving and breathing heavily. Chia notices a deep wound on his leg, from which blood is flowing heavily, and he realizes that it was this wound that prevented the animal from escaping with the others. Chin is aware that wounded animals can be extremely dangerous. Fear and pain cause them to act in a state of panic, and they can only become more aggressive when they feel threatened. If a boar feels cornered, it may charge at an enemy in a state of frantic desperation. Chin shouts loudly at the animal, ordering it to go away, and then throws a stone axe towards it, aiming for its head. The blow is not strong enough to cause serious harm to the boar, and instead of running away, the boar begins to roar loudly and charges at Chin in fury. Chin realizes that he needs to divert the boar's attention to himself in order to save Helen, and orders her to return to camp immediately. The guy begins to lead the boar further and further, trying to take him away from the place where the girl remained. He risks his own safety to save her. Finally, Chin loudly orders Helen to return to camp immediately, and not to hesitate, because every moment could be decisive. He sees that the boar is persistently pursuing him, and understands that it is high time to use one of his spare skills to win this dangerous confrontation. Chin activates the virtual screen and quickly selects the feature called Cheetah Run, which he won earlier on the Wheel of Fortune. In the blink of an eye, the virtual system activates the skill, saying that it will last for 1 day. The boar pursues him with all his might, but the distance between them quickly increases, and the young man manages to break away, leaving the pursuer behind. Chin finds this skill incredibly useful, but immediately notices that it takes up a huge amount of energy in a short time, draining his strength. After a few minutes of running, Chin begins to realize that his body is no longer able to continue running. A terrible fatigue is gripping his muscles and his breathing is becoming intermittent. The Cheetah Run skill is designed to last for 1 day, but Chin's physical capabilities clearly do not allow him to continue for that long. He was only able to maintain the speed for 3 minutes. Thanks to this incredible dash, he managed to get several kilometers away from the boar. The huge boar continues to pursue, his leg wound seeming to only fuel his aggression, making him even more dangerous and uncontrollable. Chin watches as an enraged animal appears at the edge of the forest, notices him, and increases its speed. Chin runs to the nearest tree and tries to climb it as quickly as possible, hoping to hide from the boar and be out of its reach. The guy hopes that the boar won't notice him, because these animals have very poor eyesight, and in the dense foliage of the tree he can remain unnoticed. The boar appears in a clearing next to a tree and begins to slowly walk around, clearly looking for the person who, in his opinion, is still nearby. Despite poor eyesight, the boar has an excellent sense of smell and quickly detected the human scent. Chin considers the boar a worthy opponent. Being wounded, the animal pursued him for several kilometers and did not give up, continuing its hunt, which causes respect in the guy. He hopes that he is now safe, because these animals are completely unable to climb trees, and he will be able to hold out here for a long time. But the next second, the tree he was sitting on was suddenly shaken by a powerful blow, and it made Chin's heart stop. The boar, full of rage, begins to tear apart the tree's root system and deliver powerful blows with his skull, clearly intending to fell the tree and get his target. The tree begins to wobble violently. Chin remembers the story of an old man from the village who once said that boars are capable of felling a tree with their blows. He always considered this an exaggeration of old tales. But now, watching what is happening, he understands that this is quite possible. Chin realizes that if the boar continues its attacks, the tree will not last even half an hour, which puts him in a very dangerous position. Suddenly, the boar stops attacking, turns around, and slowly moves away from the tree. Apparently, fatigue and a severe wound on the leg have finally made themselves known, and the animal is no longer able to continue its attacks. Chin assesses the situation and thinks that this animal weighs about 200 kilograms, and if he manages to kill it, then they will be able to salt the meat and provide themselves with food for at least several months. Chin sees that the boar is barely moving its legs and thinks that the animal has reached its limit, after which he decides to take advantage of the situation and jumps out of the tree. Even though the boar is wounded, Chin knows he must act with caution, as wild creatures on the brink of death tend to attack with particular force. The boar notices that the man has jumped out of the tree. He turns around and begins to approach the guy at great speed, clearly intending to attack. Chin waits for the right moment, and when the boar approaches the required distance, he sharply dodges to the side and strikes with a knife. At great speed, the wild animal crashes into a tree and loses consciousness, falling heavily to the ground. Chin looks at the huge carcass of the boar and realizes that he needs to gather his strength to finish what he started. After some time, the animal begins to come to its senses and tries to get to its feet, which forces the guy to act quickly. Chin realizes that this is his last chance and jumps on the boar, plunging the knife up to the hilt into its skull. The boar lets out a terrible roar and suddenly jumps to his feet. Chin, having received a powerful blow, flies to the side. Chin realizes that the forest animal has incredibly thick skin and powerful bones, and his knife strike, even with full force, was unable to finish off the boar. In the end, after a short fight, the young man wins and, exhausted, falls next to the animal's corpse. The virtual system informs him that he received 2,000 points for killing the boar. Chin begins to think about Helen, wondering if the girl was able to reach the camp safe and sound. The boar turns out to be too heavy to carry back to camp in one go, so the boy decides that he needs to cut it up and carry it in pieces. The sun is already beginning to set. The young man decides to hide the boar's body so that other predators do not find it, and to return for it the next day. Chin realizes that wild animals usually have an excellent sense of smell, and despite his best efforts to hide the boar, there is a high chance that predators will discover it. Helen thinks that they need to hurry. She breaks off a small piece of the stone to make a stone axe, which can be useful to her for defense. After breaking off this piece, she uses a rope to tie it to a stick, creating a primitive but reliable weapon for self-defense. Helen then tears a piece of fabric from the hem of her dress, preparing to use it for the upcoming outing. Helen takes out some of the ashes left from the fire and carefully places them on a torn piece of cloth, ready to use it in case of an encounter with boars. The girl decides that if boars appear on her way, she will throw ashes in their eyes and try to escape. The girl is greatly surprised by the voice of Chin, who suddenly appears nearby and asks for forgiveness for depriving her of the opportunity to fight the boars. Helen looks up and sees Chin in front of her, smiling silently and looking at her intently. She rushes to the young man and asks if he is okay and if he was injured during the dangerous fight. Helen hugs the guy. Tears are running down her face. She can't hold back, expressing all her feelings. The girl says that she is incredibly glad that nothing happened to him. Helen admits that she was afraid that the boy would be killed by wild boars and she would never see him again. Helen asks Chin why he is all wet and suggests that perhaps the guy fell into the water. Chin takes off his wet clothes and, avoiding details, says it's a long story. Helen feels extremely uncomfortable watching the young man undress right in front of her and turns away so as not to look. She suggests that he put his clothes by the fire so that they can dry before nightfall. Otherwise, Chin risks catching a cold in the cold. Chin, smiling slightly, replies that he has a lot of interesting news and he will definitely share it later. But for now, he needs to rest. At this point, Helen decides to turn to him again to offer to cook food. She instantly freezes in place as she sees Chin's pants fall off. Thanks to the new bamboo fish trap, the young people now have enough fish to meet their food needs and feel that their situation has improved a little. Kin reports that he managed to kill the boar that was chasing him and that he hid the carcass in a bamboo grove. He plans to return there tomorrow to collect the meat. Helen, hearing this, is very surprised. It is hard for her to believe that Chin was able to cope with such a huge and aggressive animal. Her admiration is mixed with anxiety. She realizes that he will have to go into the dangerous bamboo grove again and begins to become visibly worried, fearing for his safety. Chin, noticing her concern, says that he killed the boar, most likely by pure chance, and that in such circumstances it is not worth taking unnecessary risks. He believes that for better understanding it is worth telling her one old parable that can help to understand his point of view. Once upon a time there lived a small family, in which the father was a fisherman, but one day the harsh sea took him away. To protect her son, the mother forbade him from going near the sea, hoping to keep him safe from danger. But the child did not listen to his mother's instructions and often went out to sea with other adults from the village. Years later, a large tidal wave washed over the village and the mother and son nearly drowned. But when the mother could no longer stay afloat, the son swam to her and saved her. Helen, hearing this parable, says that she knows it and understands the meaning that Chin is trying to convey. She understands that avoiding danger does not lead to survival, which is why the son from the parable learned to swim despite his mother's prohibitions. The girl realizes that Chin wants to be like that son who is not afraid of difficulties and actively copes with the challenges of fate instead of avoiding them. Chin adds that if they really want to survive on this island, they must learn to cope with all the difficulties. Chin intends to make a bow out of bamboo to kill the boars. He believes that the only threat on this desert island is these animals. If he has a bow, he will be able to destroy the boars, keeping the camp safe. The next morning comes. Chin is going to the bamboo grove. Before he goes, he asks Helen to check the fish trap and not to burn the fish like what happened last time. Chin remembers that his cheetah run card is still valid until noon and decides to take advantage of this to get to the bamboo grove as quickly as possible. Having reached the grove, he finds the carcass of a wild boar and notices that during the night predators found it and partially ate it. However, Chin believes that it is not so bad. They were lucky that the animals did not eat the whole carcass, leaving the fillet part. The boy decides that he needs to remove the hard skin of the boar because it can be used to create a rug or something like a blanket that can help on cold nights. He carefully examines the wounds left by unknown predators and wonders who it could have been. Because wounds 3 centimeters deep could only have been inflicted by very strong and dangerous animals. Chin cuts off 4 legs, each weighing more than 10 kilograms, and thinks that this meat will last them a long time. He understands that his strength is limited and he cannot carry all the meat and materials alone, but he does not want to take Helen with him, fearing for her safety. Helen is in the camp. She found a strong and large fish bone, which she sharpens with a stone to make a needle. After some time, she manages to make a fairly strong and sharp tool that can be useful for sewing or creating other necessary things. Suddenly, Chin quietly sneaks up on the girl and says that her needle turned out pretty good, which scares her a lot. Helen screams in surprise and pricks her finger. Her mood worsens, and she angrily asks him never to do that again. A little later, Helen notices 4 large boar legs that Chin brought with him. Her eyes light up with a bright fire. She understands that soon they will finally be able to eat their fill of meat. A feeling of joy fills her. Chin believes that if they use the boar meat sparingly, they can stretch it out for half a month or even longer, which will greatly improve their situation on the island. Helen, looking closely at the meat, asks what the white part, which looks like fat, is called. Chin explains that it is boar fat, and later they can melt it down to make oil, which they can use for cooking or other purposes. Helen expresses doubt about this, since they do not have suitable containers, and asks how they will store it. Chin smiles and says that in that case they just need to make dishes, and suggests that the girl play with clay to create something useful. Chin starts mixing the clay and says that he will now show Helen how to make the necessary dishes with it. The clay that is near their camp is very oily and is perfect for pottery. The field crafts pack that was purchased from the online store describes 6 ways to work with clay. Chin decides to use one of them. Depending on the purpose of the item, you need to roll the clay into flagella of different lengths, so that you can then use them to create dishes. Chin coils the strands around the base he has previously made, layering them one on top of the other to form the walls of the future vessel. He says he knows many other ways to work with clay, but most of them require a potter's wheel, which is too complicated for beginners and not suitable for their conditions. Chin shows his creation to Helen and says that it is almost ready. All that remains is to give it its final shape. Helen can't help but laugh loudly, noticing that his dishes resemble a huge pile of excrement, which greatly offends Chin. The guy takes her statement nervously and angrily throws the clay aside. He explains that the clay is very soft, and because of this, it took on such a strange shape during sculpting. The guy suggests that Helen try to create something herself, using the information he just told her, so that she can feel how difficult it is. Chin decides to make a small cup and begins to work hard on its shape. After some time, he carefully examines his creation and finds it quite successful. Believing that he has made the perfect cup, he thinks that there is nothing difficult in creating dishes. Chin boasts about himself as he shows Helen his bowl, adding that skill comes with experience. Helen reports that she has made quite a lot of dishes, but she is still not very happy with the quality of her products. Chin looks at the cups the girl has made and cannot hide his surprise. They have a perfect shape, as if they were made by a real master. He sincerely praises Helen for her work and suggests that she try to create something more useful than bowls, such as a pot. Chin takes the bowls out to dry and then asks Helen to make a medium-sized pot that will be easier to fire. Chin takes a bamboo stick and begins to dig a hole for the future oven, realizing that despite the possibility of firing clay products directly on the fire, it is better to do it in a kiln. Quite quickly, he manages to dig a hole of the required depth, which will become the basis for their future oven, and begins to create a structure for firing clay products. In this pit, Chin strengthens the walls to make the kiln more secure, and then installs the kiln itself above it, giving it the shape of a box. Time flew by while working, and the day gradually came to an end. Chin understands that they will only be able to continue what they started tomorrow. The young men are enjoying their dinner. The boy feels that their situation is getting better. Thanks to the new trap, there is enough fish for a day or even more, and they also have several large pieces of boar meat. Helen notices that Chin is silently smiling and asks him to share his thoughts, wanting to know what exactly made him so happy. Chin replies that he was thinking about some unimportant nonsense and doesn't even remember what exactly made him laugh, trying not to show his true thoughts. Chin puts on the t-shirt that Helen made for him and thinks to himself that he is smiling simply because they are still alive, and that is already a great reason to be happy. He carefully examines the neat and strong seam with which Helen repaired the t-shirt and understands that a girl who can sew so well is a great rarity in our time. Helen tells them that they need to take care of their clothes, as they don't have any spares and sooner or later they will all become unusable, even despite her efforts to fix them. She worries that no matter how hard she tries, her skills may at some point become useless and they will be left without any clothes at all. Chin, seeing her anxiety, asks her not to worry and assures Helen that soon they will have the opportunity to change their clothes, and their life will change for the better. He tries to speak confidently to instill hope in the girl. Chin, wanting to keep his teeth in order, uses a twig to clean them. Helen is very surprised by this method of oral care, especially the use of ash instead of toothpaste. Kine explains that this method is effective because the ash contains alkali or potassium hydroxide, which helps remove plaque, so wood ash can be used to clean teeth. Helen admits that this method is quite complicated and unusual for her, but agrees that it is better than nothing. The young men begin loading the kiln, preparing the clay pieces for the next stage of their creation. Helen wonders how long the firing process will take, hoping it won't be too long. Chin tells her that, judging by the size of the pots and dishes, the firing will take at least 5 hours, and they will have to be patient to wait for the result. In pottery, everything is not so simple. It is necessary to carefully monitor the temperature, otherwise cracks and chips will appear on the finished products, which can make them unsuitable for use. Chin insists on making several spare pots so that you won't be left with nothing if some of them crack. He asks Helen to sit at the kiln and maintain a constant fire temperature to ensure a proper firing process and minimize the risk of defects. After 5 hours, the firing process was completed. Much to the disappointment of the young men, about 60% of all the bowls had cracked, which was an unpleasant surprise. Chin considers this a bad result and is determined to come up with another way to improve the success rate next time. He begins to think about different options that could help make the clay products more durable. Helen asks what kind of pot it is and why it looks different. Chin replies that he used a special ceramic making technique and mixed ceramic powder into the clay to make it stronger. Chan tells Helen that it is his turn to be on duty. But the girl is so engrossed in her work that she does not want to go to bed and decides to finish the last pot, demonstrating her tenacity. Chin believes that she has a certain innate talent in the craft, as she quickly learns new skills and displays extraordinary dexterity. After the last firing, only 2 cups broke, and compared to the first time, the results are significantly improved, which confirms the effectiveness of the new method. The guy believes that if they can maintain the right temperature throughout the entire firing, there will be significantly less waste, and by the end of the day, they will have enough usable dishes. The next morning comes, and Helen asks why Chin adds water to the pot of boar fat. Chin replies that adding water will produce more fat, and the water will also prevent it from burning, making the rendering process more efficient. He suggests that while the fat is being rendered, the girl crush the collected shells into powder to use them later. Helen asks why this is being done and is very surprised to learn that the young man is going to make soap. She doesn't hide her joy, because if they succeed, they will be able to wash themselves normally. The guy explains that if you mix boar fat and lye, a process called saponification begins, which allows you to create soap. Helen reports that she heard similar things in chemistry classes, but never thought that she would ever have to apply this knowledge in practice. The young men begin to finely grind the shells, the powder of which contains calcium carbonate, which is necessary to create alkali. When heated over a fire, this powder changes its structure and turns into calcium oxide, which they are going to use in their production. Helen accidentally inhaled toxic fumes because when calcium carbonate is heated, it releases carbon dioxide, which is highly undesirable to inhale due to its potential health hazards. The guy believes that there is no reason to worry. Since the concentration of toxic gas is very small, he's going to continue the process and quench the oxide in water to obtain calcium hydroxide. Having obtained regular potassium from the ash, the young people add it to the composition to continue the experiment and create the necessary mixture. Potassium is an alkaline element, and so when mixed with fat, it creates soap, which is their ultimate goal. Chin thinks that there is no medicine on this island, and if they get sick, they might die. So they need to make soap to kill germs and reduce the risk of illness. The girl smells the melted boar fat and says that it smells delicious. It attracts her attention with its appetizing aroma. Chin says that he has boar cracklings in his cup and adds that the girl is unlikely to want to eat them, implying their specific taste. He says that pork lovers like this kind of food, but if a person does not eat this kind of meat, then he will find it quite unpleasant to consume this product. The guy pours the resulting mixture into a large bowl so that it cools and hardens, thus completing the soap-making process. Chin intends to go to the banana grove before evening to collect some leaves. He believes that they need to prepare for the rain. The sky is covered with dark, heavy clouds. A strong storm is moving towards the island. The boy prepares for a big downpour. Using a bamboo stick, he digs a ditch around the shelter to drain the water. He thinks they were lucky they managed to build a canopy. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to hide from the rain. For making dishes and soap, the young man received several thousand more points on his virtual account. He opens the holographic screen and checks his balance. Helen notices that the guy is behaving rather strangely. He's moving his hand in front of him in an unusual way. The girl considers this behavior to be quite strange, but does not dare to ask about it, preferring not to interfere. She touches yesterday's soap and sees that it lathers quite well, but if she uses it to wash her hair, it will become a little dry. Chien hands the girl a comb that he made himself and says that she will most likely like such a thing. Chien urges Helen to hide the boar skin and meat as soon as possible, as it could rain at any moment and ruin their supplies. The guy plans to start making a bow. He carefully examines the cut bamboo and comes to the conclusion that the material is of acceptable quality and not too wet for work. Knowing that bows are divided into 2 classes, heavy and light, Chin decides to make a heavy bow, since only with it can one effectively hunt wild boar. Since the bamboo he found was not very strong, the guy decides to make a composite bow. He carefully cuts the necessary plates and fixes them to give the desired shape. Chin didn't expect that making the bow would be such a long process. After spending a lot of time on creating just 2 elements, he realizes that he will hardly be able to finish it before tomorrow. Huge clouds gather over the island. It becomes gloomy. The air is filled with the sounds of rolling thunder, foreshadowing a storm. Helen is clearly nervous and tells the guy that she thinks it's going to rain heavily soon, judging by the darkening sky. Chin decides to immediately hide the meat and soap in the pots and cover them with lids to protect them from the approaching rain. Having finished hiding their valuable supplies, they retreat to their shelter, preparing to face the approaching heavy rain. Helen asks how long the rain will last. The guy replies that it may be heavier than they expect and may pour for a whole day. Chin suddenly wakes up from his sleep, hearing that in addition to the sound of rain, there are some strange sounds that alarm him. He is suddenly overcome with anxiety. He instantly realizes who these strange sounds in the night might belong to. The guy urgently wakes Helen up, shaking her by the shoulders, and asks her to wake up immediately, saying that danger is approaching. Helen suddenly wakes up and asks what's going on. Chin replies that he doesn't have time to explain and that the canopy needs to be taken down immediately. The girl is very confused and continues to ask what happened. The young man replies that he is not sure, but they are probably in danger. They run to the nearest tree. Chin helps Helen climb it to hide from the possible threat. Helen is still puzzled and continues to ask questions, but the guy insistently asks her to shut up immediately and remain silent. Suddenly, a huge deer runs out into the clearing where their camp was located, followed by a large flock of hares. Helen says the guy scared her to death because they are just relatively harmless animals. Chin's instincts didn't fail him. Following the deer, a huge flock of enraged wild boars runs out into the clearing. The girl is very surprised and starts to get nervous. Chin covers her mouth, not allowing her to make a sound, so that the angry boars do not notice their presence. Chin counts about 20 large boars and reassures the girl, saying that they should not be afraid, since these animals will not be able to climb the tree. The young men were incredibly lucky that it started to rain, which washed away the smell, and now the boars are unable to smell them. Several boars fall near the tree. The guy cannot understand whether they are dead or pretending, as the previous boar did. Shaya notices that there are strange wounds on the animals' bodies and wonders who could have inflicted them. The temperature starts to drop sharply, and if it continues like this, young people can become very cold and catch a cold. Chin realizes that he needs to do something rather than just sit and wait for the boars to leave. He intends to throw his boot at them to scare them off, and if the animals run away, they can get down. The guy hopes this method will work, otherwise he will have to go down and fight them. The kick of the boot attracts the attention of the wild animals, and they instantly jump to their feet. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. The wild boars, frightened by the boot's throw, ran away from the clearing. Helen says that these animals looked scared and wonders what could have scared them so much. The girl is afraid of heights and does not dare to jump down from the tree. Chin asks her to act decisively and says that he will catch her. Chin says there is no need to be afraid because the girl is only a few meters high. Helen slips on a slippery branch and falls screaming down on the guy. Chin fails to hold the girl and stay on his feet. He falls. Helen lands on top of him and gets a bump on his forehead. The young people are rebuilding their camp. Helen believes that putting up the shelter was the right decision, as otherwise the boars would have trampled everything. Helen approaches the cage with the young hares. The girl is very happy that they are safe and sound. She looks at the remains of the soap that the guy is holding in his hands and feels disappointed because they didn't really use this soap, and it turned into mush. All the firewood that was in the camp was wet. The guy hopes that it will dry quickly in the sun. Chin approaches the girl and demands that she take off her wet clothes, which greatly frightens Helen. Chin informs the girl that she needs to dry her clothes immediately to avoid getting sick. Chin watches as the water level in the creek rises. He thinks it's a good thing they didn't set up camp here as it would have been washed away. The fish trap he had made from rocks was flooded, but the new trap, fortunately, was intact. The guy decides that he needs to wash himself and wash his clothes with the remaining soap. The young men dry their clothes and warm themselves by the fire. Helen asks if the boars will be able to return again. Chin believes that they need to be prepared for this, so they need to continue to take shifts at night. He believes that they need to make a bow and arrow as soon as possible so that they can defend themselves instead of running away every time. The guy ties two parts of the bow together with a rope and starts to rotate one of them, trying to make them press tightly against each other and form a strong structure. He then ties the bow pieces together tightly and then reinforces them with another piece of bamboo for extra strength and durability. To make the bowstring, Chin uses strong boar sinew, which he plans to dry in the sun beforehand so that it does not lose its elasticity and retains its strength. The guy thinks he has done a great job. The string does not break and the bow does not deform, which means it is almost ready for use. The best material for making arrows is the deciduous abelia tree, But it doesn't grow here, so the guy has to use the material that is at hand. The wood blanks are very wet, so they need to be dried well over a fire to make them stronger and lighter. There are two ways to make arrowheads. The first is to burn the ends of the blanks in a fire and then sharpen them until sharp. The second method is to sharpen the stone and then stick it into the shaft of the arrow and tie it tightly, ensuring the strength of the structure. The second method requires more effort. Chin first plans to make 3 arrows with a stone tip and compare their power, and if there is no big difference, he will use wooden arrows. The virtual system reports that 2,000 points have been credited to his account for making a bow and arrow, which pleasantly surprises him. Chin counts his points and realizes that he already has more than 11,000 in total, which allows him to buy an expensive skill pack. He had already tried a skill called Cheetah Speed once, and it saved his life. But this skill is too tightly tied to endurance, and he cannot use it for long. The cheetah's speed is of little use if he ever encounters something like wild boars again. They are strong and can easily track down prey by scent, so the guy needs a skill that gives him strength to be able to fight the boar. However, the physical strength skill can only work in a one-on-one battle. If a guy runs into a herd of wild boars, a couple of blows clearly won't help him. Chin believes that with his new bamboo bow, he can compensate for his lack of physical strength, so the super speed skill is still the optimal choice for him. After much deliberation, Chin finally chooses the cheetah skill, and the system congratulates the young man on his successful purchase. The young man hears the mechanical voice of the system, which informs him that the physical transformation has begun. Chin begins to feel very strange feelings. He understands that every cell of his body is filled with new strength and energy. The next day, the young people continue to put their camp in order after the unexpected invasion of wild boars, trying to restore everything that was destroyed. After the boar raid, most of their belongings were completely destroyed and became unusable in the future. Having gained experience, the young people again made ceramic dishes. Now their skills in this matter had improved significantly, and in 2 days they already had a set of the most necessary household utensils. On the 3rd day after the night's rain, Chin finally found time to practice shooting with his new bamboo bow. The guy had never fired a weapon like this before, so his accuracy left much to be desired. However, after a whole day of hard training, he began to get better, far from perfect, but good enough to shoot a boar. Chin moves through the forest, the dense foliage above him blocking the sunlight, and although the rain fell 3 days ago, the soil has still not had time to dry out properly. The guy notices unusual flowers, inside of which there are small tadpoles floating, which surprises him. He wonders how they got there and realizes that very soon these tadpoles will turn into little frogs. Chin realizes that, judging by the number of tadpoles, the frog most likely laid its eggs here. The thought occurs to him that the world is huge and there is still much unexplored in it. He sees for the first time tadpoles that survived in the flower. Even though Chin first encountered wild boars in a bamboo grove, he still returns there to collect fresh bamboo shoots. He is distracted from this activity by strange sounds. The guy freezes in place and listens intently, trying to determine their source. He recognizes the sound and realizes that it most likely belongs to the pheasants that live in these areas. China heads towards the sound and indeed sees a huge number of pheasants in the bamboo clearing. The young man has never seen this species before and admires their beautiful plumage. He draws his bowstring and thinks that they will have excellent fresh pheasant soup for lunch today. However, the arrow fired from the bow flies past the pheasant without causing any harm to it. The guy suddenly realizes that hitting a moving target is much more difficult than hitting a stationary target. The pheasants show no fear, despite the fact that the guy continues to shoot at them. Chin fires almost all of his arrows, but fails to hit the birds, so he decides he needs to get a little closer. Coming even closer to the birds, he pulls the bowstring and thinks that at this distance he will most likely hit the target. Chin manages to aim accurately and hit the fast-moving pheasant. The system reports that a reward of 200 points has been received for successfully killing a wild pheasant. Chin begins to get excited and continues shooting at the birds, but after a while he notices that he has run out of arrows. This does not upset him at all, since he has already managed to shoot several birds and believes that this will be enough for a tasty dinner. Chan emerges from his hiding place and slowly approaches the birds to collect his trophies. Chin asks the girl if she's ready to eat and says that he will now lift the lid. The surrounding space is filled with the aromas of rich soup. Helen cannot contain her emotions and says that she is delighted with the smell. The girl blows on the hot soup, carefully cooling it, and then begins to slowly taste it. enjoying the taste. She says this pheasant soup is the best food she has tasted in a long time. Helen experiences great pleasure. She feels the rich taste of pheasant meat. It pairs perfectly with the fresh and slightly tart aroma of young bamboo. All these flavor notes intertwine and seem to dance on her tongue. Pheasant meat contains little fat. They are not very meaty, but meat without fat is much tastier. The guy says it's a pity they don't have salt, otherwise their soup would be much tastier. Helen completely agrees with him. She says that if you add a little salt to this soup, it will probably drive her crazy. Helen regrets that they do not have salt to improve the taste of their food and to replenish the essential minerals their bodies require to function properly. Chin is very surprised by the girl's limitations. He finds it ironic that she calls herself a student when it never even occurred to her that salt could be extracted from seawater. The guy tells her that tomorrow they will go to the beach and collect the necessary amount of salt to solve this problem. As the next morning dawns, Chin and Helen leave their camp and head to the beach, ready for a new challenge. Helen notes that the seawater will take a long time to boil and suggests going for a walk and looking for something useful so as not to waste time. Chin says that the girl can go on the search alone, as he is going to make a sundial to tell the exact time and organize their daily routine more efficiently. Helen doesn't understand how this is possible, because they don't have tools and they can't even build a normal house. This makes her doubt his plan. The guy kneads the clay, makes a layer out of it, and gives it the shape of a square. After this, he uses a rope to break this regular quadrilateral along the diagonals. He then draws a circle on it, which will be divided into sectors depending on the position of the sun during the day. In total, there are 3 types of sundials: equatorial, vertical, and horizontal, each with its own characteristics. The girl learns that the difference between them lies in the division angles, which is already clear from their name. In equatorial watches, the gnomon is perpendicular to the surface of the dial, and the watch itself is set at an angle. Equatorial sundials are the only ones in which the divisions of the dial are equal to each other, which makes them unique among other types. Using a rope, they mark the hour marks on the dial, and they do not need any measuring instruments for this, since they use simple geometric principles. This watch is a little different from the usual one. Instead of 12 divisions on its dial, there are 24, since the sun rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours. The girl asks how they will install the gnomon perpendicularly, and how they will determine the correct angle for tilting the base of the clock without special tools. Chin reports that they have no need to use a sextant, as it only measures the angular distance between the sun and the horizon at a certain point, which is completely unnecessary for them now. The reference point will be a specific hour by which they will be able to tell the time accurately. This is noon, when the shadows are the shortest. The preparations are complete, and now the young people only need to wait for the moment when the shadow from the bamboo stick disappears. The sea salt is still a little damp, but Chin decides to stop heating it. Otherwise, it might burn and become unusable. He comes to the conclusion that the best way to dry it is to leave it in direct sunlight to dry naturally. The yield of salt was very good, but it contains a lot of impurities and sand, and in order for the prepared salt to become suitable for food, something else needs to be done. After cleaning, there will be much less salt, so the guy is going to put another pot of seawater to evaporate. Helen reports that the shadow from the bamboo stick on the clock has disappeared, meaning it is noon. Using pieces of bamboo, Chin positions the sundial horizontally for accurate measurements. After evaporation, raw salt is formed. It is not recommended to eat such salt because it contains dirt, sand, and other impurities that are harmful to the body. Armed with this knowledge, the young men return to their camp, intending to filter the salt and make it safe for consumption. First, the raw salt needs to be thoroughly washed in clean water to remove the main contaminants and sand particles. The most important step in making salt is cleaning it, so the guy makes a homemade filter for effective filtration. He places various filter elements such as coarse and fine sand, pebbles, and charcoal in several layers in a bamboo glass. The guy believes that if they had activated carbon, they could produce higher quality salt, purifying it more efficiently and quickly. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of time to purify salt water with a homemade filter, and all they can do is wait patiently for the process to complete. The sundial the young men brought to their camp shows that it is 6 o'clock in the evening. Helen is on top of her game, reporting that this pheasant soup is absolutely delicious and exceeds all her expectations. Chinese cuisine is famous for its variety of seasonings, condiments, and culinary recipes, but one of the main ingredients, the most important seasoning, is salt. Helen completely agrees with this statement, because even a pinch of salt can dramatically improve the taste of a dish, making it more rich and enjoyable. The girl begins to count the number of days they spent on the island, and realizes that almost a whole month has flown by unnoticed. She reminds the boy that he wanted to make a boat and asks what kind they will build. Chin believes that in order to cross the sea, they at least need a good fishing boat, but first they need to improve their living conditions on the island. Helen suggests upgrading their shelter and building a more durable structure, like a bamboo or wooden house, so they won't have to hide if wild animals come calling again. The guy agrees that the girl is right. Since they were caught in the rain, he thinks that living under a simple wooden shed is unsafe and it is worth looking for another housing option. Chin is going to find a new place for the camp. They have solved the problem with food and labor organization, and now is the best time to move to a more convenient and safe place. The guy has been looking for the best place for a camp for 4 days now, but he still hasn't found anything worthwhile. Chin emerges into a wide clearing, bathed in bright morning sunshine, and hopes that he has finally found a suitable place for a new camp. Considering the place to be quite good, he notes that the clearing is separated from the surrounding forest, has a wide view, and is also very spacious, which makes it an ideal place for a camp. Examining the clearing in more detail, Chin discovers a nearby rock with a large cave in it that attracts his attention. The guy is afraid that some wild animal might live in this cave. First, he intends to get rid of it to make the place safe. He shoots an arrow into the cave and hears a sound. The arrow hits the wall. The guy assumes that the cave is empty. Chin is thinking that this cave is spacious, and if nothing leaks in it, then it is possible to live in it. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud crunch. The guy looks under his feet. On the floor, he discovers a large number of bones. This cave clearly has its owner, and judging by the size of the skeletons, the owner of the cave is definitely a predatory beast. Chin senses the movement of air and manages to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. The huge bear tried to hit the young man on the head with its powerful paw. The guy dodges the predator's attacks and instantly activates a skill called Cheetah Speed. This allows him to move very quickly to a safe distance. Chin realizes that a giant panda lives in the cave. The beast tries to catch up with the young man, but he fails to do so because the guy uses the cheetah's speed skill. Chin tries to distract the bear and confuse him by throwing a bamboo bottle in his direction. This trick works. The panda stops its pursuit. It is interested in the strange bamboo product. A moment later, the huge bear bites the bottle with its powerful jaws. The panda stands on its hind legs, raises its front paws into the air and lets out a loud roar, after which the predator rushes at the young man again. Chin understands that he will not be able to defeat the beast in a direct confrontation, and first needs to gain a safe distance. The panda runs into the nearby forest where Chin is hiding, quickly turning her head from side to side in hopes of finding the young man. Chin pulls back the bowstring and thinks that the panda has a much worse sense of smell than the boar's, because she still hasn't found him by smell. Chin sees that the giant panda really hasn't sensed his presence and is standing right next to the tree he's hiding in. The young man cannot believe that he has to kill the panda, but he has no other choice, as he needs to take possession of this cave. He mentally asks the sacred animal for forgiveness and shoots his arrow at it, hoping that this will solve the problem. The arrow hits the animal's back but does not cause any harm, as the panda has very thick skin. Chin quickly realizes that he won't be able to hit the bear and stop it with wooden arrows. The guy jumps out of the tree and, activating the cheetah speed skill, moves away from the panda, realizing that she is not very fast and he can escape using super speed. This time, Chin decides to use a stone-tipped arrow to hit the animal more effectively. The arrow pierces the panda's huge head. It stands on its hind legs and roars loudly in pain, showing its rage. However, the stone-tipped arrow did not cause critical damage to the animal, but only made it even more angry. The panda quickly locates Chin and lunges at him, striking him repeatedly with his massive paw. Chin mentally thanks the system for giving him the cheetah speed skill, knowing that if he hadn't been able to escape, any blow from the panda would have snapped him in half. The cheetah's skill ends and Chin returns to the camp. Helen suggests leaving the animal alone and finding another place for himself, because the panda is a national treasure, and besides, it is not so easy to destroy, since even an arrow with a stone tip did not harm it. Chin believes that this specimen may not be a national treasure, as it looked different and was completely unlike common pandas. The guy asks the girl not to worry. He's not going to do anything he's not sure of, and besides, he can always run away from the panda if he cannot cope with her. Chin plans to use a metal arrowhead made from his belt buckle. There will only be 2 arrows, and to avoid losing them, he plans to tie a rope to the arrow so that after shooting it can be pulled back. Iron begins to melt at a temperature of approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius. But burning wood can only provide about 700 degrees, so it is impossible to melt iron on a regular fire. Chin intends to make an air pump to continuously pump air into the furnace, so that the temperature inside the furnace can rise to 1,500 degrees and melt the iron. The operating principle of an air pump is based on drawing in and pushing out air. It looks like a syringe and allows air to be supplied to the firebox directly during firing, increasing combustion efficiency. After some time, the young man uses clay and bamboo wood to make a simple fan for his metal smelting needs. It consists of a casing and an axis with blades. It is a very simple and inexpensive design that does not require complex materials or tools. While Chin is busy making a fan, Helen is making clay molds for arrowheads. The girl watches carefully as Chin removes the buckle from his belt and thinks that very soon they will be left without clothes. Chin says that the girl has too high an opinion of herself and she doesn't need to worry too much about it. Everything is ready for melting the metal. The young men light a large clay oven to begin the process and obtain the necessary materials. They have been turning the drive of the homemade fan for a long time now, and Helen reports that she no longer has the strength to continue turning it. The guy asks the girl to be patient a little longer and continue spinning, as the metal is already starting to melt and will soon be ready. Helen reports that she has no strength left at all, after which she throws down the drive and falls to the ground from exhaustion. Chin is delighted with the clay molds the girl made. They are very detailed and precise, which impresses him greatly. With just one knife, she was able to make such symmetrical and perfect molds. The guy thinks that he should ask her more often for help in making things. The arrowhead making process is complete, and all that remains is to sharpen them to perfection so that they are ready for use. The guy says the tips look perfect and promises to thank the girl by preparing a special dinner for her tonight. The system informs the guy that 1,000 points have been credited to his account for making metal arrowheads, which makes him very happy. Chin continues to sharpen the tips and accidentally cuts himself, deciding that they are now more than sharp enough. He greatly regrets that they no longer have iron to make additional arrows. If he had a dozen of such arrows in super speed, he could easily defeat a giant panda. Having made a sundial and evaporated the salt, the guy received another 4,700 points from the system, significantly increasing his balance. He thinks he needs to make a new purchase in the virtual store and is going to buy a pack called Wild Animal Encyclopedia. Suddenly, a system prompt appears offering to buy the Animal Encyclopedia along with the Wild Animal Training Pack for only 4,500 points with a discount. The guy decides that this is a very good offer and agrees almost immediately, and the data starts loading instantly. He intends to see what the Wild Animal Training Package, which was a bonus add-on to the purchase, includes. This information contains descriptions of combat techniques that will help you defeat a wild animal and become the king of beasts. The demonstration begins with a kangaroo that has close combat skills. The instructions say that if a kangaroo kicks you with both hind legs, leaning on its tail, at that moment you need to carefully dive under its body. Once you find yourself under the kangaroo, immediately hit it in the genitals with your hands, after which the kangaroo will be defeated. Behemoths have a large body and a large mouth. It is unlikely that you will be able to defeat one in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, when you meet a hippopotamus, distract it and go behind its back. Without wasting time, dive under it before it has time to realize it. Once you are underneath the hippo, kick it in the genitals with all your might. By doing this, you will cause the hippopotamus unbearable pain. It will become numb and fall to the ground. Hit it in the genitals until the hippopotamus is defeated. Gorillas are some of the strongest animals in the wild. They have a powerfully built body and their punches are incredibly powerful, but they are not that difficult to deal with. First, you need to tease the gorilla enough to make it go crazy and lose concentration. At this point, you need to quickly dive under her body and aim at her with an AK-47 assault rifle. The explosive bullets will do the rest of the work, and after that, the gorilla will be defeated. Chin is in a state of shock after reading this instruction. He does not understand at all who could write such nonsense, and believes that the author himself should be shot for this absurd advice. The guy is extremely upset and disappointed. He realizes that he has wasted a huge number of points on useless information, which he considers complete nonsense. The next morning comes. Helen lazily crawls out of the tent, rubbing her eyes. Chin wishes her good morning, and informs her that the hot soup is ready. The girl wonders how dangerous and huge the panda is. The guy is very worried about her and strictly warns her not to even think about approaching the cave. He realizes that in case of danger, he will be able to escape from the beast only alone, and if he takes the girl with him, then they both risk dying. Helen praises the young man for his delicious morning soup and notices that his culinary skills are getting better and better each time. Chin approaches the panda's cave and thinks about how he only has 2 metal arrows, so he's going to tie them securely so he won't lose them if he misses. To begin with, he plans to use a wooden arrow to check whether the panda is in the cave or not. After the shot, there was no reaction. Chin decides that the cave is empty. He wonders where the panda could have gone and assumes that it is in the forest looking for food. Chin plans to take a good position and start watching for the panda's return in order to catch her off guard and implement his plan. While he has free time, the guy decides to study the encyclopedia and find more detailed information about this animal in order to better understand its habits and weaknesses. However, he fails to do so, as a few minutes later he notices a huge animal approaching the cave. The virtual system reports that pandas first appeared in the late Miocene, about 8 million years ago, and the panda's first predatory ancestors lived in humid forests. Chin is amazed at how ancient this bear is, and is impressed that these animals have not evolved much over many millions of years. When pandas first appeared on Earth, they were carnivores, but due to natural selection and changing habitats, their diet has changed dramatically over time. The system reports that it is possible to tame ancient pandas by changing their diet from meat to bamboo and asparagus. If the process is successful, it will be tameable within a month or 2. Taming wild pandas is quite an interesting activity. The guy thinks it's worth a try. Chin thinks the training manual he bought is absolutely useless, so he decides to start wearing the animal out psychologically. The guy hopes that the arrow will be able to damage the animal's limbs. In this case, the panda will not have the opportunity to hunt, and this is the only way to change its diet. The metal-tipped arrow hits the panda's left shoulder blade, causing her severe pain but not stopping her completely. The guy deftly uses the rope and pulls his metal-tipped arrow back, preparing for the next shot. After this, he jumps down from the tree and activates his cheetah speed skill. He continues his fast run and thinks that under no circumstances should he shorten the distance. Otherwise, the huge animal will simply tear him to pieces. Chin thinks the moment has come for the next shot. He turns around sharply and fires an arrow at the running bear. The shot is accurate. The arrow hits the animal in the right front shoulder blade, inflicting another wound. This scheme works successfully, but the method of pulling the arrow requires a lot of concentration and takes a lot of strength from the guy. Over the past few days, the boy has already left 6 wounds on the giant panda's body, and he believes that if he continues like this, even the ancient creature will not be able to withstand this, and he will be able to tame it. The next day, the hunt continues. The panda continues to receive minor wounds and is unable to catch up with the young man. On the 3rd day, Chin takes hold of the bear's hind legs to make it as still as possible and reduce its speed. The 4th day of training comes. Chin sees that the cave is empty. The guy wonders where the panda could be. At that very moment, a huge bear quietly approaches the young man, preparing for a surprise attack. At the last moment, Chin notices the presence of a huge panda behind him. The guy activates the cheetah speed skill and only thanks to it saves his life. He is amazed by the skills of the ancient predator, especially the fact that the bear decided to ambush him, demonstrating its cunning. Chin gains the necessary distance and shoots at the bear again, hoping to stop it. The giant panda has a pretty good intellect. She figured out how the arrows work and starts fighting back. Chin sadly realizes that he has lost one of his iron arrows and decides that he should end his training for today. Walking through the forest in the pouring rain, Chin reflects on the fact that he only has 1 arrow left, and if the panda breaks it, he will be lost. His attention is drawn to a small young frog sitting on a huge leaf in the rain, which arouses his interest. The system knowledge package informs us that this reptile is called a blue poison dart frog. The frog's bright blue skin produces a poison that repels potential predators and can paralyze prey. The guy understands that he has found a way out. With the help of poison, he is going to cause muscle paralysis and respiratory arrest in a huge panda. It is only necessary to find the right concentration so that the poisoning does not lead to death. Chin understands why he saw tadpoles in the leaves before. Frogs purposefully lay their eggs in them. The boy takes out a wooden arrow and with a well-aimed blow impales a poisonous frog on it, hoping to use its poison. The information package states that the Indians made poisoned arrows that were capable of killing even large animals using the venom from these frogs. Chin doesn't intend to kill the panda, but the boy understands that the poison of one frog will clearly not be enough, and begins to turn his head from side to side in search of other individuals. The guy looks at the sky and realizes that the rain is getting stronger. He decides to return to the camp, since the girl is there completely alone. He finds Helen in a tent and notices that the girl has a strange appearance. The guy worriedly asks if she is sick. Helen hugs the young man tightly and says that she is very glad that the guy came back unharmed. Hein understands that the girl is very afraid since last time and thinks that she is afraid of being left alone on a desert island. Chin apologizes to the girl for making her worry and tells her that everything will be fine. Helen says that she is not afraid for herself, but is worried about the guy. She is worried that something bad might happen to him. The girl looks at the brightly colored frog strung on a wooden arrow with curiosity and some concern, and asks Chin what it all means. Chin explains to her that it is a blue poison dart frog, a very poisonous frog, and the brighter its skin, the more powerful and toxic the poison it secretes. The guy says that he intends to try to extract the poison from this frog and use it to deal with the giant panda, which has become a serious threat to them. The next day, Chin lights a fire and begins drying the blue poison dart frog over the fire, hoping to extract the poison from it. He is not entirely sure of the success of his plan, but he believes that it is worth a try, and it is still better than risking his only arrow in a fight with a panda. Bubbles start to appear on the frog's skin. The guy explains that it is water evaporating, not poison, so you need to wait a little longer for the process to complete. The girl notices that the frog has turned very black and has started to emit an unpleasant smell. Chin replies that a sufficient concentration of poison has accumulated under its skin right now. Chin carefully applies poison to his arrows, believing that this will be enough because the panda is already wounded, and even a small dose of poison can play a decisive role. The girl tells Chin that she has fulfilled his request and hands him the herbal balls she has prepared from the plants she has collected. She is genuinely perplexed as to why he needs these grass balls and how he plans to use them in the fight against the giant panda. He explains that these grass balls will be very useful to him in the final fight with the bear, as they will play an important role in his plan. Chin approaches the cave and notices that there are no fresh tracks around, meaning that the panda has not gone outside and is probably still inside its den. He lights grass balls on fire, intending to throw them into the cave to create smoke and thus smoke the huge bear out. Chin throws smoldering grass balls into the cave, and soon thick smoke begins to pour out of the entrance, filling the entire space inside. A moment later, a wounded and very angry giant panda runs out of the cave, ready to pounce on the offender. The panda immediately pounces on the young man, but he is sure that due to the wounds she received and the fact that she breathed in carbon dioxide, the bear's strength will soon leave her. A sly smile appears on Chin's face as he activates his cheetah speed skill and invites the panda to join the race. The panda, not having a good sense of smell, cannot detect the guy who is hiding very close, taking advantage of her weakness. Chin believes that the long chase must have worn the bear out. The panda is no longer roaring as loudly and its movements have noticeably slowed down. He decides that the time has come for the panda to finally taste the poison arrow, hoping to end their confrontation. Arrows with stone tips are not as sharp as metal ones, and therefore this arrow was not able to penetrate deeply into the animal's body, causing only a superficial wound. Chin thinks that this is not a bad thing, because if too much poison gets into the bear's body, it can die, and the guy is trying to avoid this, wanting only to immobilize the animal. The guy is surprised to realize that the poison for some reason does not work. The huge bear notices the young man and rushes at him with fury. He is ready to attack and strike. Using the cheetah speed skill, Chin quickly moves around the panda and continues to fire poison arrows at it, trying to wear the animal down. Despite the fact that quite a large number of arrows have already hit the bear, it is still standing on its feet and continues to resist, demonstrating incredible endurance. Chin can't understand why the poison doesn't work, because the panda should have stopped moving and started choking by now. The guy suggests that the amount of poison is not enough and the arrows are too dull for the poison to penetrate the skin. Another poisonous arrow hits the bear, which only makes him even angrier, increasing the beast's rage and making him even more dangerous and aggressive than before. Chin believes that he chose the wrong tactic and should have immediately used the metal-tipped arrow to deliver the decisive blow and disable the bear. Chin watches as the bear quickly approaches him, only a few meters left before the collision. and there is almost no time left to think. At this moment, the giant panda lets out a loud roar and falls to the ground unconscious, having exhausted all its strength in the final dash and unable to reach its goal. Qin believes that the bear put all its strength into the last attack. Apparently, it felt that the poison was starting to work, and therefore used everything in this final dash. The young man intends to observe how long the panda remains in this state in order to understand how effective the poison is and how long its effect lasts. After an hour, the body of the huge bear begins to move slowly, showing signs of awakening from the effect of the poison, but the animal is still weak and unstable. 2 hours later, the giant panda tries to get to its feet, but its coordination is impaired and it doesn't understand anything at all, as if it were in a fog. After 3 hours, the animal manages to get back on its feet, but its movements are still difficult and it cannot move around as before, remaining weak and disoriented. Qin carefully calculates the amount of poison that must be used to weaken the panda, but not to cause fatal damage. He reports that today, if nothing unforeseen happens, he will be able to deal with the panda and move forward with his plans. The guy intends to change the diet of the huge bear. He wants the animal to switch to fish and bamboo shoots, which will make it easier to tame. After some time, he carefully approaches the cave in which the huge animal lives and prepares for the upcoming fight. The panda has taken a strange position at the entrance to the cave. The guy wonders what this is connected with and why she is sleeping right at the entrance. He realizes that the animal has run out of strength and has lost consciousness, having failed to crawl just a few meters to its shelter. Qin stuffs young bamboo shoots into the fish and thinks that modern pandas are not stupid because of evolution. It seems they were like that from the very beginning. He throws a bamboo-stuffed fish towards the bear and orders him to wake up and eat. The fish hits the panda and wakes it up. The bear jumps to its paws and begins to growl loudly, expressing its irritation. Qin believes that the poison is still working because the animal has not yet attacked him. The panda notices a thrown fish next to him and completely switches all his attention to it, forgetting about the guy. With great pleasure, the bear picks up the fish and begins to greedily eat it, enjoying the unexpected treat. Qin believes that although the panda looks stupid, it is a strong animal and, once tamed, can help survive on this island. The young man shows the bear a bundle of fish that he is holding in his hands. This clearly whets the animal's appetite and attracts its attention. The panda pounces on the treat and begins to greedily devour the offered fish, becoming less and less aggressive. Having had his fill, the bear becomes less aggressive. Qin thinks about what to call this animal that can become his ally. It turns out that it is not easy to come up with a nickname for an animal, even if they themselves do not understand the meaning of their name. After several repetitions, they begin to respond to it. Meanwhile, the panda has had his fill and lies down on his back, falling into a deep sleep. The animal's calm reaction greatly surprises Qin. He calls the bear clueless, and suddenly realizes that this will be his nickname, which in Chinese will sound like Hampy. The young people sit around the fire, enjoying the prepared soup. Helen smiles and asks Qin how things are with the panda. Qin believes that at this rate it will take about 2 months to fully tame Hampy, and is willing to devote the necessary time and effort to it. Helen thinks the guy gave the panda a very strange name and asks how many weeks it will take for the animal to respond to it. Helen wonders whether the young man expects her to praise him for his actions and doesn't know how to react to this. Qin asks the girl to wait a little. He wants the panda to get used to people, and later he is going to show the bear to Helen. The guy notices that Helen is not eating at all and looks very bad. The girl is holding her stomach with her hands and does not answer his questions. Qin assumes that the girl has started her period and asks her about it directly, wanting to help her. Helen becomes very irritated and rudely tells the guy that it is none of his business, thus confirming his guess. She shouts loudly at the young man and asks him to shut up immediately, thereby expressing her displeasure. Helen's mood has been noticeably worsening lately, partly because she's about to get her period, partly because she doesn't know what to do about it on this island. Qin has never had a girlfriend, but he is well aware of women's physiological cycles and understands what is going on. He asks Helen how soon they will start. The girl replies that she has no idea, but it feels like it will be soon. A woman's monthly cycle usually lasts 28 days. Helen's period should have started 2 days ago, but she only started feeling it now. The guy thinks that it is because the girl did not sleep well. Or maybe for some other reason, he thinks that tomorrow he should try to make a paper. Helen was very surprised by such a proposal. She could not even imagine that paper could be made under such conditions. Qin reports that it will not be a material that is available in civilization. Its quality will be worse than the paper they are used to. He explains that paper first appeared during the Second Han Dynasty, but it was too rough and of poor quality to even be written on. Over time, its quality improved, but the process at that time took a lot of time. It was necessary to split the plant material into fibers, wash it, and then soak it in alkali. After this, it was necessary to clean the raw material, grind it, and grind the fibers into a pulp to obtain a homogeneous mass. Most of the time was spent making paper powder. Before making paper, workers soaked plant material in water and waited until microorganisms decomposed it into a mush. Then they collected this porridge, ground it into paper powder, and then dried it on special frames in the sun. The next morning, Helen is awakened by the terrible smell that permeated their camp, which makes her feel very disgusted. The girl comes out of the tent and asks the young man where the stench is coming from and what is in the pot he is holding in his hands. The guy's answer greatly surprises Helen, and she is amazed to learn that the pot he is holding contains human urine. Helen makes the necessary frames for paper production and admits that she has never heard of urine being used in the process. Chine explains that he plans to improve the technology to make paper easier and faster using the materials available to him. The guy looks closely at the frames that Helen made and is once again convinced that the girl is very capable of doing some work. Chin holds up a homemade clay pipe and explains that modern technology typically uses sodium hydroxide because it can remove resins and lignin from plants, helping to produce the fibers needed for paper powder. He explains that the main component of urine is urea. You need to let the urine settle, then heat it until you get ammonia. Then add calcium carbonate from shell powder to the mixture and add water. Helen is very surprised by the young man's knowledge because he was able to figure out how to get sodium hydroxide on a desert island. The guy asks Helen to be careful and pour water into the system very carefully so as not to disrupt the chemical reaction. The reaction of calcium oxide and urea leads to the formation of ammonium bicarbonate. The guy adds sodium chloride to the solution, which leads to the formation of ammonium chloride, as a result of which a white precipitate of sodium bicarbonate falls out. The sodium bicarbonate obtained by heating must be poured with lime water and mixed well to complete the process. The main component of lime is calcium oxide. Mixing it with water produces calcium hydroxide, and the reaction of sodium carbonate and calcium hydroxide produces a solution of sodium hydroxide and a white precipitate of calcium carbonate. Helen says that this technology is too complicated. If they had electricity, they could get sodium hydroxide from salt water by simple electrolysis. Chin decides to play a joke on the girl and says that next time they will definitely do the same, tying the knife to a bamboo stick and waiting for lightning to strike it. After a short rest, the young people go into the forest to collect grass growing near the camp, which will be used as raw material for paper. After soaking the grass for a couple of hours in a sodium hydroxide solution, the lignin and cell walls dissolved, leaving only the pure cellulose needed to make paper. They then washed the raw material again in the river to remove any unwanted impurities, leaving behind a white substance ready for further processing. After this, the young people poured clean water over the resulting paper powder, creating the basis for the future paper material. The frames turned out to be too large, so I had to pour the mixture into a larger container and begin filtering the liquid through the frames. Even though it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is very hot, and the paper layer is very thin and dries quickly. So at this rate, the young people will have their first batch by evening. The system informs that 1,000 points are credited to the account for making paper, which becomes a pleasant bonus. Without bleaching, the paper turned out a little yellow, and it is also thicker and much rougher, but it has good strength, and it is not so easy to tear it. You need to put in some effort. Chin says that these are certainly not industrial hygiene products, but they are much better than nothing, and he can be proud of his achievement. Helen asks the guy to change the subject and not talk about such things while eating, considering it inappropriate during a meal. The girl considers the guy to be a very talented person, because he was able to make paper on this uninhabited island. This impresses her. She asks where he learned detailed information about papermaking and technology. Chin replies that he was very attentive in chemistry class. It took the young people 3 whole days to make the paper. Chin hasn't visited the panda for a long time and goes to her, wanting to know how she feels. Chan tries to get to the cave as quickly as possible. He is clearly interested in how the bear feels after their last meeting. As Chin approaches the cave, he sees that a giant panda has taken over the entrance and is sleeping soundly. Hearing a person, Hampy jumps up on his paws and begins to growl quietly, warily watching the approaching guest. The huge bear notices the fish in the young man's hands. His mood instantly changes, and aggression is replaced by curiosity. Hampy takes on a friendly appearance, looking closely at the guy and licking his lips, expressing his desire to receive a treat. Chin thinks that after 3 days without normal food, the panda must be very hungry, and now it's worth trying to teach her some commands. He throws Hampy a big fish. Despite his enormous weight and clumsiness, the panda deftly catches the treat, demonstrating his agility. Using this training method, the boy hopes to tame the bear within the next 2 months. He tells the panda that he needs to return to the river and says goodbye to her until tomorrow. Chin slowly walks along the river. The guy thinks that in such unstable places as this bank, wild ginger should grow, and hopes to find it. His search turns out to be successful. After some time, he finds the necessary plant. The system confirms that this is indeed common ginger, a member of the ginger family, a perennial herbaceous plant more than 40 centimeters high, the rhizome of which is edible. Ginger has long been used by people due to its healing properties. Its root helps reduce fatigue, improve immunity, and is widely used in folk medicine for the prevention and treatment of various diseases. Helen is in a tent and refuses to go outside. She's completely out of sorts, and severe pain in her abdomen is causing her considerable suffering. The guy asks her if her periods are always so painful, since the girls in his class never experience such torment. Helen replies that this is the first time she has experienced such severe pain, and that she has never been in such pain before. Koya wonders what methods she usually uses to reduce pain and feel better. She says that she used to always apply a heating pad to her stomach and then drink eggnog with cane sugar. Chin says he doesn't have all of that, but he can offer a bottle of hot water and freshly brewed ginger tea. Helen happily accepts a cup of ginger tea from his hands and asks the guy where he got fresh ginger. Chin replies that he accidentally bumped into him on the way back to camp and decided to collect some. Helen notices that the guy's pants are wet and smeared with river mud. She realizes that he was specifically looking for ginger for her. The girl drinks a cup of ginger tea with great pleasure. Helen feels how she feels noticeably better and the pain subsides. Chin tells the girl that wild animals usually don't accept food from strangers, but when they are very hungry, they don't care anymore. The guy says that he limited the panda's ability to move, depriving it of the ability to find food on its own, and when the panda began to starve, he began feeding it a mixture of fish and bamboo shoots in a 1-to-1 ratio. This method may seem cruel, but it is very effective in achieving the goal. Over time, he reduced the amount of fish in his diet and increased the proportion of bamboo shoots. A month later, the panda could already eat a mixture that contained 9 parts young bamboo shoots and only 1 part fish. Now the bear perceives Chin as his friend. The guy hands him fresh bamboo shoots and says that he brought them especially for him. Occasionally, the young man spoils the panda with a small fish, for which it allows him to scratch its back. After 2 months of intensive training, the predator has completely turned into a herbivore, changing its eating habits under the influence of the guy. Chin admits that prehistoric pandas were omnivores, but believes that archaeologists who claim that pandas were carnivores are mistaken. The boy realizes that he has made bamboo the only food the panda will eat, but that doesn't mean she can't switch to something else in the future. The system informs the young man that he has successfully changed the panda's eating habits, and for this receives the seal of beast training. This seal allows the owner to mark his pet animal and create a connection with it. This connection allows the owner to know the psychological state of the animal and establish contact with it. In addition, the training seal also allows the owner to know exactly whether the animal is capable of showing aggression and attacking its owner, which provides additional security. Chin immediately approaches the panda and activates the beast training seal, seeking to establish a deeper connection with her and understand her psychological state. He points his hand forward. Magical energy begins to flow around him, surrounding everything with glowing streams. Much to Chin's surprise, absolutely nothing happens. No visions, sensations, or anything like that. However, after some time, the seal starts working. The guy receives a message that his pet is a little sick and hungry. He pats the giant panda on the withers and tells her that from now on her name is Hampy and that he is her master. Taming the panda took a long time. The guy is delighted with his own triumph. Immediately upon returning to the camp, he shares his achievements with Helen, who asks if she can see the bear soon. The next day, the young people head to the cave to see Hampy. The guy reminds them that before feeding the panda, they must call it by name. He asks the girl to be extremely careful, since a wild animal is still wild and can become nervous when strangers appear nearby. Despite her fear, Helen bravely stepped towards the bear and carefully fed him. The food did a great job of helping Helen bond with the panda, and after just a week, the girl and Hampy are getting along great. Hampy was an aggressive bear and could attack anyone who tried to approach him, but now the animal does not show aggression unless he is specifically provoked. The bamboo trap continues to successfully supply the young people with ample amounts of fish. Helen asks the guy why he carries the fish, tying it up in a very strange way. He reports that it is half a day's journey from their camp, and if the fish is tied in this way, it can remain alive for at least 10 hours. The young men are in their camp and are collecting their small belongings and useful items in large baskets. The girl asks what to do with the large flat stone slab. The guy suggests leaving it here, believing that they will be able to find the necessary flat stone in a new place. Leaving her first camp, Helen says that only now did she realize how much she would miss this place. She looks back sadly at their first camp, remembering all the moments spent there. The guy asks the girl not to be nostalgic and to hurry up. The fire that has kept them warm through many cold nights gradually dies down, and the young people and the panda begin to disappear into the darkening forest. Having arrived at the new place, the young people first of all lit a fire. The system informs the guy that 3,000 points have been credited to the account for setting up a new camp. Helen says that this clearing offers an excellent view of the starry sky. She observes the Milky Way and admires its beauty. Chin says that even in the city, he often looked at the starry sky, and despite the fact that artificial light obscures the sky, he still saw many stars. Although he admits that compared to his childhood, the air has become much worse now. The weather has changed, and in addition, the city has expanded, interfering with observation with its artificial light. Chin says that he is tired and is going to go to bed. Helen thinks that now they don't need to take turns on duty, because they have a reliable watchman, and now they can sleep together. Chin is very surprised by the phrase sleeping together. Helen does not understand what surprised the guy so much. Chin takes the girl's words literally and believes that Helen wants to become his girlfriend. Helen says it was just a play on words, and that's not what she meant at all. She's trying to explain the misunderstanding. Chin gets very close to the girl. Helen tells the guy that he has a rich imagination and that he has thought up a lot of things. She asks the young man not to tease her and to stop behaving in this way. The guy says that if there is no, then there is no, which irritates Helen. He asks to remove the remaining uneaten fried fish. Helen feels a little irritated and angry, not wanting to talk anymore. On the second day after moving to the new camp, the young people dug up clay in a clearing near the camp. The current amount of dishes is not enough to meet their needs, so they need to make more. Riding on Hampy, Chin sets out on a foray, asking the girl to help him prepare new dishes during his absence. Chin carefully examines the river flowing near their new camp. Unfortunately, it turns out to be wide, but shallow, and the largest fish here is the size of a finger, which is impossible to get enough of. In addition, there is no suitable place to set a trap in this area. After some time, the guy discovers a section of the river with deeper water. He thinks that this place is quite suitable. There is a lot of aquatic vegetation, and at first glance you can tell that these are ideal conditions for fish. The young men are amazed at how strong the panda is, and they believe that with such speed they could harvest enough bamboo in one day to build a kitchen. The panda gets distracted from collecting bamboo and starts eating young shoots, for which she gets a light slap on the head. The guy reminds her that first comes work, then food. After heating over a fire, bamboo temporarily becomes soft and pliable, and using this property, you can give it any shape. The young people spent the entire day building a new bamboo kitchen, putting all their skill and effort into the work. Helen suggests covering the outer walls of the house with a layer of clay to make it stronger, but the guy doesn't support this idea, believing that if it rains, the water will wash away the clay and all the dirt will flow straight into their kitchen. The young people worked tirelessly all week and finally completed the construction of their new kitchen. For the work done, Chin received a large number of points. They were awarded for successfully creating a bamboo ladder, a bamboo bed, and other useful items. Chin suggests that Helen take a little walk and explore the surrounding area around the camp to take a break from work and enjoy nature. He takes the girl to a new river. Helen notices that the water here is much calmer and cleaner than in the previous place. Chin reflects on how times are changing. When they first arrived on the island, the main issues for them were food and shelter, but now they don't have to worry about that anymore. And the girl even allows herself to frolic in the water without a care in the world. Suddenly, Helen screams loudly, grabs her leg, and reports that she stepped on something very hard. The girl takes an unusual stone out of the water and assumes that it is rock crystal. She hands over the chin stone, and the guy says it's quartz, one of the components that can be used to make glass. Chin looks closely at the stone and explains that it is not rock crystal, although it is also a type of quartz, but it is distinguished by a very high degree of purity. Helen is a little upset, as the guy informs her that her find is just an ordinary stone, and her hopes for something unusual were not justified. Chan suggested going further upstream, explaining that the river became deeper there and the trees along the bank grew denser, forming a thick green wall. The guy noticed a majestic tree, which, in his opinion, is several hundred years old. The system reports that it is a 3-spined Halidia, the wood of which is excellent for carpentry, and the fruits can be used as shampoo due to the content of saponins. The girl was also familiar with this tree. She says that she heard that its fruits can be used to wash clothes. Kin confirms her words. He reports that if you add coconut and ginger to the decoction, then the Halidia beans will make an excellent shampoo. Helen looks at the huge thorns on the tree trunk. She thinks that it would be almost impossible to climb such a plant. She understands the threat and tells the guy that he shouldn't do it because the tree is too tall and has sharp thorns all over it, and she clearly doesn't want to put the young man in danger. Chin is only encouraging. He wants to collect beans to make a good shampoo for the girl. The nearest branches are at least 3 meters from the ground. The guy intends to use the cheetah speed skill. He activates the skill and pushes off the ground sharply, jumping high into the air, much to Helen's surprise. She asks the guy not to take risks and pitifully begs him to give up this activity and just go downstairs. Chin asks the girl to bring a large bamboo basket to collect the plant's beans. Helen feels very uncomfortable that the guy is putting himself in danger because of her. Chin realizes that he needs to climb higher. The bean pods are only on the upper branches. The tree has thick, strong branches, and climbing it is much easier than climbing the bare trunk of a coconut palm. He wraps himself with a rope for safety. The guy thinks that the rope will prevent him from falling. Quite quickly, he reaches the upper branches and begins to chop down the tree's fruits with a stone axe. Suddenly, he stops his work because he notices a small clearing nearby in which familiar plants grow, which arouse his interest. The boy climbs down from the tree. Helen approaches him with a basket full to the brim with beans and asks him to see how many they have collected. He tells the girl that this amount will be enough to make shampoo, and there will even be some left over for food. Chin points out that it is possible to sacrifice food and use all the pods to make shampoo, suggesting that the girl make her own choice. The boy pets the giant panda and tells her that it's time to move on and not stay in one place for too long. Chin says he will make a decision later, after they examine the clearing where the sugar cane that caught their attention is growing. The young people quickly reach a clearing with sugar cane. The girl is surprised by how large the thickets are and how big the plant itself is. Helen looks longingly at the plant that can be used to get fast carbohydrates. The guy is alarmed by the fact that the reed grows in a very strange way. He notices that the reeds are planted in a square, and in addition, the plantings are surrounded by a narrow strip of land, which looks unnatural for wild plants. Helen reports that she has never seen this type of sugarcane before and asks if it is edible. The girl begins to reach her hand towards the plant. The young man intends to warn her. However, he does not manage to stop her, and the girl cuts her finger on razor-sharp sugarcane leaves, causing a wound to appear on her hand. The boy, armed with a stone axe, begins to chop down the plants, wondering how the girl could have thought of touching the razor-sharp leaves with her bare hands and putting herself in danger. With precise and confident blows of his stone axe, Chin deftly cuts down tall sugarcane stalks at the very base, demonstrating his strength and skill. He carefully examines the dark purple stalk and understands that brown sugar can be obtained from such cane. Light cane is much less common, and the sugar from it is white. The young people, together with the giant panda, begin to happily gnaw on the hard and strong stalks of sugar cane, enjoying its natural sweetness. Helen notes that the taste of this plant is very unusual. It is simultaneously too sweet and slightly sour, which she did not expect at all, and this surprises her. It's April now, and it's not the season for sugarcane, as the stalks reach their sweetest point at a certain time. But the boy still intends to take some of the plant back to camp to try making sugar. Galidia pods, which are the fruit of the tree, contain 9 essential amino acids and a complex of vitamins. In addition, they have very high nutritional value, but peeling these beans is not an easy task. First, you need to dry the pods, then carefully remove the black shell to get to the white beans inside. a process that is not only lengthy, but also very unpleasant for your fingers. After some time, they manage to prepare a sufficient amount of beans, after which Chin cooks porridge from these fruits, hoping that he will get a nutritious and tasty lunch. Helen truly enjoys the food. The bean porridge turned out very tasty, tender, and sweet, exceeding all her expectations. The girl is a little upset that they have very few of these beans. From a huge basket, they only got about 1.5 kilograms of porridge. The guy says that he used some of the fruits to make shampoo. The pods need to be soaked for at least a day, so they will only be ready by tomorrow. While he has some free time, Chin starts grinding sugarcane stalks in an attempt to get sugar. This task turns out to be very labor-intensive. He thinks about the need to cut the sugarcane smaller to make the process easier. After some time, Chin processes all the plants, obtaining the required amount of juice from the cane for further use. Before proceeding with the production, the cane juice must be very carefully strained to remove all possible impurities. The guy is distracted from his studies by Helen. The girl, in an elevated mood, goes into the kitchen and asks the young man to look at what she brought. She talks about how in the morning they decided to take a walk with the panda and found a very interesting place. She then holds out a large basket filled to the brim with mushrooms, her eyes shining with joy. The guy sincerely praises the girl and gently strokes her head. Helen considers herself a winner because she spent half a day to collect a whole basket of mushrooms. Suddenly, the young man's mood changes. He begins to carefully examine the mushrooms in the basket. His face becomes serious. On top, there is a huge number of death caps, a deadly poisonous mushroom of the Amanita family. The fruiting body of the mushroom contains amatoxin and phallotoxin, which destroy the liver and lead to death. Following them in the basket, there is a dense layer of red fly agarics. They are also quite toxic and not edible, and pose a serious health hazard. Upon closer inspection, Chin notices small psilocybin mushrooms, which are part of a group of hallucinogenic mushrooms that can cause dangerous psychic effects. However, the basket also contains useful edible mushrooms. One of them is chanterelles, which are rich in carotene, vitamin D, and useful elements. Their flesh is dense but fragile, with a pleasant smell and taste. Helen is noticeably upset. After sorting the edible mushrooms, there is only a third of the basket left. This makes her feel disappointed. Chin asks the girl to collect some mint for him, telling her to choose large and fresh leaves, paying attention to their quality. The girl learns that mint is not needed for making shampoo or food. The guy is going to make toothpaste, which arouses her genuine curiosity. He says that by mixing coconut oil, mint extract, and baking soda in the right proportions, you will get an excellent toothpaste that is healthy and natural. Meanwhile, the sugarcane juice has thickened greatly and now needs to be cooled to continue the sugar-making process. Chin asks how many Galidia fruits they have left. The girl replies that there is very little. They decide to use them as rationally as possible. The strong aroma of fresh ginger fills the kitchen. The guy adds fresh hot ginger to the composition and reports that it prevents hair loss, stimulates hair growth, and also reduces itching of the skin and strengthens the hair follicles. He is going to heat the mixture, stirring it constantly, and asks the girl to chop some coconut pulp in order to supplement the recipe with the necessary ingredients. Turning coconut milk into coconut oil will take about an hour and a half, during which time the young people can do something else. They are going to boil chopped mint leaves under a closed lid. The steam from the mint water will rise, condense in the bamboo tube, and flow into the bottle, forming a concentrated extract. The girl watches carefully as the concentrated mint oil flows into the bottle. She understands that with the help of this extract, one can effectively protect oneself from mosquitoes. The young people continue to work with the base. They mix the infusion of Halidia and coconut oil in proportions of 1:1, creating a base for the future shampoo. Chin mixes the mixture very carefully and pours it into small cups, taking care to ensure the uniformity and quality of the mixture. The guy says that the shampoo needs to sit for a while, and then tomorrow you can wash your hair with it. Helen looks closely at the homemade shampoo. She understands that the night will last a very long time waiting to wash her hair, and she eagerly awaits the morning. Night falls, the young people go to bed. At the entrance to the cave, guarding their peace, a huge panda snores peacefully. The guy is very tired today and instantly falls into a deep sleep, enjoying a well-deserved rest. Suddenly, he wakes up and jumps up from his bamboo bed. Something has disturbed his sleep. Koya woke up to hear the girl talking incoherently in her sleep about clean, shiny, soft hair. Soon, Helen herself wakes up. She realizes that she was awakened by a heavy rain, which gradually turns into a powerful downpour. The young people notice that something is wrong with the giant panda. The animal is clearly worried about something. Hampy stands at the entrance to the cave. The panda becomes noticeably nervous and begins to growl into the darkness. The girl tries to calm the animal down by gently stroking it. Chin does not understand why the panda is reacting this way. He touches the animal and activates the training seal that the system gave him earlier. Instantly, the magic seal begins to act, and in a split second, the guy finds out what the animal is thinking and feeling. A stream of vivid images and sensations that a panda experiences falls upon him. He realizes that she is worried about a herd of wild boars that are clearly approaching their cave. Kin asks the girl to be careful and prepare for a possible attack. He is not entirely sure, but believes that a pack of boars may attack them again in the near future. He advises Helen to stay inside the cave if the pack appears, saying that she will be safe if she does. Chin watches the panda closely and notices that Hampy is still not calm. He decides not to ignore this behavior and thinks that animals can sense danger much better than humans. The ferocious wild boars, having sensed the scent of people, are getting closer and closer to the cave. Hampy runs outside, stands on his hind legs, and lets out a loud roar. The guide tries to calm the huge bear and asks him to come back inside. But he doesn't listen and rushes to attack the wild boars that are already at the entrance. The boars are extremely aggressive and begin to slowly surround Hampy. Taking advantage of the moment, one of the most active boars sneaks up on the panda from behind and strikes with its snout. The other boars join in his attack, and together they begin to strike Hampy. The young man considers the panda's behavior to be a reckless act. The bear rushes straight at the herd, not realizing that they can overwhelm him with their numbers. The first boar scouts are joined by other animals. The number of boars increases, and they form a tight circle around the panda. Kin realizes that Hampy has attracted all the attention of the boars, and they have not yet noticed him. From the depths of the pack comes the leader of the boars. His eyes blazing with rage, he roars loudly and slowly approaches Hampy, preparing for the decisive confrontation. Hampy stands on its hind legs, rising above the ground, and prepares to repel the attack of angry predators, demonstrating its strength and determination. He opens his mouth wide and lets out a loud, deafening cry that echoes through the night, causing the hearts of his opponents to clench in fear. A moment later, Hampy, without a second's hesitation, rushes into the attack and boldly bites the leader of the boars, showing unexpected courage and determination. Meanwhile, another animal from the pack quickly rushes to the aid of its leader and tries to attack Hampy from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. Suddenly, Chin comes to the rescue. The guy accurately shoots from his bow and hits the boar, thereby saving Hampy from a dangerous attack from behind. Chin realizes that he has used his last metal arrow and realizes that he is now left with only poisoned arrows. A bow shot stops the herd, and the boy wonders how quickly the poison will affect smaller animals. The frog poison that his arrows are soaked with works great on wild boars. The wounded animal instantly loses consciousness and falls to the ground. Chin quickly counts his remaining arrows and realizes that he only has 4 poisoned arrows left, and each one must be used wisely. He pulls the bowstring and realizes that he has no right to make a mistake. He needs to hit the target for sure, because every arrow is worth its weight in gold. Chin hits another boar with a well-aimed shot, but he has significantly fewer arrows than the aggressive animals attacking them. One of the boars notices a young man standing nearby in the bushes and realizes that the threat comes from him and not from Hampy. The boars turn sharply and quickly start running towards the bushes where the guy is, deciding to eliminate the real threat. Chin realizes that he has been spotted and panics as he tries to decide what to do next to save himself and his friends. Chin realizes that the only way to help Hampy is to distract the boars and lead them away. He decides to risk himself to give the panda a chance to escape from the encirclement. Chin attracts the attention of the pack and begins to run away from the cave, hoping that the boars will follow him and leave Hampy alone. Chin realizes that he needs to increase his speed as the distance between him and the animals chasing him is rapidly closing in, and they are about to catch up with him. The enraged boars are getting closer and closer. Chin clearly hears the dull clatter of their hooves and a wild growl that echoes throughout the area. The boy activates his cheetah speed skill, believing that it will help him break away from the chase and increase the gap between himself and the animals. A pack of wild boars rushes through the night forest, breaking and destroying everything that gets in their way, turning the forest thicket into chaos. Chin climbs a tall tree. The guy thinks that he is lucky, since the rain washed away his scent, and the boars will not be able to find him by his tracks. He is very worried about the panda and thinks that they need to return to the cave as quickly as possible to help Hampy in a dangerous situation. Not all the boars rushed to chase the guy. Some of them remained near the cave and continued to attack the panda, not giving her a break. Hampy screams loudly and waves his huge paws, but this has no effect on the boars, who wait for the moment to rush into a decisive attack. Hampy delivers a series of powerful blows, and this finally has an effect on the animals. They run away in fear, realizing the strength of the enemy. Chin tries to stop the panda and orders her not to chase the fleeing opponents to avoid further danger. The boy pats Hampy on the head and tells him that he is a worthy protector and has greatly pleased him with his courage and strength. Chin looks at the huge number of defeated wild boars and thinks that the panda is still a predator that is not worth messing around with. The young people bring the boar carcasses into their kitchen. The guy thinks that the panda has a very good sense of smell. She sensed the boars approaching in advance and thus saved them from a sudden attack. He believes it was a reflex that the animal developed over time and is grateful to the panda for its vigilance and protection. The girl recalls that the previous attack also happened during the rain. She suggests that boars become violent during precipitation, and the panda eventually got used to this feature. She believes that the connection between boars and rain is very strange, but it is there and worth paying attention to. Chin says that it will take a very long time to cut up the carcasses of 4 boars, and suggests putting it off until tomorrow. But now he is going to go to the forest to collect fresh bamboo shoots. He looks at the sleeping panda and thinks that it needs to be rewarded for its bravery yesterday. And besides, it wouldn't hurt for them to diversify their menu because eating meat all the time is not very healthy. At the edge of the forest, he finds very few young shoots. The boy realizes that he needs to go deeper into the forest to collect enough food for the panda. Gradually, Chin moves further and further away from the camp, entering a deep bamboo forest, where a special atmosphere of silence and peace reigns. The young man is very tense about the surrounding silence. He wonders whether it is really that quiet here, or whether he is just winding himself up because of the tension. Suddenly, he notices a heavily compacted track in the grass in front of him. The guy thinks that it is unlikely that there is a road roller in the jungle. This track puzzles him. The young man becomes curious about who this trail might belong to and where it leads. His intuition tells him that it might be something unusual. He understands that curiosity often leads to nothing good, but he still follows the trail slowly, stepping carefully and listening to every sound. After some time, he begins to hear very strange sounds. He does not understand who can make them, and this causes him internal anxiety. Suddenly, the guy stops. What he sees causes him great shock and makes his heart beat faster. A few dozen meters away is the Titanoboa, the largest snake that has ever lived on the planet. It is the ancestor of modern anacondas and became extinct in the middle of the Paleocene, 58 million years ago. He understands that he has no chance of dealing with a reptile that is several dozen meters long and can weigh more than a ton, and this realization fills him with fear. A huge snake notices the young man, rises high into the air and begins to hiss loudly, fixing its cold gaze on him. Chin tries his best to break away. He finds this island quite strange, because it is inhabited by many creatures that have long since died out or evolved in the outside world. Suddenly, the system's knowledge package is activated, which reports that the Titanoboa was an incredibly fast snake. It is almost impossible to escape from it. But there are ways to escape. This pleases the young man. The system's instructions explain that if you encounter this snake, you should not try to run away. Instead, you should face it head-on. When the Titanoboa notices you, it will open its mouth wide, giving you a chance to jump into its mouth. All snakes and most reptiles do not chew their food, so you don't have to worry about it tearing you apart with its powerful jaws. You just need to slip down its throat and then into its stomach. Once you get into its stomach, use your knife to cut through its insides and kill the snake, completing the rescue process. Reading this instruction leaves Chin more shocked than he was by the encounter with the snake itself, amazed at the system's strange approach. Chin curses loudly, condemning the so-called help of the system, and continues running in the hope of breaking away and moving to a safe distance. The guy knows that snakes use their tongue and receptors to detect movement and determine the location of their victims, but he doubts that he will be able to hide while running away. Suddenly, the guy notices that there is a deep ravine ahead of him, which makes him think about his next step. Without further ado, he jumps down, trying to escape the snake chasing him. Chin presses himself against the wall of the ravine and raises his head. He sees a huge snake head appearing above him. The huge snake temporarily loses sight of the young man and slowly turns its head from side to side, looking for its prey. Chin considers it lucky that he came across a ravine in which he could hide, because snakes have limited vision and she will not be able to detect him right away. The boy regrets that he used up all his poisoned arrows yesterday, although he has doubts whether such a quantity of poison will be able to affect such a huge snake. He intends to use the Encyclopedia of Wild Animals to find some solution to this deadly situation and save his life. Chin is very irritated. The system does not give him any other options but to jump straight into the snake's mouth. He understands that the probability of success is minimal and that this action will most likely lead to his death. The next second the snake stops, and the guy realizes that it has caught his scent. He grips his camping knife tightly in his hands, knowing he has no other choice. Chin decides to climb onto the snake's body and get closer to its heart to try and deliver the finishing blow. He rises to a height of at least 3 meters and strikes the thick scales of the reptile with his knife. The snake makes a terrible hissing sound and begins to move even faster, becoming enraged by this sudden attack. Kin realizes that his knife is too short to reach the snake's heart, and all his efforts may be in vain. He holds onto her body with all his might to keep from falling, and suddenly the reptile stops. He guesses that if he stays on the snake's scruff, it won't be able to see him, even if it smells him. The huge snake continues to move deep into the undergrowth. Chin comes to the conclusion that he has some time to think of another way to deal with it. Continuing on his way on the snake, Chin realizes that it is simply impossible to kill this huge creature with a short knife. He is amazed by the power that the snake demonstrates. It does not stop for a second and has been moving without stopping for more than an hour. Chin intends to choose the right moment to quietly jump off the snake and try to escape. Soon the snake crawls out into the clearing, and the guy is instantly hit in the nose by a terrible smell that is almost impossible to bear. He immediately notices a huge pile of manure nearby, presumably left by wild boars. After a moment, Chin notices that the snake has started to move much faster and is accelerating, as if it is overcome with excitement. The reason for this turns out to be a boar that is nearby. It attracted the attention of the reptile. The huge snake opens its mouth and makes a lightning-fast lunge towards the boar, not paying attention to the man sitting on its neck. Chin realizes that this is his chance to escape, and taking advantage of the moment when the snake is distracted by its prey, he carefully jumps off its neck. He begins to move away unnoticed, trying to get as far as possible to a safe distance, so that he can then break into a fast run. Titanoboa grabs the boar with its huge teeth and begins to squeeze its body with force. Soon, a terrible crunch of breaking animal bones is heard. The snake throws the boar high into the air, at which point Chin suddenly realizes why the skins of the boars he saw earlier had so many strange wounds and deep scars. The next moment, the huge reptile squeezes its victim and begins to slowly strangle it. Chin was unable to get too far and regretfully realizes that the fight ended faster than he expected. The young man trips and falls into a puddle, hoping that he has managed to move to a safe enough distance so that the snake will not be able to smell him. He thinks that with the onset of darkness, other dangers may appear, and he is too weak to fight, so he intends to hide as quickly as possible. Chin activates the system screen. He doesn't have enough points to buy skills, but he hopes to get some useful bonuses or test items. The system offers to play the Wheel of Fortune, announcing the cost of 1,000 points for one move, which makes him think about the choice. The guy notices that there are empty sectors on the Wheel of Fortune, which means that if he spends his last points, he may get nothing. However, despite the risk, he decides to try his luck and agrees to spin the reel. The virtual system tells the young man that he has received the seal of the beast slave, which makes him think. Suddenly, the guy notices a flock of wild boars nearby. He hopes that they won't notice him. However, his hopes are not justified. He sees how the animals begin to slowly approach the place where he is hiding. He tries not to move and hopes that the boars do not realize that he is hiding among the bamboo thickets. A huge wild boar with blazing eyes filled with rage heads straight towards the bamboo thicket where Chin is hiding. The boar finds the young man and stands there for a while, not daring to attack. Chin decides to use the old method again, which once brought him success. The guy raises his hands high up and starts yelling loudly at the boar, hoping that this will scare him and make him retreat. However, this time the technique does not work. The boar was not scared at all, but, on the contrary, became even more irritated and aggressive. Chin decides to run away, but feels his legs starting to numb and burn. He realizes that this is probably due to the frequent use of the cheetah speed skill. The guy continues to run, but feels that very soon his legs may completely fail. Suddenly, Chin stops and looks around, trying to figure out where to run as he is completely lost. The guy notices a huge pile of manure nearby, the same one he saw earlier, and realizes that he has no other choice. He can't escape from the angry pack of boars, so he decides to jump into this pile of manure and hide in it. Chin dives up to his neck into the foul-smelling pile of manure, trying to hide. Soon, a pack of wild boars runs up to the place where the manure is and stops nearby. The animals look around in confusion in search of their prey. At dusk, the boars can hardly see anything and rely only on their sense of smell. But now the smell of manure overpowers the human scent, and Chin understands that if he sits quietly, the boars will not be able to find him and will be forced to leave. Unfortunately, wild animals do not leave the manure pile and continue to walk around it, sniffing the surrounding area. Chin resists the urge to vomit, knowing that he must not make any noise. Otherwise, he will reveal his location and attract the attention of predators. As luck would have it, the boars are in no hurry to leave, and to the young man's surprise, they decide to lie down right there, which means he will have to linger in this stinking heap for some time. Chin begins to experience intense heat from the manure, which is due to the buildup of carbon dioxide, preventing the heat from dissipating. The guy understands that if the situation does not change, he may soon overheat and get heat stroke. He feels like he put on several warm-down jackets on a hot summer day. The young man can't feel his arms and legs at all, and he's struggling with all his might to stay conscious. He understands that he must not lose consciousness under any circumstances, otherwise it will mean the end of him. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a bright flame. He begins to think that due to poisoning and overheating, he is starting to hallucinate. He imagines Helen's voice calling him by name. The guy is sure that these are just illusions, because it is difficult for him to imagine that the girl could find him and come to his aid. Helen really does appear in the clearing, riding a panda and holding a torch in her hands, illuminating the space around her and loudly calling his name. Helen is clearly agitated. She continues waving the torch and desperately calling for the guy. After some time, the girl notices a young man hiding in a huge pile of manure, next to which a large flock of wild boars has settled. She orders the panda to attack the boars without hesitation and swings her stone axe in preparation for the fight. Helen screams loudly and, riding on a panda, fearlessly rushes at the sleeping wild boars without thinking about her own safety. Chin still doesn't believe that what is happening is real and can't believe that the fragile and feminine Helen decided on such a desperate act. The boars, realizing that they will not be able to cope with stronger opponents, quickly jump to their feet and run into the forest thicket. Helen asks Chin how he feels. The guy replies that thanks to her help, he is fine, although he is still very weak. He says that he is too dirty now. The girl should not get too close to him so as not to get dirty. Chin hasn't moved for a long time. His legs are numb and he can't feel them at all, which makes every step incredibly difficult. The young man begins to fall, but Helen runs up in time and helps him up, supporting him so that he can stand on his feet. She suggests returning to camp as quickly as possible before the boars return or a new threat arises, because the night forest is full of dangers. Helen notices that the panda has noticed many young bamboo shoots and has begun to reach for them. The girl asks the animal to be patient, explaining that their main task now is to return to the camp. The young men mount the panda, lighting the way with a torch, and begin moving towards the camp. Helen realizes how weak Chin has become and holds his hand close to her, urging him to hold on tighter and not give up no matter how hard it is. Despite being very tired, Chin realizes that he is experiencing completely new, unusual sensations, which gives him strength and confidence. The girl realizes that now her dress can only be used as rags. The first thing the young people do is go to the river to wash themselves in their clothes, getting rid of traces of dirt and the terrible smell. Chin, unable to contain his joy, jumps into the clear river water at full speed, creating a multitude of splashes around himself, and feels the long-awaited relief. He gradually calms down and silently thanks fate for the fact that they did not encounter another danger on the way to the camp. Helen also needs to wash herself, but she's shy and hides behind the back of a huge panda, preferring to wait a little. The danger has passed, and now they can relax, splashing in the warm river water and enjoying the moment of safety. Returning to the camp, Helen feels all the weight and tension of the previous night, which immediately affects her condition. She falls asleep almost immediately, exhausted from fatigue. Chin, despite being tired, goes to the kitchen. He is too hungry to sleep, and he realizes that a small snack will help him regain his strength. The guy walks into the kitchen and suddenly stops, surprised by what he sees in front of him. He sees the carcasses of the wild boars that they had previously brought into the room, partially butchered, which causes him no small amount of amazement. The first thought that comes to Chin's mind is that in their absence, wild animals have gotten into the kitchen and torn apart the carcasses. However, he soon realizes that it was Helen's work, who cut open the carcasses to get the boar fat needed to make torches. Chin imagines what kind of face the girl had at that moment. He sits down on a bamboo chair to rest, but suddenly feels a severe pain in his knees. He realizes that he needs to avoid the cheetah speed skill in the near future. Otherwise, it could lead to irreversible consequences and even the loss of the ability to move. While he is thinking about his next steps and coming to his senses, the virtual system suddenly informs him of a reward. For escaping from the giant snake, he receives 7,000 points, which lifts his spirits a little. Chin quietly approaches the sleeping Helen and watches her sleep soundly for a while before quietly informing her that he has made some porridge. He puts the bowl on the shelf next to the bed and realizes that the girl is so tired that she doesn't even hear his voice and doesn't react to what's happening around her. The guy sits down next to him, his thoughts involuntarily turning to the events of the previous night. Despite her outward defenselessness, Helen showed incredible strength of character and saved his life. He could never have imagined that such a fragile body contained such a brave soul, capable of such a bold act. Chin admits to himself that he never imagined that Helen would risk her life and come to his aid, and this discovery leaves a feeling of gratitude in his heart. The guy lies down on his bed, continuing to think about this, and with these thoughts, he gradually falls into a deep sleep. After some time, the young people wake up and decide to eat a little to strengthen their strength. While eating, Chin wonders how Helen was able to find him, since the forest is so big. To the young man's surprise, Helen says that she found him by the huge footprints on the grass, which were visible even in the dark. She does not understand his surprise and adds that there was nothing complicated about it. Chin tells the girl that the tracks she saw belonged to an extinct prehistoric reptile. This information greatly shocks Helen. The girl can hardly believe that the Titanoboa, a creature that was thought to have died out millions of years ago, still exists. She begins to have a panic attack, as the thought that they might be in danger at the camp does not give her peace. A huge snake could attack them at any moment. Chin agrees that the threat does exist, and if the snake wants to find them, they won't have the slightest chance of survival. Helen watches as Hampy eats the last of the young bamboo shoots and asks worriedly how they will get food for the panda. Chin recalls that he encountered a snake when he went deep into the thicket, and suggests that they only walk along the edge of the bamboo forest, hoping that this will help them avoid encounters with the Titanoboa. However, the girl continues to feel fear and does not find this offer too encouraging, because the danger remains real. Suddenly, Chin decides to change the subject and thanks Helen for saving his life. He says this with sincere gratitude, realizing that without her courage, he would not have survived that night. Helen is slightly embarrassed by Chin's words of gratitude. Her cheeks flush slightly and she looks away. The girl smiles at Chin's gratitude, trying to hide her embarrassment. She claims that they should always help each other, because in such a situation without trust and support, it is impossible to survive. Since early morning, Chin has been busy cutting up the huge carcasses of 4 wild boars. Today, the guy woke up at noon, and despite the fact that he slept for most of the day, his body still hadn't fully recovered and his knees hurt even more. Helen helps with cutting up the meat and asks the guy if they can store such a large amount of food. Chin replies that it was extremely difficult to get a wild boar, so he is going to do everything possible to ensure that not a single piece is wasted. He is even going to use the bones to make bone glue. The guy decides to smoke the meat he has obtained well so that he can store it for a long time. Helen asks in surprise if they are really going to leave the meat outside, to which Chin explains that they have no other choice, as there is not enough space in the kitchen for all the food anyway. The next morning comes. Helen's voice is heard in the camp. She loudly calls Chin. The guy slowly comes to his senses and asks in a sleepy voice what is happening and why she is screaming so loudly. Helen is in a state of great excitement and loudly announces that their meat has been stolen. This news greatly surprises Chin. He immediately comes to his senses and tries to understand the current situation. The guy looks closely at the extinguished fire and the remains of the fastenings lying nearby, on which meat was previously smoked. Helen adds that during the night she did not hear any sounds that could indicate the presence of wild animals. Chin carefully examines the scene and says that the meat mount was too big for the beast to carry away, and the beast would have left marks on the ground, which there are none. Chin finds it very strange that Hampy was not alarmed by anything, because an animal living in the wild is always on the alert, even when sleeping, and if a predator appeared here, the panda would immediately notice it. The guy goes into deep thought and tells Helen that he will have to be on duty tonight to prevent possible threats. Helen, wanting to support the young man, suggests keeping watch according to the old scheme, dividing the night into 2 parts. Chin thinks that this is not necessary since he is going to sleep during the day, and this will allow him to stay awake all night without any problems. The young man slept all day. The sun was already beginning to set towards the horizon. Chin gradually wakes up, stretching with pleasure and reporting that he had a good night's sleep. Chin looks around in surprise and asks Helen how long he slept, trying to figure out how much time has passed since he fell asleep. The girl brings him a cup of hot drink and tells him that the sun has almost set and, in her opinion, it is now about 10 o'clock in the evening. Helen adds that there is mint tea in the cup, which will help him wake up faster and get energized to start his shift. Chin lights a fire and begins to cook food, thinking that the 4 boars had yielded at least 300 kilograms of meat, which should be enough for them for the next 6 months. He also thinks that they have skins and guts, and if the skins are processed properly, they can be used to make clothes that will come in handy on cold nights. After pouring himself a serving of meat stew, Chin reflects that he first needs to find out where the meat has disappeared to understand what kind of danger might await them in the future. He hopes that this is not the work of wild animals, because otherwise it does not bode well for them and could become a serious threat. Animals that can sneak into a camp and steal meat without leaving a trace are a huge threat, as they may not wake up one day. The night flew by unnoticed. Chin does not understand why the thief did not show up today, although he expected his return. The guy thinks that if he were a thief, he wouldn't steal from the same place a few hours after the first theft. Chin decides that he will have to stay on duty another night to try to catch the intruder. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream, which makes him stop his thoughts and become wary. Chin instantly looks up to the sky and sees a golden eagle, one of the most famous birds of prey from the hawk family. The largest eagle, whose body can reach 1 meter in length and a wingspan of up to 2 meters. Having spotted its prey, the golden eagle dives rapidly. Its speed can reach 300 kilometers per hour, which makes it an extremely dangerous hunter. The guy knows that golden eagles are among the top 10 strongest birds of prey and are capable of soaring high in the sky for a long time, looking out for prey, or gliding at a low altitude, trying to catch their prey by surprise. The golden eagle grabs its victim by the head with its claws and instantly kills it. But now its prey is not an animal, but dried boar meat lying near the fire. The system informs Chin that due to their skills, golden eagles are used in Kazakhstan as birds of prey for hunting and protecting flocks of sheep. There are 2 ways to tame a golden eagle. The first is to feed it from birth and make friends with it. The second way to wear him down and break his will. Chin decides to use the second method and tame the bird by exhaustion, not allowing the golden eagle to sleep until it has no strength left to resist. During breakfast, Helen learns that the meat was stolen by a golden eagle, and a very large one at that, which greatly surprises her and causes a feeling of alarm. Now the girl understands why there were no traces left at the scene of the theft. She suggests smoking the remaining meat and storing it in reliable clay pots to avoid a repeat of such situations. Chin agrees and says that Helen can start laying out the meat, but asks to leave him 1 portion. Helen curiously asks why this is necessary. The guy says that he is going to catch a golden eagle and tame it. For this, the meat must be left outside so as not to arouse suspicion in the bird and lure it into a trap. Chin constructs a rudimentary trap consisting of a bamboo pole, a knot, and meat bait, which he plans to use to catch a golden eagle. He tells Helen that he saw a man catch a deer with a similar trap, and therefore he is sure that it will definitely work on a bird of prey. Having built this trap, Chin decides to test its operation and put pressure on it to make sure that the mechanism functions as it should. However, the wooden lock on the trap is triggered even by a light touch, and the wooden base hits the guy hard in the face. Chin holds his nose, feeling the pain from the blow, and comes to the conclusion that the trap needs to be improved. He decides to use the panda to adjust the pressure on the trap. The guy believes that Hampy can help in this matter. Helen is worried about the animal, believing that the trap may hurt it, but the young man tells her not to worry, as the thickness of the panda's skin, in his opinion, is thick enough to protect it. Hampy, misunderstanding Chin's intentions, instead of carefully adjusting the pressure on the base, hits it with all his might, causing even more problems as he completely breaks the trap. Chin sighs in frustration, realizing that he will have to tinker a little to properly set up the trap and make it more reliable. Helen asks how today's shift went. Chin replies that the golden eagle never showed up today, which puzzled him a little. Helen has doubts that the bird of prey will fly back again. The guy confidently tells her that the golden eagle enjoyed their delicious meat for 2 days in a row, and sooner or later he will definitely return for a new portion. At that moment, a loud cry is heard in the sky, and the young people notice how, spreading its huge wings, a powerful bird soars majestically over their camp. Chin instantly realizes that he needs to focus, as the predator is most likely about to take the prey again, and this is their chance. With excellent eyesight, the golden eagle immediately notices a huge fish lying in a trap. He resolutely rushes down at great speed, digging his powerful claws into the bait. A moment later, the trap is triggered, tightening the noose on the eagle's paw, and at the same moment, Chin's satisfied voice is heard, smiling as he tells Helen that the thief has finally been caught. Helen asks the guy what they should do next. Chin replies that they need to wait a little for the bird to calm down and come to terms with its captivity. He believes that it is extremely dangerous to approach an aggressive golden eagle now, because it has not only sharp claws, but also a deadly beak, and with the slightest carelessness, the bird can easily attack and even peck out eyes. Meanwhile, the bird tries to gnaw through the thick rope and free itself. Chin decides not to interfere with it and gives it time to spend its strength so that it finally runs out of steam. Helen, watching what is happening, is very surprised by the size of the predator and says that she has never seen a golden eagle so close before. Its power and size impress her. A curious panda cautiously approaches the bird. Strangely enough, the golden eagle, which usually knows no fear, looks frightened by the approach of a huge bear. Chin agrees with Helen, admitting that she is right. The golden eagle was indeed much larger than he first imagined, which makes their success even more impressive. Chin begins to be bothered by a strange thought. The eels he caught earlier were much larger than usual. The panda and titanoboa were also larger than the sizes described by the system. This is already the fourth case where animals either do not match known descriptions or are much larger than expected. Helen wonders why in some countries the golden eagle is called the golden eagle, when its color is actually gray-brown. Chin smiles and thanks the girl for her statement, saying that he really likes the name Gray Eagle. Helen guesses that the guy wants to give the bird this name because it seems appropriate and symbolic to him. Chin says he thinks the name sounds pretty good and suits the majestic predator. He points his finger at a huge golden eagle and solemnly declares that from today on, his name will be Gray Eagle. The bird is clearly outraged by this attitude. Not only is it in captivity from which it cannot escape, but it has also received a strange nickname. Helen, with some doubt, asks the young man how he is going to tame the gray eagle. She is not sure that the taming process will be as successful as with the panda. Chin reveals that he has a slightly different plan, after which he activates the trainer seal he received from the system earlier. However, after a few seconds, the guy is surprised to realize that for some reason the trainer's seal is not activated. Suddenly, a virtual system screen appears in front of him, on which a message appears that he will be able to use this seal only after he successfully tames the animal. Helen tries not to ask unnecessary questions, but she is very surprised why Chin is pointing his index finger in the air in front of him, as if interacting with something. Chin reports that they will definitely tame this powerful bird, although it will take a lot of effort. He explains that the essence of his plan is to break the eagle's wild instincts and make him acknowledge their supremacy, no matter how long it takes. They will eventually succeed, but this requires maintaining constant eye contact with the bird and not allowing it to sleep until it becomes submissive. Chin understands that for successful taming he will need Helen's help, since if he does it alone, the golden eagle will have a chance to rest. He explains to the girl that the task is actually not difficult. They just need to take turns watching the bird and not allowing it to rest and regain its strength. Kaina heads to the cave and tells Helen that he's going to bed. The guy asks her to take over the day shift of watching the golden eagle. The first day of training begins. The gray eagle feels quite cheerful, demonstrating all his power and is not going to give up. The bird is still full of strength and desperately resists. At some point, Taking advantage of the fact that the girl is distracted, she begins to chew on the rope that holds her leg. Helen, noticing this, suddenly strikes the ground with a long bamboo stick, which frightens the bird and makes it stop trying to free itself. The girl firmly tells the eagle not to try to be impudent and assures him that she is watching him closely and will not allow him to escape under any circumstances. When night falls, Chin takes over the duty. He watches the bird and tries not to waste time. The guy starts making a toothbrush using improvised means. Chin worked all night making a toothbrush, and now he feels tired and his eyes hurt. The system tells him that he gets 200 points for successfully making a toothbrush, which lifts his spirits a little. Showing his new toothbrush to the bird, the boy playfully asks what the gray eagle thinks of the quality of the tool. In response, the golden eagle demonstratively turns away, showing that it does not intend to make contact with the person and does not show any interest in him. The next morning comes. The bird is no longer as active as it was before. Fatigue makes itself felt, and it tries to fall asleep. At this moment, a panda sneaks up on the golden eagle and wakes it up with a loud roar, causing the eagle to recoil in horror. Helen is near the animals. She's holding a boar skin in her hands and is going to sew something useful for the young man. Chin comes on duty, checking the bone glue. He realizes that it is ready and can be used. Meanwhile, the panda warmed herself by the fire and fell asleep, which is why Chin gives her a light blow to the head with a spoon, ordering her not to sleep and to keep a close eye on the golden eagle. He believes that Hampy should actively participate in the taming process and be useful, and not allow herself to relax. Hampy instantly approaches the bird. She roars loudly and does not let her sleep, causing her even more fear and leaving no chance for sleep. Meanwhile, it becomes noticeably warmer. The sun rises higher and higher, and a new day awaits the young people. Burkut hasn't slept for several days and now looks extremely exhausted. His eyes are red from fatigue and lack of sleep, and every movement is very difficult for him. Gathering all its last strength, the bird screams loudly and makes a last desperate attempt to escape, but the rope tying its leg holds it in place. Chin, watching the bird closely, asks the gray eagle if he is tired of resisting, and promises to let him go if he starts to make contact. Burkut looks intently at the young man, and gradually the realization appears in his eyes that no effort will lead to freedom. After some time, the huge bird resigns itself to its position and completely stops any resistance. Chin realizes that now is the best time to try using the trainer's seal. The guy activates the seal and, reaching out to the gray eagle, feels how bright streams of energy begin to flare up around them. The system congratulates him on successfully taming the golden eagle and adds 5,000 points to his account, which becomes an excellent reward for all his efforts. The system reports that the bird is very hungry and exhausted. At this point, Chin forms a close telepathic connection with the golden eagle, and vivid images begin to download into his mind, showing the world through the eyes of the mighty bird. Chin sees numerous hunting scenes involving the gray eagle, flights over wild spaces, swift attacks on prey, and unimaginable freedom. After some time, the visions change, and he sees a young golden eagle chick that is stuck among the rocks and needs help. A huge bird, freed from its shackles, hovers over the camp of the young people. At this moment, the contented voice of Helen is heard, who, full of joy, says that she is delighted with their common victory. The girl admits that she didn't expect that they would be able to tame such a huge and freedom-loving bird, and is delighted that everything went even faster than they initially expected. Chin tells the girl that the bird is a little excited about her chick. Helen is surprised and asks how he knew about it. Realizing that he cannot reveal the truth about the telepathic connection, the guy decides to get out of this situation by saying that this is just his guess, based on knowledge about the mating season of golden eagles, which occurs in the spring and summer when they have chicks. Helen is delighted by this news and offers to bring the chick to camp to raise it herself, which she believes will be a great opportunity to strengthen their relationship with the gray eagle. The gray eagle lands on the leather glove that is on Chin's hand and spreads its mighty wings. Chin, looking at the bird, tells Helen that he is going to go in search of the chick soon, and tomorrow they will begin to explore the rocks in the hope of finding the nest. Helen, looking at the bird, cannot hide her delight and admiration. She says that the gray eagle is incredibly beautiful and graceful. The girl decides to try to touch the bird, but the golden eagle reacts sharply to her actions, rushing at her. Helen is very surprised and even a little upset. She does not understand why the bird does not allow her to touch its feathers, because they tamed it together. Chine explains that the bird chose him as its master, and adds to himself that this is due to the training seal he used, and that there could be no other outcome, since Helen does not have access to the system like he does. Helen does not give up and tries to find a common language with the gray eagle. She takes 2 large fish and approaches the bird, hoping to treat it. To her surprise, the irritated bird does not accept her as a master and responds with aggressive behavior, which forces the girl to retreat. The young people decided to rest for 1 day to fully recover their strength, and the next day they got up early to set off on their journey. Thanks to the trainer's seal, Chin learned that the golden eagle chick had fallen out of its nest and was now trying to survive, sitting in a narrow mountain crevice from which it could not escape without help. For the night, the young people set up a temporary camp. Chin learns that the gray eagle repeatedly tried to save its chick, but each time its large size did not allow it to squeeze into the crevice. Helen, meanwhile, has prepared a meat stew from boar meat and invites the young man to dinner. At dinner, the girl asks the guy how they intend to find a small chick in such a huge forest. Chin, smiling slightly, explains that he knows roughly the location of the nest, and it all depends on their speed. They are currently moving at a speed of about 4 kilometers per hour, which he thinks is too slow. They have only been able to cover 30 kilometers in a whole day, which is completely insufficient to quickly reach their goal. Helen shares her thoughts about the mysterious island. She believes that it is quite large, and she does not understand why no one has found them yet, because such a large island should have been inhabited by people long ago. Helen asks what the young man is thinking about. Chin replies that he is thinking about what they will do if they suddenly come across wild animals. After dinner, the young people throw more wood on the fire, then cover themselves with boar skins and try to sleep, hoping for a peaceful night. Suddenly, Chin wakes up to hear Hampy, who is next to him, start to growl loudly. The girl asks why the animal is acting so strangely, to which Chin suggests that the panda may have felt threatened. Hampy continues to stare into the darkness, growling tensely, and after a moment, many eyes begin to sparkle brightly in the bushes. A moment later, a pack of wild wolves emerges from the bushes, and Helen's loud cry, filled with fear and anxiety, is heard. Chin, holding back his own excitement, orders the girl to immediately hide behind Hampy and press herself against the tree. He explains that most likely the wolves will not dare to thoughtlessly attack the huge bear. Chin asks Hampy to remain calm and not to rush at the wolves first under any circumstances, as any sudden aggression could lead to an immediate attack. He understands that they are in serious trouble, because unlike wild boars, wolves hunt in packs and have a sharper mind. Chin realizes that if the panda takes a step to the side, the wolves will immediately attack them. And besides, the gray eagle is unlikely to be able to help, since he has poor vision in the dark, which makes him useless in these conditions. One of the wolves gets too close to the fire and immediately jumps away from the flames in horror. This gives Chin a hint. Fire is their main trump card in this situation. He asks Helen to light a torch to scare away the predators. Helen admits that she was so scared that she completely forgot that wolves are afraid of fire, which could have helped scare them away earlier. Chin loudly demands the wolves to leave and throws a burning torch in their direction. This causes several animals to instantly jump aside. Realizing that he needs to continue the psychological pressure, he orders Hampy to roar as loudly as possible to further intimidate his enemies. The giant panda stands up on its hind legs and lets out a loud, wild roar that echoes throughout the area, shaking the silence of the night. Chin thinks they were lucky. The wolves got scared and ran away. But given their cunning, the guy thinks that the animals could be somewhere nearby watching them. Fortunately, the wolves did not try to approach their camp again that night, and as soon as it became light, the young people immediately continued on their way. Helen notices with obvious relief that they have finally gotten out of the dense jungle. She has the feeling that they have entered a completely different world. She asks Chin what happened to the gray eagle and why the bird is acting so agitated. Chin explains that the eagle's nest must be somewhere nearby, and perhaps the bird is eager to finally see its chick. The guy watches as a huge golden eagle circles over the forest. It heads towards the nearest mountain range, thus letting him know where its nest is. The young people, together with the panda, begin a slow climb up the slope of the nearby mountains. Chin constantly helps Helen, supporting her and persistently reminding her to be extremely careful to avoid possible injuries. Helen admits that the mountain is too steep and she is very tired. She asks the guy to give her a break. Chin agrees to her request. He leaves the girl with the panda and decides to continue the journey alone, hoping to reach the goal faster this way. Chin carefully begins to climb up the steep cliff, as the path has ended, and this is now the only way to reach the nest. Suddenly his foot slips, but he manages to grab the ledge with his hand in time. At that moment, the guy realizes that even a second of delay could cost him his life. After overcoming many difficulties and spending all his strength, Chin finally reaches the top of the cliff. He instantly falls to the ground, trying to catch his breath and recover. Chin looks around and sees the forest spread out below. This view captivates him so much that the guy feels like he has arrived at the top of the world, from where everything seems small and insignificant. He carefully examines the surrounding mountains, and after a moment his gaze stops on one of them. There is an extinct volcano nearby, whose slopes have already become overgrown with trees. The guy thinks that it is unlikely to become active in the near future. There may be useful materials in its vicinity. Thoughts about the island's rich ecosystem are suddenly interrupted by the loud cry of a golden eagle nearby. Chin sincerely apologizes to Grey Eagle and reminds him that he remembers why they came here. The golden eagle chick ended up on a very steep slope, and without special equipment, the guy had almost no chance of getting to it. However, he came up with a good plan. He tied a loop at the end of the rope and carefully lowered it into the mountain crevice. With the help of the trainer's seal, he was able to communicate with the golden eagle for a while. He only needed to convince the bird to fly up to the chick and ask it to grab the rope so that Chin could easily pull the chick out. The young man's plan was successful, and after some time he was able to free the chick from captivity, feeling a great sense of relief. Chin is amazed by the size of the birds, because even a golden eagle chick looks impressively large and massive. Chin carefully takes the chick into his arms, telling the gray eagle that it is time to head back to camp. Going down turned out to be much more difficult and dangerous than going up. Every step required extreme caution and precision. Chin could hardly see where to put his feet, and every movement was associated with the risk of falling down. After some time, with great effort, he manages to get down to the ground. After this test, the guy comes to the conclusion that he will never do something like this again for any amount of money. Chin, looking around, is surprised to find that at the base of the mountain there is neither the girl nor the panda, who were supposed to remain in place. Sometime later, he notices a note left by Helen on the sand, in which she says that she went to explore the nearby area in search of useful resources. The guy, tired from the long climb, decides to stay where he is and rest until the girl returns. After a while, Helen returns to the parking lot and says that she thinks it's going to rain. Chin agrees with her concerns, noting that the weather in this area is extremely unpredictable, and suggests that they leave as soon as possible, as a heavy downpour could cause a landslide, which would pose a mortal danger to them. His words are suddenly interrupted by Helen, who suddenly freezes, her eyes filling with excitement. She screams loudly, calling on the guy to immediately look at something that shocked her so much. Surprised, Chin turned sharply in the direction Helen pointed, and a moment later noticed a plane flying in the sky. The guy immediately noticed that thick smoke was coming from the plane's engine, and instantly realized that something was clearly wrong with the plane. The young people, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately headed towards the supposed landing site. Helen says that they have not yet heard the sound of an explosion. Chin begins to think about how an airplane could appear on a desert island and feels a strong emotion. He understands very well that Helen also experienced similar feelings. Having reached the edge of the mountain plateau, they saw that the path ended in a cliff, and they simply had no way to move forward straight. Chin decided to stop to calm his nerves and carefully consider his next steps, realizing the importance of each action. He drew a map on the ground, a rock representing their current location, an X marking the supposed crash site, and an O indicating their camp. Chin informs Helen that their current food supply is enough for the two of them to get back to camp. But if they decide to make a detour to the crash site, there won't be enough food for the return trip. The girl suggests going back to their camp, taking enough supplies, and then going in search of the plane. Chin believes that in this case they will lose a lot of time. He suggests splitting up and going to search himself, while Helen and the panda return to the camp. Chin expresses his doubts about the girl being able to return to the camp on her own, to which Helen reacts sharply, considering these words to be a lack of trust in her abilities and strength. Meanwhile, it quickly gets dark. The young people set up camp and light a fire. Helen asks to keep the gray eagle chick with her. She plays with the little bird and thinks about what name to give it, trying to choose something special and meaningful. The guy suggests naming the chick Little Eagle, which causes a negative reaction from the girl, as she considers this name not original enough. Helen informs him that the guy already has his own bird and that the chick will belong only to her, after which she declares that she will not allow her pet to be called stupid names. The next morning, Helen tells the guy that she found a large amount of resin and asks if they will need it in the future. Chin replies that this is a good find, as the pine resin can be effectively used to create torches, which will make it much easier for them to move around in the dark. After a while, the young people split up. The guy, left alone, uses the cheetah's speed skill every hour for a short time to reach the plane crash site as quickly as possible. He hopes that the speed will help him get there before sunset. Until midday, he makes very rapid progress, but soon wet ground appears under his feet, which surprises him, since the weather has not changed and there has been no rain. He decides to scout out the area and sends the gray eagle ahead to find out what happened. As a huge golden eagle rises high into the air, the young man activates his trainer skill, allowing him to synchronize his vision with the gray eagles. After a moment, he begins to receive images in his brain and sees a large amount of water, but cannot understand what exactly is in front of him, a river or a lake. Chin realizes that he has no choice but to go forward to see this obstacle for himself and determine how it can be overcome. After some time, a large amount of fog appears in the air. The guy comes out to the edge of the swamp. He thinks about the best way to get around it. It will take more time, but it will be much safer for him. Chin spends several hours trying to find a way around the swamp, but his efforts are unsuccessful. He is forced to admit that there is no safe passage to be found, and attempts to bypass the swamp will only increase the wasted time. He has absolutely no desire to move through the swamp, but he understands that he has no other choice. The guy must continue on his way, despite all the dangers and difficulties. During his search, he notices that there are many mosquitoes in the area. Their bites cause severe itching. The guy understands that if he starts scratching his skin, he can get an infection. Chin decides to start moving forward right now, before it gets dark, since it is not safe to stay overnight in such a place. Standing water is an ideal breeding ground for bacteria, and if he gets wet or, God forbid, swallows some of this water, he will immediately catch some kind of infection. The sun is at its zenith. The swamp is covered with dense foliage of trees, creating a greenhouse effect inside, which is why the guy doesn't have enough air and it becomes unbearably hot, which makes it very difficult to move and navigate. His attention is drawn to strange-looking green vines that begin to move in an unusual way, as if coming to life in this hot and humid place. A moment later, the guy realizes that these vines are not actually plants, but a huge snake, which suddenly rushes at him, opening its mouth. Khan manages to react in time, and at the last split second, he strikes the attacking snake with his bamboo bottle, using it as a weapon in this critical situation. The next moment, a gray eagle comes to his aid, quickly descending from above and grabbing the snake with its powerful clawed paws. Thanks to the system's encyclopedia, the guy learns that it was a snake from the viper species, a very dangerous creature that secretes deadly poison, and he was really lucky that he managed to repel its attack. The snake was green and looked exactly like a liana, hiding among the dense vegetation of the swamp. After a while, he comes out onto relatively firm ground and, breathing a sigh of relief, thinks that he will finally be able to use the cheetah's agility skill again to get to his goal faster. His speed of movement increases noticeably. The guy believes that if he continues to move just as fast, he will be able to reach the crash site before dark. However, his plans are not destined to come true. He again loses solid ground under his feet, which makes him feel despair. With horror, Chin realizes that he has fallen into a quagmire, a shaky place in the swamp covered with bright green grass and moss, on which walking is extremely dangerous and fraught with serious consequences for life. The quagmire begins to slowly suck him in, working in the same way as quicksand in the desert. The more he moves, the faster it sinks, causing him to stop and freeze completely. He realizes that he can't move until he finds something to grab onto, and the boy freezes, limiting his movements to slow down the speed of his descent. The boy commands the gray eagle to find a long stick as quickly as possible that could help him get out of this dangerous trap, and hopes that his faithful companion will not let him down at this critical moment. Chin believes that he still has a little time and hopes that he can get out of this deadly trap by relying on his skills and the help of the eagle. After some time, a huge golden eagle flies to him and drops a stick. The guy immediately asks the eagle to find even longer sticks and continue to bring them to him, because the longer and stronger the structure, the higher his chances of survival. Chin reflects on the fact that the quagmire, like quicksand, is not a Newtonian fluid, and comes up with a solution. He begins to tie the sticks he brought into a single structure that will help him get out. After some time, he manages to create something similar to a ladder. The guy tries to minimize his movements, because in a state of rest, the quagmire behaves like a solid surface. But with a sudden change in pressure or impact, it turns into a viscous and insidious environment that can drag him in. He begins to gradually climb up the ladder, trying to change the force of pressure on the surface so that the liquid becomes solid again and allows him to climb up. With great effort, Chin manages to get out of the quagmire and find himself on a makeshift ladder that supports his weight and helps him avoid total submersion. Moving very carefully so as not to cause unnecessary vibrations, he slowly moves towards the solid area, realizing the seriousness of his situation. Having freed himself from the quagmire, the guy realizes that he has spent almost all his strength on the fight for survival, and realizes that a whole day has already passed, and he is still far from the place where the plane crashed. He remembers a TV series called Condor Heroes that he had seen earlier, where the leader of the villains found an interesting way to overcome quicksand. And this thought suddenly inspires him to take further action and gives him hope that something similar might be useful in his current situation. Chin intends to select 8 of the driest and strongest poles from his design that will be suitable for providing stability. After this, he begins to tie them together in such a way that they form something like skis, capable of distributing his weight over the surface of the quagmire, preventing deep immersion. Using a rope, he firmly ties this structure to his legs and tests its strength, hoping that it will withstand his weight and not fail at the most crucial moment. The increase in support area and even distribution of weight allows it to begin to slide along the surface of the quagmire, which makes it possible to slowly move forward and overcome the dangerous swamp. After several hours of difficult progress, he notices that the swamp is beginning to end, and the long-awaited place where the plane crashed appears ahead. The aircraft was seriously damaged during the hard landing, but the pilot miraculously survived and is inside the cockpit. The girl in the cockpit gradually comes to, experiencing a severe headache and trying to figure out where she is and what happened. The last thing she remembers is encountering a powerful storm, after which the plane lost control and she was thrown into dangerous turbulence, causing her to crash. She thanks the gods that she miraculously managed to find a place to land before the plane completely lost control. Carefully examining the plane's engine, the girl realizes that repairing it in field conditions is practically impossible. Looking around, she remembers seeing a similar swamp while traveling in South America, and these memories help her better understand where she might be. The girl is not sure that people can live in such a remote place, but she still starts screaming loudly and calling for help, hoping that someone will hear her. After a moment, she realizes that this is stupid. It is unlikely that there could be people in this remote area. She decides not to waste her energy in vain, because they may be needed later. Trying to calm down and pull herself together, she begins to think about her next plan of action, trying to maintain a cool head despite the dangerous situation that has developed. She realizes that the sun is already setting and night will soon fall, so she decides to stay in the cabin for the night, as this seems the safest option in her situation. Suddenly, the oppressive silence is broken by a human voice. The girl shudders in surprise, trying to understand who it could be. At the edge of the clearing near the plane stands Chin. The guy shouts loudly, asking if anyone is nearby, hoping that he can find someone from the crew. He reflects that not much time has passed since the plane crashed, and if the crew members are injured, he still has a chance to help them and save them. The young man contacts the Gray Eagle telepathically to learn more about the situation, and the eagle informs him that a large white bird is very close. Chin follows the golden eagle and quickly reaches the clearing where the crashed plane is located. Chin carefully pushes aside the bushes, carefully examining the surrounding area for any signs of the crew's presence. He approaches the plane and looks into the cockpit, but finds no one inside. Looking around, he sees that there are no traces of blood, which allows him to conclude that the crew members are probably alive. The instrument panel catches his attention, looking at it. The guy is surprised. The plane looks completely new, but the model is so old that it is not even equipped with a communication device. This seems very unusual. Suddenly, the young man turns around sharply, hearing a human voice. He sees a girl running towards him, shouting something loudly in English, her face expressing panic. The girl is very scared. She screams in English and asks the guy to save himself immediately, saying that crocodiles live here. Chine understands why the girl is so scared when she sees a huge pack of crocodiles behind her, chasing her at incredible speed. He realizes that it is useless to fight crocodiles on land. Their numerical superiority and aggression create a huge threat, so he asks the girl to hurry and get into the cockpit of the plane as quickly as possible, which can provide at least some protection. Chin reaches forward to help the girl get inside faster. The girl clings to his hand and, with all her might, quickly jumps into the cabin. Behind her, she can hear the loud clatter of the crocodile's teeth as they almost grab her. The female pilot trips and falls into the cockpit with a crash, accidentally knocking over the guy. Chin is overcome with strong emotions. He did not expect to see such a beautiful girl as a pilot, and this moment distracts him from the impending threat. The pilot, speaking in English and with concern in his voice, tries to explain to the boy that there are more and more crocodiles and that they have already surrounded the plane, coming threateningly close to the hull. The guy doesn't speak English, but he immediately understands what the girl wants to say. Huge reptiles surround the crashed plane and begin to hit it with their bodies and tails. Chin is surprised by how aggressive the reptiles are. They continue to attack the plane. The guy understands that it is unlikely that he will be able to simply wait until the crocodiles leave. He fires an arrow at the most active crocodile, but the stone arrows are not strong enough to pierce the reptile's thick skin. Chin understands that he needs to aim carefully and hit the crocodile's eyes. The next shot is inaccurate. The arrow hits the crocodile in the forehead without causing significant damage, which only makes him even more angry. Chin realizes that the reptile's eyes are a very complex, small, and moving target. Very difficult to hit. The crocodiles continue to deliver powerful blows to the plane's body. The guy realizes that he has not injured any of them, but only made them even more angry. He thinks that they only have 15 minutes left before the wild reptiles will tear the plane to pieces. Chin activates the virtual screen. He understands that without the help of the system, he cannot cope with this situation. He hasn't made any purchases in the last few days, and his account has accumulated more than 12,000 points, which should be enough to buy new skills. But he doesn't know which one to choose, because each of them is only useful in a certain situation. The female pilot takes out a bottle and a lighter, announcing that she is going to burn the aggressive crocodiles. The guy tries to stop her, asking her not to do this, because the flammable liquid can be used more effectively in another situation. Although Chin does not know the English that the girl speaks, he gestures to her to give him the lighter. The girl hands over the lighter. Chin thinks that his broken English helped after all, because he managed to prevent the waste of valuable alcohol reserves. In the virtual store, the guy selects a package called Marksman's Blessing, not knowing exactly what the skill means, but figuring that, judging by the name, it must be related to improving accuracy. The system congratulates the young man on acquiring a new skill and informs him that it has been successfully activated. However, Chin is very surprised as he does not feel any changes, unlike the cheetah speed skill, which immediately changed his perception and state. The female pilot urges him on, telling him that the crocodiles are already trying to jump into the cockpit, and they have very little time left to figure out a way to fight them off. Chin, in broken English, assures her that he will handle the situation and asks her not to worry, trying to calm the girl down and show that he is in control of the situation. The guy coats the arrowheads liberally with resin to make them incendiary, and then uses a lighter to set them on fire. He starts aiming his bow at the nearby crocodiles and realizes what the new skill, Archer's Blessing, is, and a shooter-like interface appears in front of him, with various stats and data. He sees a variety of parameters, such as a scale that shows the direction and draw weight of the bow, as well as tools for determining wind strength and shot angle, which helps him aim accurately. Chin adjusts all the parameters optimally according to the interface indications and then releases the bowstring. The arrow quickly covers the distance to the nearest crocodile and hits it right in the eye, which proves the effectiveness of the new skill. Chin continues to use the skill Marksman's Blessing, aiming and hitting the remaining crocodiles, becoming more confident in his accuracy with each arrow. The girl pilot lights the stone arrows and hands them to the young man to help him fight the predators. With well-aimed shots, the guy manages to wound more than a dozen aggressive reptiles, which gradually weakens their pressure and forces them to retreat. After some time, Chin surveys the battlefield and realizes that they have won. The remaining crocodiles have decided to leave, leaving the plane and not attempting to attack anymore. The girl joyfully raises her hands up and screams loudly, expressing her joy. She calls Chin her hero and smiles at him gratefully. The female pilot introduces herself to the young man, saying that her name is Jessica. She asks if the guy knows Korean or Japanese, because his English is poor and it's hard for her to understand him. Chin asks the girl if she has a cell phone. Despite the language barrier, Jessica understands what he is asking and replies that there is no point in a phone here since there is no phone line. Chin regrets that his English is too bad and realizes that communication is very difficult, which is why they cannot exchange information normally. Jessica hands the young man a tin can and gestures for him to eat it. She takes out a camping can opener and deftly opens the can, showing that the food is fit for consumption. The guy pays attention to the expiration date of the canned goods. He is very surprised by the date. He thinks that this is a mistake, because according to the date, these canned goods are almost 100 years old. Jessica notices that the guy is hesitant and tries to find out what's wrong. She gestures that it is stewed meat and is quite edible, so he should try it. Chinya decides to try the stew, and it turns out that it is good and tasty, which makes him think that perhaps there was a mistake in the date on the can, and the product is not expired at all. The guy notices how Jessica starts to yawn. He understands that she is very tired. After all the stress she has experienced, she needs rest. Chin decides that wild animals are unlikely to get into the plane's cabin, so he can spend the night there without fear for his safety. He can't fall asleep for a long time, looking at the bright night sky, enjoying its beauty. The guy listens to the rare sounds of insects that occasionally interrupt the surrounding silence. The next morning comes. The guy opens his eyes and is surprised to find that Jessica is not around. This makes him feel uneasy and wonder where she could have disappeared to while he was sleeping. A girl approaches the airplane cabin and greets a guy, wishing him good morning. He sees that the girl is about to make breakfast and carefully examines her travel bag, which turns out to contain many useful things, including an iron pot and a metal glass. China hands her some dried boar meat and tells her that the boar broth will be much tastier and more nutritious than just boiling water. After they ate the rich broth, the young people felt a surge of strength and recovered. Jessica had many questions, but the guy only knew the most basic words in English, which is why he practically did not understand what she was trying to tell him. Despite this, Chin managed to draw a map to explain his story to the girl. Jessica, having learned that there were other people on the island, happily accepted his invitation to go to the camp. Jessica stops abruptly and tells the guy that a huge, aggressive golden eagle is circling above them, which instills fear in her. Chin makes a loud whistle, trying to attract the bird's attention. Jessica panics and asks him to hide in a shelter immediately, afraid that the bird might attack. A moment later, she is greatly surprised to learn that the golden eagle circling above them is a tame bird belonging to Chin. After some time, they begin to be enveloped in a dense fog, which quickly limits visibility and makes movement more dangerous. Chin realizes that the gray eagle will not be able to help them in these conditions and warns Jessica that they need to be very careful. Jessica asks the guy to stop and rest for a bit, saying that she's starting to feel very weak and needs to catch her breath before moving on. They sit down on the ground. The girl takes out her travel glass to drink some water. Meanwhile, Chin wonders where such a thick fog could have come from at midday and when it will finally clear, since it is becoming very difficult to continue on in such conditions. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a strong blow and instantly turns towards the girl to understand what happened. He sees that Jessica has fallen on the grass and is lying unconscious. This causes him great anxiety, because he does not understand what happened to her. Feeling suddenly weak, Chin grabs his head, trying to stay on his feet. He realizes that his strength is leaving him, and he too begins to lose consciousness. The guy falls to the ground and at the last moment manages to cover his mouth with his hands, realizing that it's all about this strange fog, which probably contains some kind of substance that causes loss of consciousness. The guy crawls up to Jessica and tries to ask in broken English if she is okay. He tries to wake her up. The poisonous fog clears a little. Chin sees that Jessica is still unconscious, but her condition is stable, which brings him some relief. In addition, he himself begins to feel a little better. He takes out the lighter from his pocket that Jessica gave him earlier and decides to use it to understand the nature of the poisonous fog and find out what is going on. Chin lights a lighter and uses his aim skill to throw it at a nearby mound, hoping it will give him the information he needs. The mound he threw the lighter into instantly explodes, and Chin immediately understands the cause of the poisonous fog. The cause of all this is methane, which is released in large quantities in this place. It caused their poisoning and loss of consciousness. The guy reflects on the fact that methane is lighter than air, and when he and Jessica were closer to the ground, it became easier to breathe, since most of the gas went up. He knows that it is wrong to rummage through other people's things, but he has no other choice. because he needs to find a way to save his lives. Chin opens the girl's travel bag in search of something useful that can help in this critical situation. Jessica's camping bag turns out to be full of useful things, including a good first aid kit, a battery, a metal spoon, and even a tent that might come in handy if they need to set up shelter. The guy opens the medicine cabinet but quickly realizes that he can't figure out the names of the medicines because they are all written in English, which he doesn't know well enough to understand which medicines might be useful. Han takes the battery into his hands and realizes that with its help, he can save himself and Jessica if he quickly finds a way to produce oxygen. First, he needs to fill the bamboo knee with clean water and then use a syringe and IV tube to create a system for delivering oxygen. It connects the pencil lead to the cathode of the power source and covers the body of the syringe by attaching a tube to it. Chin then connects an iron spoon to the anode to form a closed circuit underwater, then places the spoon and pencil into a bamboo tube filled with water and turns on the power to the battery. When exposed to electricity, the water in the bamboo tube begins to decompose, a process known as electrolysis that results in the formation of oxygen at the cathode. Chin carefully guides the IV tube to Jessica's face to give her fresh oxygen, hoping it will help her come to her senses. After a while, the girl begins to slowly regain consciousness. She quietly moans and takes her first deep breaths, which brings relief to the guy because his plan worked. Jessica suddenly stands up sharply and, looking at Chin in surprise, asks what happened to her and why she lost consciousness so suddenly. She clearly does not understand what caused her condition. The guy tries to explain that they were poisoned by methane, which is emitted in large quantities in this area. Chin suggests leaving this place as quickly as possible and suggests breathing oxygen from a tube in turn so that both can remain conscious. The young people need to hurry, as the battery charge they use to get oxygen will soon run out. Having looked around carefully, they realize that there is only one last push left to save themselves, and they decide to move as quickly as possible. After some time, they finally leave the deadly clearing and, having moved to a safe distance, try to catch their breath, feeling incredible relief. Jessica coughs and says in surprise that she never expected the jungle to hide such deadly places. When Jessica and Chin emerged from the swamp, it was already late afternoon, and the young people, weakened by the effects of the biogas, decided to find a suitable place to rest and continue their return to the camp the next day. Helen screams loudly, accusing the raccoons of being sneaky thieves, and laments the fact that the little animals managed to get into the kitchen and steal a supply of fresh fish. The girl carefully examines the barrel of fish and realizes with irritation that the raccoons have stolen most of their supplies. She decides to make a stronger and more reliable lid out of bamboo to prevent further attempts at theft. The golden eagle chick starts screaming loudly, attracting her attention. Helen tries to calm him down, telling him that the raccoons did not steal all the fish and that he will have enough for dinner. She feeds the little golden eagle chick the remaining fish and kindly asks him to eat well so that he grows big and strong, because they still have many challenges to overcome together. The girl is very worried about Chin, because 3 days have already passed, and the guy still has not returned to the camp. This makes Helen think that something bad could have happened to him. Helen decides that if the guy doesn't return to camp by tomorrow, she'll go looking for him because she can't sit still and wait any longer. Her thoughts are interrupted by a golden eagle chick who begins to vigorously flap his wings and tries to fly away. Helen comes out of the kitchen and sees a golden eagle soaring over the camp. She realizes that Chin has finally returned. A few seconds later, Chin actually emerges from the forest thicket greeting her, which makes her feel relieved and happy. Helen immediately notices that the guy did not come alone. Next to him stands a beautiful stranger who greets her with a smile. Chin jokingly asks Helen if she missed him and was worried, since he was gone for 3 whole days, and she should be worried. Chin then introduces Jessica, explaining that she is the pilot of the plane that crashed. Chin also reveals that the girl is a foreigner and admits that with his level of English, it was very difficult for him to understand her. Jessica approaches Helen and begins to introduce herself and talk to the girl in surprisingly good Chinese, which causes great surprise in Chin, who had not previously known that she spoke Chinese. The guy, amazed by this turn of events, asks Jessica why she didn't tell him about it earlier, because it could have made their communication much easier. The girl answers with a smile that Chin was trying to speak to her in English the whole time, and she just didn't understand where he was from and what language was best to use for communication. Chin realizes the absurdity of the situation and laughs, realizing how ridiculously he suffered. Night falls, the tamed pets fall fast asleep in the cave, and the young people continue their conversation, sharing their stories and experiences. Chan tells Jessica how they ended up on this uninhabited island and the difficulties they had to face in the process of survival. In turn, he learns that Jessica is a paleontologist from the United States, and she often travels around the world, participating in various excavations and studying ancient animal species. Jessica recently learned that a new species of fossilized animal had been discovered on an island in the South Pacific, and she was so excited by the news that she immediately hopped on a plane and headed to the dig to see the discovery for herself. Kin speculates that based on the girl's story about her flight and the route of their cruise ship, one can roughly understand where this uninhabited island is located. Helen confidently tells Jessica that sooner or later they will be able to build a boat and sail away from here because they already have experience in survival, and now they have only strengthened their skills. Jessica shares her joy with the young people, expressing her surprise that ancient pandas still exist because they were previously considered extinct. She suggests that there may be other amazing creatures on the island that are unknown to the world. Jessica looks at Hampy with shining eyes, and the young men begin to suspect that she is so fascinated that she might even want to dissect the animal for scientific study. Jessica, delighted by what she saw, declares that the existence of such animals is incredible news that could become the greatest discovery of the 20th century, her eyes literally shining with excitement. Helen laughs loudly and corrects the girl, saying that if this is a discovery, it will be the greatest of the 21st century, because it is the 21st century. Jessica's answer greatly surprises young people, because she confidently states that the 21st century is still more than 70 years away, which causes bewilderment and even more questions. Jessica explains that perhaps the young people are Chinese, and that is why they use their national calendar, which is what caused the misunderstanding, which surprises them even more and makes them think about her words. The girl asks them for forgiveness if her words offended or angered them, and emphasizes that she had no malicious intent. She was just trying to understand the situation. Chin begins to speculate that Jessica is probably so fascinated by paleontology that she barely pays attention to history and real events, because her claims about the 20th century seem completely ridiculous. In his opinion, in any calendar, international or Chinese, it cannot be the 20th century now. Jessica, in turn, categorically asserts that she did not fall into a coma, and assures that the year is now 1927. Her words shock the young people. They listen to Jessica in silence, not understanding what to answer her, because everything she says sounds incredible and inexplicable. Chien begins to think that Jessica is unlikely to be lying, because her plane really does resemble 20th century models. He also remembers the dates on the canned goods, which had strange dates. This coincidence makes him think seriously. Chin asks Jessica to answer his question honestly. He asks what year of our era it is. Jessica answers with complete confidence that it is now 1927. The girl continues the conversation and asks the guy what year he thinks it is, hoping to understand what is going on. The young people's answer greatly surprises Jessica. She does not understand how they can be from the future. Her brain tries to comprehend this fantastic information. Chien asks the next question and asks Jessica what happened to her before the crash. The girl remembers that she took off from Los Angeles, heading for the island. But soon a thunderstorm suddenly began, and then literally a second later a strong storm broke out, which disrupted the control of the plane and led to an emergency landing. Helen is surprised to hear this and says that before their cruise ship sank and they ended up on this island, they were also caught in the middle of a strong storm. Chin comes to the conclusion that the storm may have been some kind of hole in space and time, like the Bermuda Triangle, through which they ended up on this island, which would explain the time discrepancies. Young people are immersed in heavy thoughts about space and time. They begin to worry about the question of what year it really is and where exactly they are. After a while, Chin suggests that they put these thoughts aside for now, since they are currently unable to find answers to all these questions. He believes that in the current situation, their main goal is survival, and they need to focus on pressing matters. However, Jessica continues to think about what is happening, and during the conversation, she learns that a huge titanoboa lives on the island. She recalls that this giant snake lived in the tropical forests of the Paleocene era, when forest conditions were very different from today, and suggests that environmental changes may have forced titanoboa to evolve to survive in new conditions. Helen adds that the animals on the island are very sensitive to precipitation, A huge snake crawled out of the bamboo thickets during a downpour, and wild boars become extremely aggressive when it rains heavily. The young people say that during their stay on the uninhabited island, they experienced 2 terrible rainstorms, each of which was dangerous due to the behavior of the animals. Jessica begins to speculate about where the Titanoboa might be during dry times, and suggests that it must have some sort of shelter, perhaps a cave or den, since without rain, the temperature conditions may not be suitable for such a large snake. The young men come to the conclusion that the huge snake can only pose a threat during heavy rain, and therefore they are safe now. Helen remembers that Chin and Jessica have just returned from a long and grueling hike, so she suggests that they go to bed and get some rest, while she decides to stay on duty at night to ensure the safety of the camp. Jessica looks closely at the young people and suddenly asks if they are a couple, her gaze full of curiosity and interest. Her words cause an immediate reaction in the young people. They both blush brightly and begin to feel embarrassed, not knowing what to answer to such an unexpected question. Jessica asks Helen a direct question if she has any plans for Chin, which baffles the girl and causes her obvious confusion. Helen asks a counter-question why Jessica is interested in this at all. Her behavior seems rather unexpected and too bold. Jessica openly states that if Chin is not Helen's boyfriend, then they can safely go to bed together, which shocks Helen even more. Jessica smiles and says that she admires Chin's tenacity and talent in the swamps, and she was also very impressed by the makeshift oxygen generator he created to save their lives. Chin feels that Helen is reacting strongly to this interaction between him and Jessica, and her tension becomes noticeable to him. To smooth things over, Chin suggests that Jessica not rush things or make hasty decisions, as they are in an extreme situation where emotions can run high. He says that first they should get to know each other as best as possible, and suggests spending more time together, at least a week, to calmly communicate and better understand whether they can build some kind of relationship. Helen, judging by her facial expression, is clearly irritated by what is happening. Jessica, with a slight smile, blows Chin a kiss and calls him her hero, adding that they can get to know each other gradually and not rush. Chin remembers that Jessica had a sleeping bag in her travel bag and decides that he will use it today to avoid any awkward situations. He climbs into his sleeping bag and, trying to avoid unnecessary attention, wishes the girls good night, hoping that they will be able to relax and calm down a little. Helen looks at the guy carefully. She's surprised by his behavior because it seems a little strange to her. At this time, Jessica begins to undress, which causes confusion in Helen. She immediately asks the girl what she is doing. Jessica calmly explains that all her clothes are dirty from her adventures, and that she finds it more comfortable to sleep without them. Helen thinks that American women are really liberated and understands that their culture is very different from her own. Suddenly, she notices that Chin, who seemed to be asleep, is actually awake and is watching them closely, which causes her great irritation and embarrassment. Jessica stands behind Helen and winks at Chin, adding fuel to the fire. Helen begins to openly express her dissatisfaction with the young man's behavior, because it seems to her that he is behaving too disrespectfully in this situation. The animals, who had been sleeping peacefully in the cave, are awakened by the loud screams of Helen, who scolds Chin for peeping at them and calls him a pervert. The next morning comes and Chin crawls out of his sleeping bag, trying to stretch his stiff back after a long night. He immediately notices Jessica, who has also just woken up and greets him, wishing him good morning. At this moment, Helen enters the cave and announces that today will be a beautiful, warm day. Helen announces that she has made a delicious meat broth and wants to treat Chin to some, but does so with an obvious hint of her displeasure. The girl keeps all the meat and most of the portion for herself, pouring only a little broth into the guy's cup. This clearly demonstrates her attitude to what happened. Chin, not wanting to escalate the situation, silently accepts the cup and leaves the cave. So as not to aggravate the situation, Jessica decides to ask Helen how the young man offended her and what caused her irritation. Jessica quickly realizes that it's a matter of jealousy, and that Helen is clearly not indifferent to Chin. This guess makes her smile, and she decides not to stir up the conflict. Jessica recalls that in China, some families adhere to polygamous traditions. She offers Helen to give up the large room, believing that it will be fairer and more convenient for everyone. She says that when she was in China, one old grandfather told her about similar traditions. However, Helen, upon hearing the proposal, turns away sharply and flatly refuses to discuss this topic. She is clearly embarrassed. Jessica thinks Helen is a very sweet and shy girl who makes her life too difficult because of her indecisiveness and desire to avoid difficult conversations. After a while, Chin returns to the room and notices that Helen looks upset and depressed. He approaches her and asks what happened, why she is in such a state, and how he can help. In response, Helen aggressively attacks him, declaring that she wants a bigger room for herself, her demands sounding like a long-accumulated complaint. Chin begins to suspect that Jessica must have said something to the girl again, and that this provoked Helen's behavior. After everyone had calmed down and rested a bit, the young people gathered together again to discuss their plans for the future. After much discussion and deliberation, they decided to split their plans into 2 stages in order to act in a more organized and intelligent manner. At the first stage, the young people decided to completely settle down on this uninhabited island and study it as thoroughly as possible in order to prepare for all possible difficulties. Currently, Chin's skills along with the tamed animals allow them not to be afraid of wild boars, but just in case, the guy decided to cut down trees and make a fence to enclose the camp and create additional protection. In addition to this, Chin wants to catch some piglets and raise them in captivity to ensure a stable food source, because winter is coming in a few months and the situation could become much more difficult. The young people decide to put more effort into exploring the island's territory to find as many resources as possible, including minerals such as iron and copper ore, which could prove very valuable for survival. The second stage of their plan is to build a boat, which is the main goal, but they don't think much about it yet, because they understand that if the first stage fails, all further actions will be pointless. Jessica says that she has a lot of things with her and invites the young people to see what they might find useful. The girl hands Helen new clothes and says that she bought them just before the flight. She adds that it is quality lingerie that should fit Helen and suggests that she try it on to make sure it fits. Chin is glad that Jessica has excellent iron tools that are much more convenient and practical than the homemade ones he used before to perform various tasks. The next morning, the boy goes to the bamboo grove to prepare building materials to strengthen the camp and create supplies for the future. Chin pets the giant panda, addressing it affectionately, and informs it that it is time for them to return to their camp to continue the work they have started. Using the trainer's seal, he sensorily connects with the gray eagle to learn about the situation in the bamboo grove and asks the bird if it is safe there. The images the eagle transmits to him show that there are no traces of the huge snake, and Chin concludes that Jessica was probably right in her assumptions about the snake's behavior. Chin believes that this part of the bamboo grove is safe and decides to continue his work by heading to the dung heap to test his theory. Using a lighter, the guy sets fire to a piece of wood. The dung heap has been accumulating here for a very long time, and it must contain the materials he needs to create the necessary chemical reactions. His guesses are confirmed. The fire begins to flare up stronger. He understands that the reason lies in the so-called saltpeter soil, formed from a mixture of manure and limestone. Chin begins to collect this soil in a basket. He intends to extract from it pure potassium nitrate, which he needs to create black powder, and if he succeeds, they will be able to defend themselves from any threat. After the basket is full, Chin decides to leave the area as quickly as possible because wild boars may return here at any moment to wait out the heat, and he does not want to risk encountering aggressive animals. The boy returns to the camp and sees that during his absence, the girls have built a large clay bath. Jessica asks Chin if he found saltpeter in the bamboo grove, to which he answers in the affirmative, adding that the result of his work was very successful and the catch significantly exceeded his expectations. Chin begins working with the soil, and since he doesn't need the girls' help yet, he suggests that they take a walk and explore the surroundings to get some rest. The next day, the young people begin to extract potassium nitrate. The process is divided into 3 stages. They mix the saltpeter soil with ash in a ratio of 1:8 to ensure maximum efficiency of subsequent reactions. Next, they pour the soil onto a bamboo mat that is placed on top of the bamboo trunks and thoroughly soak it with water to wash out the potassium nitrate and get rid of unwanted insoluble calcium and magnesium salts. To achieve proper leaching of wet saltpeter soil, Chin will have to spend a lot of time slowly pouring boiling water over it, which will then flow into the bath. The girls, participating in the process, are noticeably tired. The guy thanks them for their work and says that the next day they will finish cleaning the potassium nitrate, after which they will be able to begin creating black gunpowder. Helen asks how they will use gunpowder since they have no weapons or any equipment for using explosives. Chin asks the girl to look at it more broadly. He intends to make explosives that they can use for various purposes. Night falls, the young people sit by the fire, discussing everything that happened to them. It is difficult for them to believe in the reality of all these space-time transitions that so unexpectedly changed their lives. But the conversation helps them get to know each other better and understand what time each of them lived in. Jessica is very surprised that Chinese spaceships flew to the moon. She remembers her last visit to China, when everyone there had long braids, and there was no hint of modern technology. Qian asks Jessica how old she is, but quickly realizes that this question was inappropriate, as asking girls their age is not always polite. Jessica smiles and remembers how she was in China with her father, and how they lived in a huge house that belonged to some minister. The girl says that her father was planning to start a company in China and so went there to study the labor market, but found the conditions unsuitable for business, and after a few days they left. The young people come to the conclusion that Jessica is a rich girl, a child from a very rich family, and this explains her ability to travel. After the young men poured water over the saltpeter soil, a large amount of mud formed at the bottom of the clay bath. Before proceeding to the next step, Qin let it sit for 3 days, and then filtered it through cloth several times to purify the solution, after which he poured it into clay pots for subsequent evaporation. The process of evaporating potassium nitrate is practically no different from evaporating ordinary salt, but it is necessary to constantly stir the hot solution so that it does not burn or splash. When the water begins to boil, the solution thickens and a dense sediment forms at the bottom of the vessel. This is crystallized sodium chloride mixed with potassium chloride and sodium nitrates, which quickly precipitate. Taking advantage of the fact that the solubility of different salts depends on temperature, the girls carefully pour the sodium chloride from the sediment and filter it to obtain a cleaner solution. The young people filter the solution again and obtain a sufficient amount of pure potassium nitrate, ready for further use. Helen thinks that this work is very labor-intensive because they spent a lot of time and effort, and in the end, they got only a small handful of the necessary substance, which makes her slightly disappointed. After making potassium nitrate, the guy was left with a whole tub of filtered nitrate water, commonly called brine. Qin recalls that it can be used as a brine for making tofu. Having worked without a break for a long time, the young people were quite hungry, so they decided to put things aside for a while and went to lunch to regain their strength and continue working later. After lunch, they returned to making the ingredients for black powder, and after a while they had enough potassium nitrate powder, carbon powder, and sulfur powder. Using a measuring spoon, Qin thoroughly mixes all the ingredients in the required proportions, trying to achieve the best result. Helen asks with interest if the black powder is ready. The guy looks at her with a smile. He lights a lighter and says that now they will check it. He brings the fire to the small pile of gunpowder, which instantly bursts into a bright flame, confirming their success. The girls start jumping for joy, shouting loudly about how great they are and how well they managed to do everything right. Qin asks them not to get too excited, reminding them of the ultimate goal of their work. As the real challenge is yet to come, they need to create a working explosive device that will help them defend themselves. There are many options for creating explosives, but they decide to make the simplest bomb using only the materials at hand. Jessica dries a section of bamboo over a fire, adding some dry soil and an improvised wick. Qin explains that the wick is the most difficult part of the device, so it needs to be done correctly. He wraps a small amount of gunpowder in slightly damp paper to prevent the gunpowder from burning too quickly. Qin then begins to fill the bamboo knee in 3 layers. First, he puts a layer of dry earth. Then he puts in the wick, after which he pours in the gunpowder and fills the remaining space with another layer of earth. He carefully compacts each layer to ensure the structure is dense and secure, and finally covers the bamboo knee with a lid made of bamboo. The girls watch the process closely and notice how confidently Qin creates the explosive device. This raises questions, and they assume that this is not the first time the guy has done this kind of work. Qin, seeing their surprised faces, says that he already had experience making firecrackers, which he used in the toilet for pranks. A group of younger school children sneak up to the toilet and light the fuse of a homemade firecracker. The fuse quickly flares up, and the younger school children, without wasting any time, throw the homemade bomb into the toilet window. The next moment, a loud bang is heard, which frightens the high school students inside. They run out into the street, loudly scolding the little pranksters for such a daring prank. The happy younger students laugh and try to run away as quickly as possible, because they know that the older students can punish them if they catch up. Chin tells the girls with a satisfied smile about how pleasant memories from his childhood make him nostalgic, and that these moments still make him smile. Helen notices that the guy continues to smile and giggle and asks what makes him laugh so much, to which Chin replies that he remembered a funny story from his childhood. He then asks the girls to take the animals with them and hide inside the cave while he tests the new explosives, explaining the importance of taking all safety precautions. The girls head into the cave with the animals and watch the preparations for the test from a safe distance, waiting for the result and feeling a little nervous. Chin lights the fuse and, looking back at the girls, warns them not to leave the cave until he gives the signal, as the test could be dangerous. The fuse quickly flares up, and at the right moment the guy abruptly throws the bomb towards the forest. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion is heard, and the birds sitting on the treetops instantly fly into the air, raising a loud cry. Chin smiles contentedly as the virtual system informs him that he has received 5,000 points for successfully making the explosives. Jessica, observing the test, notes that the explosive power was not that great and suggests that there was too little gunpowder in the bomb. Chin explains that the problem is not the quantity of gunpowder, but its quality. Helen suggests that they may not have purified the potassium nitrate well enough, which affected the quality of the final product and its effectiveness. Behind her stands a huge panda, which continues to shake in fear despite the fact that a long time has passed since the explosion. Chin explains that black powder, even of very good quality, has its limitations and cannot compare to modern explosives such as RDX, TNT, or HMX, which have much higher power. The guy believes that his bamboo explosives, although they won't kill a large animal, will still create a lot of noise, and if the enemy gets scared, that will already be a significant advantage. That night, the young men decided to make 3 more homemade bombs, Chin fortifying them with a double portion of gunpowder, hoping that this would make the explosion more powerful and effective. A few days later, the young men began to put into action a plan to build defensive structures for the camp. They decided to build a brick wall to create a strong and reliable defense. However, the young men soon realized that under the current conditions, even with several kilns, they would not be able to fire a sufficient number of bricks, and they abandoned the idea as too complicated. Ultimately, it was decided to build a fence around the camp using trees and bamboo, which proved to be a more realistic and quick solution to ensure the camp's security. It was now mid-June, and the intense summer heat was beginning to set in, making outdoor work almost unbearable, especially for Chin, who was constantly toiling in the sun. Working in such heat turned out to be extremely difficult. The guy felt that he was quickly overheating and losing strength, which forced him to look for ways to make life easier in such heat. After one of his grueling shifts, Chin went to the kitchen to quench his thirst and drank several cups of water in one gulp, thinking about how nice it would be to add ice to the water. At this point, the thought suddenly occurs to him about the potassium nitrate they had recently purified and that they had quite a lot of it left. Chin recalls that when potassium nitrate is dissolved in water, a large amount of heat is absorbed, and by using this property, ice can be made. The more potassium nitrate he adds to the water, the lower the temperature of the solution becomes, and he decides to take advantage of this opportunity. The guy realizes that this won't be a waste of resources, as potassium nitrate can be easily restored after use, making the experiment more worthwhile. China decides to try making a refreshing dessert and remembers that they have some berries in stock that they recently picked. He begins to mash raspberries and other sweet fruits in a bowl. He drains the remaining water from the pan, leaving only ice, after which the guy intends to add the final touch, pouring berry syrup over it all to give the dessert more flavor. The young man thinks he has made the perfect popsicle and puts a lid on it to protect it from the heat, because the girls are due to arrive soon and he wants to please them with this refreshing treat. After a while, the girls appear, they greet the young man. Chin thinks that the moment has come to surprise them, hoping that they will like his surprise. Helen hands the guy a bunch of grapes and boasts about her find, happy that she was able to get a delicacy for the common table. Jessica smiles as she recounts how Helen was so eager to show off her find that she literally skipped back to camp, unable to contain her excitement. Chin tells the girls that their merits and efforts should be rewarded and asks them to come to the table to reveal their surprise. He lifts the lid sharply, revealing a large plate of fruit ice sparkling in the sun, and the girls' expressions instantly change to delight. The girls immediately pounced on the treat, because they did not expect to see something so refreshing and tasty, especially in such unbearable heat. Helen experiences heavenly pleasure from fruit ice. She feels like she is surfing, sliding on the waves, and enjoying the coolness. Jessica asks Chin with interest how he did it, and suggests that it is some ancient Chinese magic. She's so surprised by the result. Chin, smiling, explains that everything is actually much simpler and it is a matter of chemical reactions. Potassium nitrate, when dissolved in water, absorbs heat, which is what made it possible to create ice. Jessica praises the guy for his resourcefulness and ingenuity, adding that he is really very smart, which makes him slightly embarrassed. Helen doesn't hear anything around her. She is completely absorbed in eating the fruit ice. Her attention is completely focused on this treat. To make ice, the young people made several pots that nest inside each other like a nesting doll to create an effective cooling system. To achieve a better cooling effect, they used boar skin, placing it between the first pot and the main cooling chamber. This helped to reduce heat transfer and keep the temperature low inside. Meanwhile, Jessica was not sitting idle either. She spent the entire day picking and crushing grapes to make wine from them, hoping that it would be a nice addition to their table. The process of making wine turned out to be quite simple. Clean crushed grapes had to be mixed with sugar in a ratio of 10:3, and then the mixture was tightly sealed in fermentation containers. The vessels must be closed, because if air gets in, special bacteria will begin to oxidize the ethanol into acetic acid, and the result will be vinegar instead of wine. Jessica happily runs up to Chin and tells him that she has completed the winemaking process, and now all that remains is to wait for the fermentation process to be completed and the wine to be ready. Helen, seeing the guy, asks what he is doing. Chin replies that he is currently making fan blades. This immediately attracts the attention of the girls. They are puzzled by his words and ask again what kind of fan he is making the blades for, since such a device had not previously been discussed in their plans. Khan explains that he intends to make a direct drive fan. He's going to take a long bamboo stick and install blades on one end and a tail on the other that will transmit torque. Jessica, upon learning of his idea, says that the method is familiar to her and reminds her of old steam engines that were once used to convert steam energy into mechanical movement. July, the hottest month of summer, is approaching, and Chin is doing his best to cope with the heat and create comfortable conditions for himself and his friends. Recently, he has put a lot of effort into making a water-cooled boiler. When the water in the boiler boils, the resulting steam not only rotates the fan, cooling the room, but also passes through the condenser, settles on its walls, and flows back into the water tank, forming a closed cycle, which makes the system very convenient and practical. In addition, young people continue to make fruit ice with berry juice, gradually improving the technology to get a better and tastier result. This helps them not only to fight the heat, but also to enjoy pleasant moments in such difficult conditions. Hampy has tasted the delicious fruit ice and she can't wait to get her portion again, because it has become a real salvation for her in the heat. The young people are having fun hiding from the heat in the cave. Helen, enjoying the coolness, says that there is nothing better than an ice lolly and a fan during the terrible heat. The girl wonders how the golden eagle and its chick are feeling in such heat. Chin assures her that there is no reason to worry, because the body temperature of birds is higher than that of humans, and, in his opinion, the birds are now quite comfortable. By evening, the weather begins to change dramatically. Thunder rumbles in the sky and it becomes covered with dark clouds. Rain begins, which gradually begins to intensify and turn into a downpour. Helen is starting to get really worried about the fact that they haven't finished building the fence around the camp yet. And now she's wondering what they'll do if the wild boars come running again, like they did last time. A pack of angry boars appears at the edge of the forest, and although the situation seems threatening, the young people are much better prepared than before. Chin has the skills he got from the system. They have a gray eagle, and they have also managed to make bombs, which gives them a significant advantage. Chin observes the situation and reports that a herd of boars is approaching and will soon attack the camp. The guy asks everyone to prepare for defense. Jessica and Chin head to the fence to take up fighting positions. Helen asks them to take her with them, but receives a categorical refusal. A pack of wild boars runs out of the forest and finds themselves in an open space. The distance to the camp is reduced to several dozen meters, and there is very little time left for preparation. Young men take up positions on a wooden fence. Chin looks out at the rain, saying he didn't expect the downpour to be so heavy and intense. Chin takes aim with his bow and thinks about how much effort they put into building the camp. He's not going to let angry animals destroy it. The guy decisively releases the bowstring. The arrow flies forward, hitting the outermost boar in the head, and he falls dead. But the rest of the boars do not stop and continue their movement, dividing into two parts. The guy gives the command to the giant panda and the gray eagle to attack some of the boars that are coming from the left. The animals immediately carry out his order. A huge golden eagle grabs a running boar with its powerful claws and lifts it into the air, which causes panic in the flock and slows their attack. Hampy roars loudly and fearlessly charges at a group of boars, dealing them powerful blows, driving them away from the camp and reducing their morale. Chin continues to shoot his bow. Despite the fact that the gray eagle and Hampy were able to push back part of the herd, there are still enough boars on their side that continue to move towards the camp. At this moment, Helen's voice is heard behind Chin, screaming loudly. The girl orders everyone to immediately move aside, since she has a homemade bomb in her hands. The girl runs up to the fence and, gathering all her strength, throws a bomb towards the group of boars, hoping that this will stop their advance. The huge boars stop attacking for a moment and watch in surprise at the strange object flying towards them, not understanding what kind of threat it is. The next moment there is a loud explosion, the sound of which, despite the rain, spreads throughout the area. Wild animals begin to experience terrible fear. They squeal loudly and rush in different directions as fast as they can, trying to escape from the unknown danger. Hampy catches up with the dawdling boars and delivers a series of powerful blows with his strong paws, causing the animals to fall. Sheen decides that he will not let the boars get away with it and quickly draws his bow to fire another arrow, aiming accurately at one of them. Despite the animal moving at high speed, the arrow flies straight to the target and the boar falls, making a dying sound. The gray eagle completes the attack and grabs the wounded boar, then lifts it high into the air. A huge golden eagle spins a boar in the air and then throws it towards the forest, where it crashes into a tree with a deafening crash. The giant panda and the gray eagle stop pursuing, watching as the remaining boars flee in panic into the forest thickets, escaping the attack and no longer thinking about attacking the camp. Chin looks closely at the battlefield and sees that there are many dead boars left on it, which makes him think about the consequences. He comes to the conclusion that the lifespan of wild boars is not very long, and if they exterminate all the animals now, the population is unlikely to recover anytime soon. Chin realizes that he cannot mindlessly kill the boars, as they are the only source of meat on the island. So he decides to stop further boar hunting and save those that remain in order to maintain the balance and provide himself and his friends with food in the future. Having acquired a decent supply of food, the young people turned their attention to strengthening the camp in case of new raids by wild boars on rainy days, and completed their fence. 2 weeks later, everything was ready to face another torrential rain. Now there was no longer any need to fear an invasion of enraged boars, because the fortification was supposed to hold back their onslaught. It seemed as if the endless rainy season had begun on the island, and in order to while away the time and lift their spirits, the young people decided to taste the wine, which, in their opinion, should already be ready. The guy opens the lid of the vessel. The room is instantly filled with a very bad smell, and on top of the liquid there is an unpleasant foam cap. The girls, covering their noses with their hands, believe that the wine has gone bad or was prepared incorrectly, because its appearance and smell do not at all correspond to expectations. Chin tries to calm the girls down, explaining that the white foam on the surface is due to carbon dioxide being released during fermentation, and says that this is quite normal for homemade wine. He says that he intends to filter the liquid, and only then can the wine be considered ready for consumption, without unpleasant impurities. Kine then takes out small cups and begins pouring the wine, offering the girls a taste, hoping that the taste will improve after filtering. However, the girls do not like the taste of the drink at all. They say that they have tried different types of wine before, but none of them were so sour. This makes them disappointed. Chin believes that the liquid needs to be allowed to ferment a little longer, and then the excess acid will go away. After some time, the guy has a new idea. He decides to share it with the girls. He says that they can improve this drink by distilling it and turning it into alcohol to get rid of the acid and get a purer product. Chin explains that ethyl alcohol has a lower boiling point than water and begins to boil at 78 degrees Celsius, which allows it to be separated from water and other impurities. As it is heated, the alcohol begins to evaporate faster, and the resulting alcohol vapors condense on the bamboo tube, cool, and then flow into another vessel. Chin warns that the distillation process is not fast and requires constant attention, so if they start now, they will be able to complete it by evening, having obtained the desired result. Jessica asks where Chin got such extensive knowledge in the field of alcohol production, because he clearly feels confident in this business. Chin replies that the technology is very simple and widely known. Helen brings bamboo sugar and some soda. She asks what they will do with it. Her curiosity does not give her rest. Chin tells the girl that soon she will see everything for herself and asks her to be patient a little. Chin intends to mix alcohol, soda, sugar, and water in the right proportions, and then put the resulting drink in a cooler to give it a pleasant, refreshing taste suitable for hot weather. The drink prepared by the young man cools down quite quickly. Chin offers the girls to try it, hoping that their tastes will coincide. The girls try the drink and are truly delighted, because the taste is surprisingly familiar. Helen tells Chin that the drink exactly replicates the taste of Jianglibao, a Chinese carbonated drink that was as popular as Pepsi and Cola in the 90s. About 2 months passed. The camp of young people was transformed beyond recognition. They built a storage for food, a pottery workshop, and a bathroom. The living space and functional areas were perfectly organized, which significantly improved their life. Unnoticed by everyone, summer was coming to an end, and the days became less hot, and the nights began to bring coolness, which made everyone think about the coming autumn. The gray eagle chick has grown considerably. He has learned to fly. Helen has become very close friends with him, and now the bird has begun to follow some of her commands. Chin approaches Helen and thanks her for the clothes she sewed for him. The guy says that they fit perfectly and are not tight anywhere. His words make the girl smile. Helen is very pleased to hear such words, because she spent a lot of time and effort on making the clothes. Her fingers are all bandaged due to the many small cuts received while working with thick boar skin. Chin especially thanks the girl for the backpack made of boar skin. It is not only durable, but also very roomy. It can fit both a rope and an axe. In addition, the backpack is made simply and tastefully, which makes it even more convenient and functional. From that day on, the young men began preparations for the implementation of the second part of the first stage of their plan, aimed at a deeper exploration of the island and the strengthening of their camp. According to the plan, Chin intends to take the panda and the gray eagle with him to find the plane they came across before the plane crashed, while the girls will survey the unknown territories near the camp so as not to leave any blind spots. The last time the Jessica plane crashed, Chin didn't have the opportunity to properly explore the area because they were facing a food shortage. This time, the young people prepared thoroughly, stocked up on food for 10 days, and intended to walk around the entire island to study it in detail. Autumn has arrived on the island. The nights have become windy and cold, so Chin took a tent and a Jessica sleeping bag with him to keep warm and ensure comfortable conditions. The next day, the young man reached the plain. His main goal was the volcano, which he noticed that time from the top of the hill, and now the guy intends to explore it more closely. This plain can be divided into 2 areas, the inner and the outer, with most of the outer area being grassy meadows, while the inner area consists of hills covered with bushes and trees, with a volcano located in the very center. There are a lot of thorny bushes at the foot of the volcano. Chin is lucky that he is wearing thick pants, otherwise he would have definitely scratched all his legs making his way through the thickets. The panda that was following him suddenly stops, and Chin can tell from its appearance that it is becoming difficult for the animal to continue climbing, as the slope is getting steeper. Using the trainer's seal, Chin tries to figure out what's bothering the animal. The panda smelled some kind of pungent odor and began to show displeasure. A moment later, the guy realizes that it's the smell of sulfur. Chin orders the panda to stay put. The guy doesn't want to put her at risk, and he himself is going to go ahead and check everything. Chin climbs onto a plateau and notices a small body of water emitting mixed gas emissions, most of which are regular water vapor and the rest are carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and sulfur dioxide gas. The guy believes that luck is on his side, because the sulfur that is here will allow him to make even more explosives. The water from geothermal springs usually contains a large amount of heavy metal compounds, which, under certain conditions, interact with rocks and accumulate various useful substances. The guy managed to get a large piece of galena, but he does not have any information about it and understands that he will have to spend points to purchase an encyclopedia of field minerals from the system and understand the properties of this find. After purchasing it, Chin learns that the mineral is a sulfide that forms in volcanic deposits and is almost always found in symbiosis with sphalerite, forming quartz and white lead ores, making it potentially useful. By evening, Chin had set up camp on the hillside and set himself the goal of searching for minerals in the coming days, deciding that exploring the area around the crater could yield many valuable finds. Chin also tried to extract ore from underground, but the soil around the crater was incredibly hard. The stone pickaxe only withstood a few blows and broke, almost injuring him, which made the guy think about the need for a more durable tool. Mining iron ore turned out to be much more difficult than Chin expected, because it requires an iron pickaxe, and without ore, it cannot be made, which creates a vicious circle. A gray eagle circles in the sky above the boy. Chin, using the connection with the bird, understands that it is carrying him a message from Helen. He cannot help but envy the huge bird, because the gray eagle covered the distance that took him a whole day in just 1 hour. Helen's idea to use the gray eagle as a carrier pigeon turned out to be surprisingly clever. The girl informs in a note that they are fine and asks Chin to be careful, which causes warm feelings in the guy. Chin really likes that they think about him and worry about him. Chin puts a cloth bandage over his face to protect his respiratory system from the harmful fumes and approaches the poisonous lake. He throws the hose into the toxic substance, hoping to collect some for later use, but quickly realizes that this is impossible. The concentration of sulfuric acid is too high, and it will not work to pour it into a bamboo bottle. The next day, Chin ventures out into the surrounding area in search of other resources that cannot be found in the forest near the camp. But to his disappointment, the vast area of plains is monotonous and empty. On the morning of the 8th day, Chin decided to take the collected sulfur and minerals back to camp. But because his path no longer started from the volcano, he had to reconsider his route, which made the task somewhat more difficult. Riding a panda, the boy leaves the volcanic plain and, to his regret, again stumbles upon the swamp that had already become a trap for him once. Chin thinks that he might have to choose a different path to avoid the risk, remembering how last time with Jessica they almost died here. The time they got to the swamp, the fog was so thick that it was impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. But now the fog is not as thick as last time. Chin sees that the fog density changes over time. The concentration of methane is directly related to its density, which allows us to conclude that if the fog is weak, then there is no danger to it. He gives the command to the gray eagle and sends it forward to scout the area, because the bird can fly around dangerous areas and give a more accurate idea of what is happening ahead. Through telepathic communication, Chin receives a picture from a huge golden eagle and sees that the visibility ahead is quite good and the path seems less dangerous than last time. Chin believes that he needs to find out the frequency of the fog's appearance so that next time he can confidently come here for the necessary resources without risking his life. At this moment, the gray eagle tells the guy that he noticed several two-legged beasts nearby. This message greatly surprises Chin because he did not expect to meet anyone in these places. Unfortunately, due to limited visibility, the guy cannot identify the silhouettes and understand who it might be. Chin orders the panda to stay put and gives the gray eagle the command to immediately lead him towards the people. After activating the cheetah speed, the young man's speed can reach 100 kilometers per hour, which means that in 3 minutes he can cover 5 kilometers and arrive at the place where the bird noticed strange silhouettes. Chin thinks that he needs to act very carefully from now on, because the fog can change at any moment, which means that going deep into the swamp is too risky. If the fog starts to thicken, the guy intends to use his cheetah skill to quickly escape. After running about 500 meters, Chin notices a group of people ahead of him who are moving in his direction. A group of armed Vikings quickly moves after a fleeing girl who is desperately trying to hide from her pursuers. There is desperation and determination in her eyes as she tries with all her might to escape from her pursuers. The girl stops abruptly, turns around and takes a fighting stance, pointing her swords towards her opponents, and resolutely prepares for battle. She delivers a series of powerful blows to the huge Vikings, who barely manage to fend off her furious attacks. One of the Vikings tries to grab the girl, but she strikes him with lightning speed and using her jumps over him. Finding herself behind the mighty warrior, she deals him a strong blow to the head, and only the presence of a metal helmet saves the man from certain death. The girl performs a few more aerial pirouettes, jumping back to a safe distance to avoid counterattacks from her opponents. The Vikings act extremely carefully. They gradually surround the girl and take her into a tight ring, leaving no chance for escape. The girl understands that her chances of getting out are decreasing with every second. She gathers all her strength to break out of the encirclement, after which she lets out a loud battle cry that echoes across the field. Chin hid behind a tree and watched the strange people fight with great surprise. He saw that the situation was extremely tense and dangerous. The guy doesn't understand what's going on, but he thinks it doesn't look like a setup, because the opponents are aiming at weak points and clearly intend to kill each other, not simulate a fight. Chin looks closely at the girl and decides that he must do everything possible to save her, even if it involves risking his own life. He takes out a clay cup and begins to carefully mix potassium nitrate, sodium bicarbonate, and sugar in the right proportions to create a smoke bomb. The guy intends to choose the right moment to attack the Vikings to give the girl a chance to escape from the encirclement. Soon, the system reports that 3,000 points have been credited to his account for successfully making a smoke bomb. Chin aims his bow at the powerful warriors and feels very nervous, because this is the first time he has to aim at a living person. Sweat runs down the young man's face from the tension. The desire to save the girl overcomes fear, and he releases an arrow, trying not to kill, but only to wound his opponents. The bow shot is accurate. The arrow hits the leg of one of the Vikings, which allows them to break their tight encirclement. The girl immediately takes advantage of the situation, throwing herself into the gap that has formed in the ring of warriors in order to break free and avoid certain death. The Vikings let out loud cries of rage and pain and instantly rush after the girl, not wanting to lose their prey. Chin intends to hold off the Vikings and quickly fires 2 arrows in their direction, hoping to slow their advance and give the girl a chance to get to a safe distance. The warriors, having extensive experience in battle, easily deflect the fired arrows with their massive wooden shields. Without wasting any time, the guy lights the fuse of a smoke bomb, intending to delay his pursuers and buy at least a little time for himself and the girl. Meanwhile, the girl runs up to the tree behind which Chin is hiding and looks at him in surprise. She notices the guy performing some manipulations with a strange object, after which he throws it towards the Vikings. The next moment there is a loud explosion, and the forest clearing quickly fills with thick smoke. The stranger freezes in place and stares at the thick smoke billowing out. Chin orders her to stop staring and run away immediately while the enemies are disoriented. A moment later, the girl turns around and starts running after the young man, realizing that time for making decisions is running out. The smoke gradually clears. One of the Vikings orders his subordinates to immediately rush in pursuit of the young people. A Viking who has been wounded in the leg is unable to run quickly. He moves his legs slowly and curses loudly in Norwegian. Chin notices that the pursuers are getting closer and closer, and realizes that they are strong and skilled fighters. Even with his skills, it will be extremely difficult to confront them in open combat. His gaze falls on the girl's leg. He sees that there is a serious wound on it. The guy concludes that the girl will not be able to run for long at such a speed, which means that in a couple of minutes the Vikings can catch up and grab them both. Chin makes a quick decision. He stops and orders the girl to sit on his back so he can carry her. This is their only chance to increase speed and escape. The stranger thanks the young man in Arabic and asks him to save himself. She intends to stay and cover his retreat. The girl, showing courage, steps forward, revealing her 2 combat blades. Chin does not understand Arabic, but from the girl's gestures and facial expressions, he understands her intention to fight the Vikings in order to buy time and allow him to escape. Chin runs up to the girl and abruptly throws her over his shoulder, which greatly surprises her. He activates the cheetah speed skill, knowing full well that with such weight it will not last more than 2 minutes. The guy hopes that in this short time he will be able to break away from his pursuers and hide in a safe place. At this moment, Chin suddenly receives a message from the gray eagle. The bird reports that it sees a very large snake, which immediately alarms the guy. In the clearing where Chin, the girl, and the Vikings pursuing them are, a Titanoboa appears at great speed. The warriors pause in their pursuit for a moment, amazed by the sight of a giant snake they have never seen before. Chin, taking advantage of the confusion of his opponents, desperately tries to leave the dangerous place and hopes that the snake will attack the Vikings, and not them. Unfortunately, his hopes are not fulfilled. The guy notices with horror that the Titanoboa ignores the large group of men and directs its attention to him and the girl, clearly intending to pursue them. The huge reptile opens its giant mouth. Chin realizes that the snake is incredibly fast, which means that in order to save himself, he needs to resort to his skill again. Titanoboa delivers a powerful blow, and at the last split second, the guy manages to jump to the side. The stranger, realizing that she must act decisively, deftly jumps into the air and rushes towards the huge snake. The girl jumps onto the Titanoboa's body and begins to run quickly towards the snake's head. Despite the fact that the snake was at an angle and its skin was incredibly slippery, the girl successfully reaches its neck and delivers a powerful blow with her sword. The huge monster lets out a wild roar and begins to rush around the clearing in pain, trying to get rid of the enemy who dared to attack it. Due to strong vibrations, the girl is unable to stay on the body of the wounded reptile. She falls down and falls from a great height. The girl doesn't manage to group herself in time and falls to the ground with a crash. Titanoboa opens its terrifying mouth and rushes at the brave stranger, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Using the cheetah's speed skill, the young man manages to run up to the girl at the last second and pull her aside, saving her from certain death. The young people hear the jaws of a huge reptile closing with monstrous force behind them. They fall to the ground. The young man instinctively covers the girl with his body, trying to protect her. A huge snake slowly crawls towards the young people, sticks its tongue out of its mouth and hisses loudly. The next moment, Chin manages to throw a homemade bomb into the Titanoboa's mouth with a well-aimed throw, and a second later there is a powerful explosion. The huge snake falls senseless to the ground. The young man assumes that the snake exploded from the inside and died. The stranger is very surprised by the events that are happening. Chin asks the girl to come to her senses quickly, since they need to immediately leave this dangerous place. The young men rush towards the forest, leaving behind them the huge, smoking body of the reptile. They are already running up to the edge of the forest when they hear a terrible roar and feel strong vibrations in the ground. The guy turns around and realizes that the huge reptile is still alive. It rises high into the sky and roars loudly. A moment later, the snake notices the young people and rushes in pursuit with incredible speed. The young people try with all their might to run to the nearest forest. The stranger tells them in Arabic that all their attempts to resist are pointless, because it is almost impossible to defeat the demonic snake. The young people hid in the bushes, and the huge snake continued to search for them using its thermal sensor located on its snout. However, the snake's mouth is covered in blood. Chin hopes that all of its senses and abilities are now impaired, which could give them an advantage. Chin believes the time is right and gives the order to his trained gray eagle, hoping to use the bird as a distraction. The huge bird lets out a loud cry and begins to dive at the Titanoboa at high speed. The gray eagle inflicts serious wounds on the giant snake, causing it to stop searching for people and turn its attention entirely to the new threat. The huge golden eagle does not fly far. He continues to provoke the giant reptile, trying to lead it as far away from the young people as possible. Chin adjusts the girl's cloak and informs her that they are now relatively safe and that there is no immediate threat at the moment. Chin takes the girl to the place where the panda is waiting for them. The stranger immediately reacts to the appearance of the huge bear. The girl bravely steps forward, drawing her swords, as she believes that they are facing a wild animal that poses a serious threat. Chin steps forward. He claps his hands loudly, after which Hampy calmly lowers himself to the ground. This causes the girl great surprise, because she did not expect that the huge bear would obey the commands of the young man. The panda does not show aggression towards the girl, but looks warily in her direction, assessing her intentions. Chin pets the giant panda, showing that the animal is under control, and tells the stranger that the bear poses no danger to them and is their friend. Suddenly, the girl falls to the ground and begins to bow low, muttering something under her breath in Arabic. Chin exchanges glances with the panda, both of them clearly confused and surprised by the girl's strange reaction. The young man decides to seat the stranger on Hampy to speed up their progress, but the girl experiences terrible fear, completely paralyzing her. After a while, the guy manages to calm the girl down, convincing her that the panda is safe, and soon they quickly leave the swamp, Chin planning to find a safe place and stop to take a break. Chin takes out his travel bag. There is a deep cut on the girl's arm, and in addition, she has more serious wounds on her thigh that need to be urgently treated and bandaged. A stranger puts brushwood into a fire. Trying to light a fire in the traditional way, the guy decides to surprise her. He takes out a lighter and lights it, showing how easy it is to get a fire. The unknown girl is in a state of great surprise. She has clearly never seen such devices before and admires the fire magic from the small box. Chin sees the girl taking a burning log from the fire and immediately realizes that she intends to cauterize her wounds to prevent further infection. He asks the stranger not to do this and is going to treat her wounds with antiseptic and bandage them, which will be a more effective and safer method of treatment. The stranger looks at the young man's manipulations with surprise. Chin asks the girl to be patient, warning her that it will hurt a little now. The antiseptic treatment causes the girl severe pain, but she endures it with dignity without showing it. Chin understands that the wound on the girl's leg is much more serious and thinks about how to treat it so as not to frighten her with his actions and at the same time provide the necessary assistance. The guy points to a wound on the girl's leg and tries to explain with gestures that it needs to be bandaged. The stranger lifts the hem of her skirt and shows the young man a wound on her leg. The guy is very emotional about what he sees. Chin tries to calm down, repeating to himself that he just needs to bandage the wound and provide first aid. He pours the remaining antiseptic on the girl's wound and hopes that she will respond adequately. The girl experiences severe pain, but endures it steadfastly, trying not to scream so as not to show her weakness in front of the guy. After the wound is treated, the stranger's condition improves significantly and she feels relief. Tired from a busy day, the girl falls asleep under a tree, but it becomes very cold, and the guy decides to carry her to the tent. Suddenly, the stranger opens her eyes. She misunderstands the situation and thinks that the young man wants to harass her. The next second, Chin receives a strong slap in the face, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The guy is outraged by the current situation. He tries to explain himself because his intentions were extremely noble. Meanwhile, the girl does not calm down and suddenly strikes with a sword, which Chin miraculously manages to dodge. The stranger, without giving him time to come to his senses, rushes forward and knocks him to the ground, all the while shouting something in Arabic. A moment later, the girl comes to her senses. She realizes her mistake and falls to her knees, sincerely asking the young man for forgiveness for her behavior. Chin escorts the girl to the tent. He does not hold a grudge against her, as he understands that her actions were reflexive, caused by life in the wild. After some time, the girl's stomach begins to rumble loudly, and she suddenly begins to hit herself on the stomach. Chin asks the stranger to calm down and hands her a handful of smoked boar meat, hoping that it will help satisfy her hunger. The stranger accepts the gift and begins to bow again. The guy asks her to stop behaving like this. Chin offers the girl to sleep in a sleeping bag, but she refuses and, curling up, covers herself with her thick cloak and falls asleep in the corner of the tent. The guy thinks that her coat is warm enough. She didn't freeze that night. The next morning, the young man wakes up from a light blow to the head and immediately hears a scream from outside. Chin quickly runs out of the tent and sees that the girl has entered into a fight with a gray eagle that is circling around her. Chin asks her to stop the fight, desperately trying to explain that the bird is not dangerous. A huge golden eagle lands on the guy's hand, which greatly surprises the girl, since she clearly did not expect such a connection between a man and a bird. Chin praises the brave bird for its courage in the battle the day before, noting its loyalty and courage. Chin tried many ways to establish communication with the girl, but this time everything seemed even more difficult than with Jessica. The guy decided that it would be best to go to camp, where he could continue trying to communicate in a more comfortable environment. The girls, noticing Chin's approach, come out of the cave and greet the young man, inquiring about his adventures. In general terms, Chin tells them about his recent adventures, including a battle with a huge snake, and introduces them to a stranger. Jessica thinks that the guy has a crush on the stranger and notices that these are the kind of girls that probably suit his taste. The stranger greets the group in Arabic and uses gestures to explain that she considers them sorcerers, which surprises everyone. To her even greater surprise, Jessica suddenly begins to speak to the stranger in her language, explaining that they are not sorcerers and that this is all a misunderstanding. Helen was completely unprepared for Jessica to know Arabic and shares her surprise with Chin, who is also amazed. Jessica, after talking with the stranger, returns to her friends and says that she learned a lot about the girl, which can help them better understand her. She explains that the stranger's name is Honey, and she is a representative of a famous tribe from a country called Yemen. Jessica mentions that the country of Honey was previously under British rule and only gained independence in August of 1939. The Honey tribe was small in number. They settled near oases and were engaged in agriculture. British soldiers set up a garrison nearby and often came to the tribe for water and to buy vegetables. One day, the British soldiers came to the oasis as usual, but found that all the settlers had disappeared and the food on the tables remained untouched. Chin suggests that the tribe also traveled through space and time, just like them, and ended up on this island. Jessica tells her friends that she needs to clarify something and starts asking the girl questions in Arabic. Jessica reports that Chin's guess is correct. Honey confirms that her tribe ended up on this island 3 years ago. Later, the young people learn that, according to the girl, a year ago another group of people arrived on the island on ships, who, having landed, immediately attack the tribe without reason. The young people decide that they need to find and unite with the remaining members of the honey tribe as soon as possible to act together. Thanks to Jessica's translation, they learned that when the tribe first arrived on the island, its members suffered from a lack of food, and during their search, they came across a strange fog from which no one ever returned. After this incident, the tribe moved along the curtain of fog for a whole week until they realized that it crossed the entire island, creating a kind of border. The strange fog remains in the same place almost all the time, disappearing briefly only during the change of seasons, and then reappearing. Chin believes that thanks to this fog, they will be safe for the next 3 months. Jessica tells Chin that Honey believes him to be a powerful sorcerer based on what she saw. The girl says that Honey is very impressed by the young man's fight with the snake, and is also surprised by his ability to use holy water to stop bleeding. Chin asks Jessica to explain to the girl that he is not a sorcerer. He wants to avoid false ideas about himself and not mislead her. Jessica, however, believes that it is not worth doing this yet, since her experience of communicating with ethnic peoples has shown that none of them trust strangers. But if the girl considers the young man a sorcerer, it will be easier for him to find a common language with the natives. Chin considers this state of affairs unfair to the people, but the girl argues that it is necessary for their common good. Deciding that the sorcerer has accepted her, Honey falls to her knees and begins to bow low, showing her respect. Jessica advises her friends to learn Arabic, noting that she managed to master it in just 2 months and it is not as difficult as it seems. Chin thinks that this will take too much time and be tiring, so he asks Jessica to be their translator until they find another way to communicate. A little later, the guy remembers the possibility of using the system and goes to the virtual store to consider buying a package called Encyclopedia of World Languages. After the discussion, everyone went about their business. Helen went to cook dinner, and Chin decided to go to the river to wash himself since it was the end of autumn outside and the water was still warm, and the girls decided to take over the bathroom. Jessica, as the only person who knows Arabic, took charge of Honey, trying to establish communication and help her get used to the new environment. Jessica notices that on the girl's body, in addition to her fresh wounds, there are many old scars that indicate her difficult past. She carefully washes her wounds, trying to do everything possible to avoid infection. Meanwhile, Helen prepared a sumptuous dinner, including fish, pheasant, and fresh vegetables. The young men praise Helen, telling her that her culinary skills are getting better every day, and admire her ability to cook even in such difficult conditions. Honey is clearly amazed by the amount of food on the table. She hasn't seen such abundance for a long time. Her eyes are filled with surprise and gratitude. The girl tries the offered dishes and realizes that she hasn't eaten anything so delicious for a very long time. Tears appear in her eyes as she remembers her fellow tribesmen who are in need and forced to constantly go hungry. For the night, Chin decides to pitch a tent outside near the cave so as not to create inconvenience for the girls. The girls tried to coax Honey into bed, but she fell asleep in the corner of the cave, clutching the hilts of her combat blades, showing her alertness and habit of always being prepared for possible danger. The next day, Jessica set up a small class and began teaching the young people Arabic so they could communicate with Honey and understand each other better. The time for classes came to an end. Chin stretched with relief, declaring that classes were finally over because studying was not the easiest pastime for him. Helen asks the guy if he intends to find the Honey tribe, to which Chin replies that first he needs to come up with some kind of gas mask to cross the swamp. But remembering the giant snake, he immediately changes his mind. Chin proposes an alternative solution, to make a raft to sail around the island, and plans to start harvesting wood for this purpose this afternoon. Using a metal axe, the work proceeds confidently, and in a short period of time, the young man manages to cut down quite a large number of trees. Suddenly, his work is interrupted by the appearance of Honey, who found him by the sound in the forest and, as it turns out, intends to help him with this task. Honey says something to Chin in his language, but he doesn't understand anything at all and starts thinking about how he needs to buy an encyclopedia of foreign languages from the system as quickly as possible in order to establish more effective communication. The boy carefully asks the girl if she will be able to work, given her wounds from the previous battle, which causes her great surprise and, perhaps, even slight displeasure. In response, Honey approaches the tree and, to Chin's surprise, begins to vigorously and forcefully chop down the strong trunk, demonstrating her determination and strength. The guy is very surprised by the strength that the girl has. With just one hand, she was able to cut down a huge tree in a short time. Chin understands that she coped with the task much faster than he did, despite the fact that he had a metal axe. In 3 days, the young people managed to cut down the required number of trees, and now the next task is to smelt steel to make nails for building the raft. Helen and Jessica take the panda and go in search of resources, leaving the young men to work on smelting metal. They lit a huge fire above the camp so that the thick smoke would scare away the birds. Pyrite, which is better known as iron disulfide, melts at a temperature of 1,500 degrees, and sulfur impurities are converted into sulfur dioxide with a very sharp and unpleasant odor. Chin, with the help of honey, spins the blades of a homemade fan to increase the melting temperature in the furnace and reach the level needed to smelt the mineral. After some time, the mineral melts, and the young man carefully removes the molten mass from the oven using tongs. Chin proudly tells the girl that the Iron Age is finally coming to the island, and they are beginning a new stage in their lives. Pyrite is about a quarter iron, so the actual metal yield isn't very high, but it's enough to make nails and start building a raft. The guy thanks the girl for her help and suggests that she take a little rest, since the work was hard, after which he plans to ask her for help in making nails. Despite the language barrier, Chin begins to get used to Honey's company, and over the past few days they spend quite a bit of time together, getting to know each other better. The guy remembers that the first time he saw her, the girl looked pale and dirty, but in a couple of days her appearance improved significantly, and now he notes her cute face and good physique with pleasant proportions. Honey notices that the guy very often looks at her closely, which does not go unnoticed, and she pays attention to this, which makes the young man a little embarrassed, causing him to blush. In the evening, the young people melted the iron and poured it into the mold that Helen had made the day before. After waiting for the metal to cool, they took out the nail blank. During lunch, the girls told Chin that they had explored almost the entire area around the camp, but had not found anything new. They had noticed thickets of grapes and pineapples, which were already in their camp. If they collected even more, the fruit would simply spoil. The girls try to figure out how to store fruit for the winter and come to the conclusion that they will need a cellar for storage. But Chin says that he has another idea that he thinks is more suitable. Chin pauses for a moment and then announces to the girls that they will be able to preserve fruit. For preservation, glass jars are needed, and to make them, glass is needed, which is made from silicon, so the next day the young people go to the river to extract this mineral. There was quite a lot of silicon in the river, and in large and transparent crystals, which made the task of collecting and sorting easier. The young people collected all the most suitable ones for making glass. While working, Helen interrupts her friends from their studies and loudly tells them to pay attention to the find in her hand. The young people realize that Helen has found a large, bright nugget of gold, which causes everyone to be happy and surprised. Honey doesn't understand why the young people are so happy about this little nugget, and approaches Chin to show him her find. The guy realizes with great surprise that the girl is holding a giant gold nugget in her hands, the weight of which exceeds several kilograms. He immediately asks Honey where she found such a huge nugget. The girl silently points her hand towards the river current. Young people are beginning to realize that there may be a gold mine nearby, worth tens of millions of yuan. Pretty quickly, Jessica finds a large diamond and reports that it weighs at least 100 carats, and that such a stone could be worth more than all the gold they have found. The young people are overcome with a feeling of intense joy. They begin to think that the island they have landed on is that very fairy tale El Dorado that many have dreamed of, but which no one has managed to find. However, the jewels were not as important at the moment as the necessary materials, so after spending the entire morning, the group of young people collected enough silicon and slowly headed back to the camp. In addition to silicon, other materials are needed to make glass, so Chin crushes and grinds shells into powder to act as a binder and give the glass strength. Glass, being a silicate with an amorphous structure, does not have a specific melting point, but its melting requires a temperature exceeding 800 degrees Celsius 100 degrees. And to achieve such a high temperature, it is necessary to use a compressor. While Chin and Honey were busy melting glass, the girls were making tubes through which they would later blow glass products. Chin takes a tube and rolls some molten glass onto it, then tells the girls to watch carefully as he inflates the balloon and gives it its final shape. Honey is truly shocked by what is happening. She is amazed by the very idea that a solid stone can become liquid. She once again calls Chin a powerful sorcerer. Chin clarifies that when inflating the tube, the glass must not be allowed to cool down, and it is also important to constantly rotate it so that the circular motion helps to evenly distribute the liquid glass. Despite all his efforts, Chin failed to make a normal bottle on his first try, but the system still awarded him 1,500 points for successfully making glass. Chin asks Helen if she would like to try blowing glass, and the girl happily agrees, wanting to contribute to the work and learn something new. Jessica hands her a homemade pair of tongs so she can shape the neck of the bottle. Chin watches her actions closely. It becomes clear to him once again that Helen has many hidden talents. She was able to make the neck the first time, giving the product a neat shape. Helen carefully and concentratedly pulls out the liquid glass, trying to achieve an almost ideal shape of the neck. Her actions look very confident. However, the girl believes that her product was not of very high quality, since, in her opinion, she rotated the glass unevenly. The young men think that Helen underestimates her abilities and begin to praise her, saying that her product looks perfect and that she has done a wonderful job. Chin plans to place the finished glass in water to cool and harden it, and then plans to cut the bottle using the diamond he found. The girls ask the guy to make a rotating table for them, which will make it easier to work with the blanks. Chin promises to help them with this and begins to think that now he has accumulated enough points to finally purchase an encyclopedia of world languages from the system, which will make communication with Honey much easier. Honey holds a glass bottle in her hands. She has never seen anything like it in her world, and considers the young people to be real sorcerers, capable of doing incredible things. Chayan decides to buy a language encyclopedia from the system, thanks to which he instantly begins to understand Honey as if she were speaking Chinese. He decides to pretend that his understanding of Arabic is due to diligent study. The next day, Jessica not only continued to teach the young people Arabic, but also helped to stoke the fire in the kiln and learned how best to blow glass for various products. Chin and Honey continued to bring sand and saltpeter soil to the camp to extract potassium nitrate and make explosives. The guy realizes that bombs are the most powerful weapon on this island, and he would like to make as many as possible. The problem is that the amount of saltpeter soil in the bamboo forest is limited. During dinner, Chin has an unusual idea. They have mastered the technology of glass production, and now he intends to make a telescope, which could greatly help them in reconnaissance and observation of the surrounding area. Helen makes the assumption that the guy is going to create a Galilean or Kepler system, and starts talking about how they work and which would be more useful. In Galileo's telescope, the objective is a convex collecting lens, and the eyepiece is a concave diverging lens. Its main drawback is a very narrow field of view, which limits the possibilities of observation. The basis of all modern optics is the Kepler system, in which both the eyepiece and the objective are made of convex lenses, which allows for a significant increase in the field of view, but produces an inverted image, for the correction of which it is necessary to install additional reversing lenses. Helen reports that she is able to make a convex lens, but needs a rotating mechanism to achieve the desired shape and quality. The next day, Chin makes a round block out of clay to create a simple rotating mechanism to help the girl with her work. Thanks to this mechanism, the young people managed to create an ideal funnel from clay, which served as the basis for future lenses. Helen then carefully polished the surface of this form using a sheet of bamboo instead of sandpaper, while simultaneously giving the edges of the funnel the desired curvature. The first copy of the mold turned out excellent, and 4 more of the same remained to be made. When all the forms were ready, the young people poured liquid glass into them, and after it cooled, they glued the glass blanks together in pairs to obtain the necessary lenses. All they had to do was adjust the distance between the lenses to achieve the desired focal length. Normally, the focal length of the lens should be greater than the distance between the lenses. Chin, adjusting the lenses, was amazed at the power of the optical apparatus they had created, which allows one to see even small birds sitting in nearby trees. Helen thinks the image is a bit blurry, but overall it's clear and the magnification is at least 8 times. Honey is very surprised by this device and tells her friends in Arabic that it is a divine eye. Once the desired focal length was set, the telescope was completely ready. Chin selected suitable bamboo tubes to make a sturdy housing to protect the lenses. They also had a few magnifying glasses left. Using them, the young people made magnifying glasses with which they could light a fire, despite the presence of a lighter. They understood that sooner or later it could break down, and in this case, magnifying glasses would be extremely useful. All preparations were completed. and now the young people were ready to begin building the raft. The Encyclopedia of Field Crafts described many types of vessels, but most of them were small, like canoes or fishing boats. Chien intends to build a double-hulled raft that will be more stable and comfortable, as the name suggests. This raft will consist of 2 parallel hulls of the same size, fastened at the bottom, which will allow the vessel to have less hydraulic resistance and require less power when moving. Helen is surprised to learn that Jessica, in addition to her skills in flying an airplane, also knows how to fly sea vessels, which makes her very useful in this project as well. After they had finished discussing the project, the young men began to build the raft. The design turned out to be quite simple and the work progressed quickly. Chia took on the task of making a small cabin on the raft so that it could protect them from high waves or rain. A week later, the floating craft was completely ready and was successfully launched, and it was time to test it. Honey looks at the starry sky with great curiosity using a telescope, and very quietly the girl thanks the powerful sorcerers for introducing her to such amazing things, the existence of which she did not even suspect. The girl sends a prayer to her god. She turns to her father with a request to wait for them and believes that salvation is already near. She confidently says that the sorcerer will soon come to save everyone. Chin is deep in thought, Helen, noticing this, asks how he is feeling and what he is thinking about so intently. Chin admits that he is very nervous about sailing tomorrow because it is their first voyage and he has a lot to think about. Helen reassures him, reminding him that Jessica will be with him, and thanks to her navigation skills, it will be much easier for him to cope with any difficulties. There is a long, silent pause, during which the young people look at each other attentively. This silence is broken by Jessica, who suddenly asks them for permission to join their conversation. Young people react very emotionally to her appearance, since Jessica is dressed in a minimum amount of clothing, which greatly embarrassed them. Early the next morning, timing the tide, the young people came to the beach. Helen stays in the camp with the panda. The guy tells the girl that there is enough food in the camp and asks her not to go anywhere unless necessary. Helen waves to her friends. They shout at her to take care of herself and say they will be back soon. Despite the fact that the young people left Helen in the camp for her safety, the girl still feels a slight sense of resentment. Chin says he doesn't get seasick, but he's still wary of high waves that could capsize their raft. Honey takes this journey in stride, because ever since her people arrived on the island, they have learned to sail and fish, and now sailing is a part of her life. The girl silently looks at the horizon and mentally talks to her fellow tribesmen. She says that she is leading saviors to them. Jessica reports that in this area you can get caught in a rip current. When a wave hits the rocks, it forms a rip current that rushes away from the shore towards another wave, and being in this area is quite dangerous. The girl asks not to worry. She takes control and is ready to tell everything she knows and answer any questions that concern her. At midday, the wind died down and the travelers found themselves in a calm, so Jessica ordered the sail to be furled. By midday, the wind had not returned, so the young men had to row. Honey had no oars, so she could only watch her friends straining themselves. Human strength cannot compare with the power of nature, so the raft moved very slowly. The young people were exhausted in just 1 hour, after which they decided to rest for at least 30 minutes. When the young people finally reached the other side of the island, the sun had already set, and they were about to drop anchor to spend the night on the water. Jessica's voice is heard, saying that she estimates the length of the island to be about 350 kilometers, and she calculates the remaining distance based on the speed of their raft in a steady wind. According to the girl, they have covered about half the way to their goal. She tries to maintain a positive attitude to support her companions. After a short discussion, Jessica offered to take on the night watch, explaining that her experience in navigation would allow her to better control the situation. She refused the shift, and the young men did not insist, completely trusting her. Chia woke up quite early, as he was disturbed not only by the rocking, but also by a strange noise coming from somewhere outside the boat. Chin learns from the girl that he slept only 2 or 3 hours, although he felt like he slept much longer. To while away the rest of the night, the young people begin to talk, choosing topics related to ships and the history of navigation. Jessica enjoys sharing her rich travel experience, telling many fascinating stories full of adventures and funny incidents. Chin admits that he never suspected how exciting the profession of a paleontologist could be, and that the conversation opens up completely new horizons for him. Jessica decides to surprise the guy with her knowledge of prehistoric creatures and begins to talk about animals that disappeared many millions of years ago. The young men look closely at the sleeping Honey. The girl is so tired that even their lively and loud conversation cannot wake her up, which causes a slight smile on both of them. Continuing the lively dialogue, the young people discuss various topics and eventually come to the conclusion that the largest creatures that ever inhabited the earth were aquatic giants. The raft slowly rocks on the waves, creating the illusion of serenity, with only the sounds of water and echoes of their conversations heard around. Chia notices how deeply Jessica is dedicated to her profession. He sees the way her eyes light up when she talks about ancient creatures and the way she gestures energetically with her hands. The next morning was truly beautiful. The wind continued to blow from dawn, filling the sail and pushing the raft forward, which noticeably encouraged everyone. As the sun began to slowly sink towards the west, the young men, looking through the lens of a telescope, finally saw the shore. Honey, unable to contain her joy, shouts loudly and tells her friends that they have finally reached the other side of the island. Relief and pride can be felt in her voice. The young men anchor their raft and then climb onto land, after which they begin to move slowly towards the village of Honey. The girl admits that she has never been to these places before, so she cannot say exactly how far away her village is. She also warns her companions that Vikings often appear on the coast. They can be dangerous, so they need to be extremely careful and attentive. After a good rest the next day, the young men continued on their way. Chin notices that the trees in this part of the island are noticeably taller and thicker than those they had encountered earlier, which causes him surprise and admiration. Honey is happy to know that they are heading in the right direction and shares the news with her friends, saying that she recognizes the area they are passing through as she has seen it before. After some time, the gray eagle informs Chin that there are dwellings of bipedal creatures nearby. This information makes him wary. Jessica asks Honey why she stopped. The girl, frowning, explains that usually the guard is on duty at the borders of the village, but now there is no one there, which seems strange and alarming to her. Chine decides to check with the gray eagle, but the bird reports that it sees many bipedal people, which only adds to the confusion. It is unclear whether these people are Honey's fellow tribesmen or Vikings. The guy asks the girls to stay where they are and decides to go into the village alone to scout out the situation. However, Honey doesn't listen to his words. Suddenly, she rushes forward and runs quickly towards her village. When Honey runs to the center of the village, she sees all the locals gathered together and having a tense conversation, discussing what to do next. The elder tries to calm everyone down, saying that they don't have the strength or resources to organize a rescue operation right now. Suddenly, Honey bursts into their circle, shouting loudly to get their attention. People immediately turn their gaze to her, many rushing towards her. Surrounding her, they begin asking questions about where she has been and how she is feeling, their faces expressing a mixture of joy and surprise at her sudden appearance. At this point, Honey learns that after her disappearance, her uncle and the head of the tribe also disappeared, and no one has been able to find any traces of them yet, which only adds to the sadness. The elder tells that the head of the tribe went in search of the missing girl, but was captured by the Vikings, and only one of his squad managed to escape and deliver this sad news. Honey decides to calm down and gather her thoughts in order to tell her fellow tribesmen that they have the strength and support that can help save the chief and protect the village. She loudly calls on the villagers to be silent and listen carefully to her in order to clarify the situation and propose a plan of action. Honey begins to talk about how after she disappeared, no one could find her. She went through the Deadlands and ended up on the other side of the island. The tribesmen are amazed by her story and are surprised to learn that the other side of the island is similar to their location, and that the Deadlands simply cut the island into two equal parts. Honey continues and says that on the other side of the island she met a great sorcerer who was ready to help them, but many of the inhabitants doubt her words, considering it just a myth or fiction. A girl comes up to Honey, strokes her head and says that such fantasies are the result of the fatigue and stress she has experienced during this time. A nearby fearsome warrior loudly addresses Honey, stating that she, as the daughter of the tribe's chief, is placing her hopes on non-existent legends, and admits that he now wants to take back every compliment he has ever given her. Honey, without losing confidence, replies that she is not making it up, and her meeting with a powerful sorcerer was real. The sorcerer is really ready to help them get rid of the threat, and they must believe her. A warrior named Kan mockingly asks the girl where this great and powerful sorcerer is then, if he really exists. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted. People look up at the sky in excitement and see a giant eagle approaching them at great speed, its majestic appearance causing fear and panic in everyone. Seeing this powerful bird, residents begin to raise the alarm, hoping to take cover as quickly as possible and avoid a collision. A few moments later, everyone sees how the eagle, which had landed on the young man's hand, humbly submits to him, and he, turning to the people with a slight smile, asks if they really wanted to see him. The people around him instantly fell silent and looked at Chin attentively. They were perplexed, because no one expected that the powerful sorcerer they had heard about in ancient legends could look so ordinary. Chin decides to use his new status as a sorcerer to gain control of the situation, but he quickly notices that people are not convinced of his mighty power and doubt his abilities. So Chin decides to show them the magical power, which is actually just science. He takes out a lighter and lights it. The villagers are amazed to see fire appearing from a small metal box. For them, it seems something incredible and completely magical. Chin feels on top, smart and cunning. He hears the whispers of the villagers, saying that the gods heard their prayers and sent them a great sorcerer who can make fire out of thin air. The people nearby immediately fall to their knees and begin to bow to the young man, acknowledging his strength and power, which makes him chuckle slightly. However, Can, standing aside, doubts, if this sorcerer is truly a messenger of the gods, then he must be extremely strong. The man feels a strong desire to test his strength in battle. Honey, in turn, tries to convince her fellow tribesmen that Chin is indeed a great sorcerer and has incredible power, citing as an example how he caught a huge bird and managed to defeat a huge snake. She says that if Chin wants, he can destroy any inhabitant of the village. After such a statement, Can's desire to fight the young man only becomes stronger, and he prepares to issue a challenge. Chin realizes that further doubts could jeopardize his influence and decides to use his cheetah speed skill, which allows him to move at incredible speeds. In a matter of seconds, he runs up to Can, suddenly appearing right in front of him. Chin then points 2 fingers at the man's forehead. The villagers are extremely surprised at the incredible speed with which the young man approached Can, and whisper among themselves that they believe that a human is not capable of such speed. Can is in shock from what happened, because he didn't even have time to notice the young man's movements and he was already next to him. Chin calmly states that he will use only 2 fingers to test his strength, if, of course, Can rise to the challenge. Can gathers all his strength, but realizes with horror that he is unable to rise from the chair, only 2 fingers of the young man holding him up. He continues to try with all his might to get up, but his efforts remain futile, and he does not understand at all why he cannot overcome such little resistance. Chin, looking calmly at Can, asks him if he understands the power of the magic he is trying to resist. The people around quietly whisper, sharing thoughts. Can has always been considered the strongest warrior of their tribe, but even he is now powerless against the great sorcerer, who uses only 2 fingers. After some time, Can is forced to admit defeat, giving up and saying out loud that he cannot accept the challenge. Suddenly, Can jumps up from his chair, which makes Chin wary, as he cannot predict what the warrior is going to do next. But a moment later, the guy realizes with relief that there is no danger. Can turns around and, depressed, walks away, clearly resigned to what happened. Chin knows that he managed to hold Can with just 2 fingers thanks to a simple trick, and it has nothing to do with magical power. It's all about the biomechanics of the human body. At that moment, the village elder approaches Chin and with despair in his voice asks him to save their tribe. Jessica approaches the villagers and loudly declares that the great sorcerer has come here to help them. The elder approaches Jessica, raises his hands up in greeting and respectfully calls her the great sorceress, confirming her special status in front of the assembled people. The villagers standing around whisper, expressing their opinions. The young men really seem like sorcerers to them. Their unusual clothes and the language they speak among themselves are perceived as divine signs. Jessica is clearly impressed by the performance put on by Chin and tells him with a smile that he's certainly put on a great show and could be considered a God-given actor. She suddenly asks him how he was able to master Arabic so quickly, to which Chin replies with a smug smile that it is due to his innate learning abilities. Continuing his manipulations, Chin raises his hands high into the air, addressing the villagers, and loudly proclaims that the gods have heard their prayers and sent him to save their tribe from all troubles. The elder informs the young people that it will soon be dark and invites them to follow him. He will be glad if they agree to stay with him for the night. As they walk through the village, Chin notices that the locals' houses are mostly round, tent-like, and look exactly like Honey described earlier. Soon the silence and calm of the evening sets in. Chin begins to feel how tired he is, because he has never been the center of such close attention. Honey emotionally shares with her tribe mates her story of how she got into trouble but was saved by the great sorcerer, who used his great power to free her from danger. She says that when the great snake was defeated, fire burst from its mouth, and then it fell lifeless to the ground. The girl also shows off a telescope and proudly announces that the great sorcerer gave her a divine eye through which she can see very far. One of the men turns to Can and asks him why he looks so irritated, suggesting that he cannot accept the defeat he suffered at the hands of a powerful rival, which only adds fuel to the fire of his inner resentment. The young people continue to observe the life of the tribe and gradually realize that there are only a few dozen people here, including old people and children, and many warriors have fresh wounds that will clearly affect their fighting ability. Suddenly, the tent's canopy opens and a little girl appears on the threshold. She announces that she has brought food and adds that she is very glad to see powerful sorcerers, and then respectfully asks them to accept the humble gifts. Jessica immediately notices the anxiety in the child's eyes. Her heart fills with compassion. She asks the girl what is bothering her and asks her to tell her everything. Tears well up in the girl's eyes as she plaintively asks the young men to help her tribe, her voice trembling with emotion. Khan tries to calm the child down, leaning towards her and assuring her that she shouldn't worry, and he promises to do his best to help the villagers. Suddenly, he remembers that there are some supplies left in his bag. He decides to treat the girl with dried boar meat, hoping to please her a little and support her strength. The girl accepts the gift with obvious joy, because she has not eaten meat for a long time, and the villagers' diet is extremely meager. During the conversation, Jessica realizes that the little girl has not eaten for 2 days, a realization that causes her deep sympathy and sadness, as the situation is much more complicated than she had imagined. The girl, feeling guilty, apologizes to the young men for not being able to stop and eating too much meat. Chin immediately calms her down, saying that he has more supplies in his bag. As the conversation continues, the young men learn that the tribe was forced to flee their homes in a hurry due to a Viking attack, and therefore they were unable to take enough food supplies with them. Jessica realizes that the tribe's situation is much worse than she previously assumed. There is not enough food to feed everyone, and the cold weather only makes things worse as the animals hide in their burrows. The village elder suddenly appears on the threshold of the house, holding some food in his hands. He looks at the girl with interest and asks her what she is doing here. Chin asks the elder not to scold the girl, explaining that she only stayed here because he himself asked her to stay. The elder nods and, wanting to show hospitality, offers the young people to taste the fruits they have picked today, as well as the rabbit meat that they have carefully stored until the solemn moment. However, Chin firmly refuses the offer, saying that the tribe does not have enough food. He asks the elder to distribute it to his fellow tribesmen so that they can at least strengthen their strength a little. He adds that he is in fact no different from them. He was just lucky enough to become the chosen one of the gods. He asks to convey to people that they should not exalt him too highly, as this makes him feel awkward. Kin then reports that he has some dried meat in his bag and asks the elder to take it and distribute it among all the villagers. Tears of gratitude appear on the elder's face, and he thanks the young people with all his heart for their kindness. The appearance of the great sorcerers from ancient myths simultaneously delighted and excited all the members of the village. They were glad that their prayers were heard, but at the same time they were afraid, because they did not know how to properly treat the sorcerers and how not to anger the gods with their actions. The elder, who was forced to govern the tribe in the absence of the leader, was especially worried, since any decision he made affected the fate of every member of the tribe, and the responsibility fell like a heavy burden on his shoulders. Chin says he now physically feels the weight of his title, as if every member of the tribe was examining him under a microscope. Jessica smiles softly and asks him not to worry. She reminds him that he is not alone, and as the old Chinese proverb goes, together they can change the world. The next morning comes. The young people leave the elder's house. They are immediately surprised by the silence that reigns in the village, as if life had left this place for a while. Koya wonders where most of the villagers could have disappeared to, which makes him a bit worried as he didn't expect this. Honey, looking at his worried face, reports that everyone who is capable of holding a weapon has gone to the nearby foothills in search of food. At this point, an elder approaches the young men and offers Chin a treat. respectfully saying that they value his magical food highly. And so, as a token of gratitude, they had picked fresh fruit for him that morning. The elder hopes to persuade the great sorcerer to join the tribe's warriors and fight with them so that they can see his power with their own eyes and be convinced of his strength. He believes that this will strengthen their morale. Jessica quickly realizes that Chin is in an awkward situation, and to help him avoid a fight, she explains to the elder that the great sorcerer spent a lot of his powers when he descended from the heavens, and now he cannot fight the Vikings in direct combat. At the moment, the only thing he can do is share his wisdom. Chin is extremely grateful to Jessica for helping him get out of this awkward situation. He believes that he should avoid fighting or anything that could expose him. After learning that the Viking camp is only a day's journey away from the tribe's camp, Chin decides to go there with Honey, while Jessica stays with the tribe to help the locals with pressing issues. Jessica sees them off and asks them to be extremely careful during this dangerous reconnaissance mission, her words full of concern for her friends. Half a day later, the young people had moved quite a distance from the tribe's camp and found themselves in enemy territory. They were extremely careful, avoiding unnecessary noise and hiding in the shadows of the trees. Fortunately for them, the night passed quietly, and the next morning they reached the place where the Vikings' camp was located. Using a spyglass, Chin carefully studies the enemy camp, noticing that the Vikings are in excellent physical condition and have a large number of iron items. He reflects on the fact that the Vikings are famous for their cruelty and often kill or enslave anyone who gets in their way. And now he doubts that these mighty warriors will be a match for them. At this point, Honey begins to show signs of great agitation and points to one of the places in the camp. She notices her tribe mates who are being held captive. The captured villagers are chained in heavy metal chains and forced to perform hard physical labor. Chin also points out that the camp is guarded by a significant number of warriors, who stand not only at the entrance but also at the corners of the camp. He suggests that there may be some threats on this island, which is why the Vikings so carefully guard their camp. Suddenly, a huge golden eagle begins to circle above them, and Chin instantly realizes that someone is approaching. His alarming suspicions are confirmed, and he immediately orders Honey to hide as quickly as possible. Soon, a large group of Vikings appears on their way, who are discussing something heatedly in Norwegian, arguing loudly and gesturing actively. Fortunately, thanks to his knowledge, Chin is able to understand their conversation and decides to listen to what they are discussing. Some of the Vikings want to make a stop because they are tired and need to rest, while others believe that it is necessary to carry out the commander's order. After some time, the differences are resolved and the group that insisted on resting wins, leading to the Vikings taking a rest stop in the shade of the trees. One of the Vikings, in order to pass the time, begins to tell a story about how the natives distracted the attention of a huge snake, which allowed them to escape literally at the last moment. Some of the Vikings are skeptical of the man's story, claiming that he made it all up and that he is simply a coward trying to make himself look good. The warriors decide to change the subject and switch to rumors of a fountain of youth, which, according to them, allows warriors to fight until old age, and add that their commander has a map of this place. One of the men reports that the main problem is not finding the source, but overcoming the threat posed by its guardian, the mythical Leviathan, who guards the sacred waters. The warriors assume that the source is located behind a wall of magical fog, which, in their opinion, divides the island into two parts and hides important secrets from view. One of the Vikings tells terrifying stories about his encounter with this fog, adding that he experienced this horror only once and never wants to repeat this experience again. The squad leader interrupts the conversation, ordering the warriors to stop chatting and reminding them that they must return to their duties. Chin continues to eavesdrop on the Vikings and hears them continue to discuss this mysterious fountain of youth and its legends. The guy is frightened by the very thought that there really could be something magical on this island, and that all this might not be fiction at all, but reality. Suddenly, he remembers the map that the Vikings talked about and comes to the conclusion that they did not come here by chance, but most likely knew about this place. At this point, Honey quietly asks what the guy is thinking about, to which Chin replies that he is thinking about the words he heard from the Vikings, trying to find something in them that will help them further. The girl is very surprised that the young man is able to understand Norwegian and looks at him with admiration. Chin replies that it is due to his divine gift that allows him to learn any language in a short period of time, which makes Honey respect his abilities even more. At this moment, the young men hear that the Vikings are finishing their halt and are preparing to continue their journey, following the orders of their commander. Meanwhile, a group of people, in an attempt to hide from their pursuers, runs away, one of the men carrying a wounded comrade on his shoulder. Enraged Vikings are racing after them, encouraging themselves with loud shouts. They are in no way going to let the fugitives escape alive. The man, carrying the wounded man, despairingly reports that his strength is running out and anxiously asks Can what they should do next, as escape is becoming increasingly difficult. Can turns sharply to the warrior and with cold determination says that they must leave their wounded comrade, for this is their only chance to save themselves and escape. He also adds that otherwise the Vikings will capture them all, and then no one will be able to leave alive. The wounded man pleads with Can not to abandon him, saying that he does not want to die. But Can, without hesitation, replies that if they are all killed, then there will be no one to protect the remaining tribe, and for this they must sacrifice him. Can asks his comrade to pull himself together and reminds him that he is a warrior and should not fear death. They leave the wounded man, Can pulling his comrade by the hand, ordering him not to waste time. He says that it is hard, but they are doing it for the survival of the tribe. Their actions must be aimed at saving everyone. Suddenly, Honey jumps out in front of them. The girl bares her battle blades and loudly shouts a battle cry. The next moment, arrows begin to fly at the Vikings, many of which hit them in the legs. Can instantly realizes that the situation has changed and they have a chance to counterattack. He immediately orders his comrade to do everything possible to prevent the Vikings from using the signal horn. Honey fearlessly rushes at one of the Vikings, delivering a series of swift blows, but her opponent turns out to be quite a skilled warrior. He parries her attacks and gives a worthy rebuff. Can realizes that their stone weapons are not powerful enough to penetrate the Vikings' strong shields, and he needs to quickly come up with something to change the situation in their favor. He accelerates and rushes towards one of the warriors standing nearby. The Viking begins to laugh loudly, believing that a wooden stick is not capable of causing him serious damage. Can delivers a powerful and sharp blow. The force of this blow is so enormous that it throws the Viking several dozen meters into the air. Despite such an impressive blow, the Vikings are not afraid and continue their attack. Their fighting spirit remains unshakable, and they still consider their victory inevitable. Can continues to repel the furious attacks of the Vikings and orders his comrade to try to encircle them from the right side, hoping that this will allow him to find a weakness in their formation. However, this tactic does not bring success, and soon all the people of the tribe find themselves surrounded by a dense ring of Vikings. At this point, Can notices that in this confusion, the great sorcerer took advantage of the situation and began to save their wounded comrade, trying to lead him away from the battle. Can quickly makes a decision and orders all his men to feign weakness in order to attract the Vikings' attention to themselves and give the sorcerer the opportunity to quietly leave with the wounded man. This tactic works, and Chin manages to get to a safe distance with the wounded man. Once safe, Chin asks the man to calm down and stop crying, saying that they were able to escape and are now safe. The guy realizes that the attitude towards death is different for all people of the tribe. This man is clearly very afraid of dying, and this is quite normal, unlike Honey, who shows herself to be very fearless, and judging by her actions, is not afraid of death. Keen then orders Grey Eagle to signal the other people to retreat. Honey, seeing a huge bird in the sky, realizes that now is the time to act with full force, and loudly tells his tribesmen that they can fight without holding back their power. A powerful Viking runs at Honey at great speed, swinging his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, his face expressing anger and determination. The girl, using her agility, dodges his attack, and immediately, in response, strikes with her combat blade, aiming at the Viking's vulnerable spot. At this time, Can, armed with his wooden spear, intends to wear out his opponent and, when he makes a mistake, deliver a precise and fatal blow. A moment later, he notices that his opponent has hesitated and takes advantage of this opportunity. With great force, he brings the spear down on the Viking. His blow is so powerful that the Viking's helmet cracks. One of the Vikings, realizing that the outcome of the fight is not in their favor, tries to get a signal horn to call for help. The warriors of the tribe immediately notice this and rush at the Viking, not giving him time to sound the alarm. Their actions are fast and coordinated. They launch a series of lightning strikes, destroying the Viking standing in the way of the signalman. Can realizes he has no time and, gathering all his strength, launches the spear with incredible precision and force. The throw is so powerful that the spear pierces the large man through and through. However, before dying, the Viking manages to blow his horn, Can realizes that reinforcements will arrive very quickly, which means that they need to leave immediately, otherwise they will all die. The warriors of the tribe begin to hear the noise of a large number of people moving. This indicates that the Vikings have received an alarm signal and their large detachment is already heading in their direction. The tribesmen turn to the young man, telling him that they have successfully dealt with the advance party. But one of the Vikings managed to sound the alarm, and now they do not know what to do next. Chin realizes that their forces are clearly unequal, and suggests finding a secluded place where they can hide and wait for night to use the darkness to escape. One of the Viking squads finds the battle site. The commander cannot contain his joy that they arrived first. But his joy quickly turns to shock when he sees a large number of dead comrades lying in the clearing. He's amazed that they were killed so quickly and brutally, and this makes him think about the power of the enemy. A nearby Viking lets out a loud laugh, claiming that the dead warriors were weaklings that even the natives could handle. His words filled with contempt. The squad leader notices a bloody trail on the ground that leads somewhere deep into the forest, and he decides that they can use this trail to find the fugitives. Chien addresses the wounded man. The guy asks him not to make any sudden movements, as he is going to give him first aid. Kan demands the man to stop whining and show strength. The man sheepishly asks for forgiveness, regretting that because of his weakness they were ambushed and ended up in such a difficult situation. A detachment of natives led by Chin slowly moves through the dense forest, trying to move silently and not attract attention, since every step they take can be heard by enemies. Luckily, before it got completely dark, they found a hidden cave where they were able to rest and catch their breath after all the events that happened to them during the day. Considering that searching is difficult at night and wild animals roam the forest, the Vikings are unlikely to find their hiding place, and this gives them at least some temporary relief and a sense of security. In the cave, one of the men begins to share his story. He says that they could not find food near the tribe's camp and decided to go too far. At that moment, they were suddenly attacked by Vikings. Chin, realizing that everyone is pretty tired and hungry, announces that there is some dried meat left in his bag and without hesitation takes it out. The man, exhausted by hunger, greedily begins to eat the treat, and noticing that Kan does not touch his portion, he asks him why he does not eat. Kan casts an angry glance at him. The man does not understand what is going on because, in his opinion, if he does not eat all the offered treats, the great sorcerer may be offended and leave them. Kan tells the wounded man that he is behaving terribly and that it was his mistake that led to them being ambushed, his voice full of irritation and bitterness. Chin watches the natives closely, and especially Kan, realizing that despite his difficult character, he is not so bad at all. He is ready to sacrifice himself for his tribe, which inspires respect. The next morning, before dawn, the detachment left the cave and continued on their way home. Much to their surprise, the journey home was easier than they had expected. The Vikings did not pursue them, and thanks to the help of the Grey Eagle, they were able to return to the tribe without incident. One of the warriors tells Chin that the Elder and the Great Witch were very worried about him. Chin tells Jessica about the Viking camp, mentioning that they have considerable strength and their numbers reach several hundred people, making direct confrontation almost impossible. Jessica is both excited and scared by the encounter with the Vikings, and shares her thoughts that she would rather encounter their skulls at an excavation site than face-to-face. Chin adds that he overheard the Vikings talking and found out that they had encountered a titanoboa. But in addition to the huge snake, they also mentioned the mythical Leviathan, which worries him. Jessica responds by briefly telling the ancient legend of Leviathan, and suggests that there may even be whales on the island. She tries to calm the guy down, saying that he shouldn't worry too much about it. Even if whales live in the ocean, they are unlikely to come close to the shore, and there will be no threat from them. These words do not reassure Chin too much. He believes that until they find out more information, it is better not to go out to sea and not take risks. Jessica, watching his expression with surprise, cannot believe that the guy is starting to believe in powerful mythical creatures and some kind of magical source. The Fountain of Youth, she says, is an ancient pirate legend that says one sip from the fountain can grant a person eternal life, making it the subject of many myths. According to legend, someone tried to steal and hide this source. He found a magic cup that could store anything and hid the sacred source in it, after which this person disappeared without a trace along with the cup. Jessica laughs loudly at Chin and ironically asks if he really believes in these children's fairy tales. Her laughter sounds loud and carefree, which somewhat embarrasses the guy. Chin decides to change the subject and asks her about the situation that is happening in the village, as he believes that the girl has spent a lot of time here and should have useful information. Jessica sighs that the situation in the village remains difficult, with most people, from the elderly to children, spending most of their time trying to get food, and even then they are barely able to keep up with the demands of food supply. Chin understands that the tribe's work productivity is extremely low and believes that the most important thing at the moment is to solve the food crisis so that the tribe can survive. He tells Jessica that he has found a way out of this difficult situation, and, smiling, adds that he intends to borrow enough food from the Vikings, which he will not have to return later. The guy, sitting on the ground, begins to draw a map of the Viking camp in the sand and explains that in the western part of the camp, there are either canteens or warehouses, where, most likely, a lot of food is stored. Chin plans to lure the Vikings out of the camp, during which time a group of scouts will be able to infiltrate the warehouse, free the prisoners and seize supplies to provide the tribe with everything they need. Jessica agrees that this plan could work, but notes that it is extremely complex and has its own risks. She doubts that all the Vikings will leave the camp. Clearly, someone will remain to guard it. The girl also asks what to do with the metal chains that the captives are bound with, because this is a serious problem, and without the right tool, they cannot be freed. Chin looks at her silently and confidently says that the metal chains are his concern, and he has a good plan on how to deal with them. In the evening, the elder of the tribe treats the young people with fresh rabbit meat. Chin, eating the treat with great appetite, notes to himself that the only thing missing is salt and seasoning. The young people approach the elder with a question whether there is a craftsman in the village. This question greatly surprises him. The elder decides to take them to a house on the outskirts of the village and introduces them to a craftswoman named Alex. He proudly informs them that she is the best craftsman of the entire tribe, and her work has helped them more than once in the most difficult situations. It turned out that Alex is a girl with outstanding skill in making various items, and even the stone spears sharpened by her hands are as sharp as a razor. The girl is so absorbed in her work that she doesn't pay any attention to the people standing nearby. The elder is about to call out to her, but Chin stops him, wanting to observe her skill. Alex meticulously sharpens the stone tip of her spear and then deftly ties it to the wooden shaft, her movements precise and confident, showing her vast experience and skill. After examining her product, Alex is clearly pleased with the result, but notes that next time she plans to make an even better spear. Suddenly, Alex feels a strong fright. She notices that people have been standing next to her for a long time and are carefully watching her work. Her eyes widen in surprise. Chin hurries to calm the girl down. He asks her not to be nervous and says that he admires her skill and that he has a request. Khan explains that he needs a container for a special liquid connected by tubes, and describes that he clearly needs something like a bottle with catheters for reagents, which piques Alex's interest. The girl, smiling, agrees to do this work and promises to make perfect vessels for him, using all her skills to achieve the best result. Chin then turns to the elder and asks if there are any large quantities of bone remains anywhere in the village, which causes the elder to appear clearly surprised and even somewhat wary. The elder, not quite understanding why this is necessary, suggests that the great sorcerer wants to use the skulls of enemies to cast a deadly curse on them or to perform some kind of terrifying ritual. Chin, smiling, says that any bones will do, not necessarily human ones, which puzzles the elder even more, who begins to think that the sorcerer might be planning to summon the spirits of heaven to earth with these bones. Jessica, realizing that the situation is becoming awkward, decides to defuse the situation by confirming the elder's guesses and, slightly disingenuously, reports that the bones are indeed needed for a powerful ritual. The elder reports that animals, according to their beliefs, are the spiritual embodiment of the earth, and therefore they have been collecting their bones for a long time and storing them in a burial mound located on the outskirts of the village. He leads the young men to the mound, the man hoping that these bones will be used in a magical ritual that will help the tribe defeat enemies and protect its people. Kin thanks the elder for his help and tells him that he can no longer stay with them and that he should return to his own business while he takes up witchcraft. The young people were left alone. Jessica, with obvious surprise, asks Chin why he needed the bones. Chin explains that he intends to use a mixture of bone meal, coal, and quartz sand to create phosphorus through a chemical reaction, a substance that will help them in their plan. There is no quartz sand in the area around the village, so Chin decides to ask Helen for help. He writes her a note and sends the message via Grey Eagle. After this, the young men decide to explore the area around the village, hoping to help the residents in their search for food and see what resources can still be used here. As they move forward, Chin realizes that he had previously underestimated the severity of the situation, and there is nothing edible to be found along the way, probably because the tribesmen had already collected everything that could be found near their camp. Suddenly a man approaches them, waving his hand and loudly greeting the young people, calling them great sorcerers, his voice full of respect and admiration. Chin asks the man what he is doing here and inquires about his well-being. Since this is the same man who was injured in the last battle, he wants to make sure he is recovering. The man begins to explain that he is looking for something edible to help the tribe. Chin's attention immediately switches to a large leaf that the man is holding in his hands. When the boy asks, the man explains that he picked the leaf to make himself a sun hat and does not understand why the great sorcerers are so interested in this seemingly useless plant. Joy fills the young people when they simultaneously realize that the leaf belongs to a plant called taro, an edible plant that can help the tribe solve its food problem. Chin asks a local resident where exactly he picked this leaf. The man explains that there is a large clearing nearby where a huge number of these plants grow. Soon they reach this huge clearing. There really are many taro plants growing there. This discovery fills them with hope. The tribe has a real chance to overcome the difficulties with food. Taro is an edible tropical perennial plant with tubers that should not be eaten raw as it causes burning and vomiting. Jessica considers the clearing with so many plants a great find. Taro tubers are rich in protein and fine-grained starch, which can be absorbed by the body by 98%. This will help the tribe get the necessary nutrients. The man tries to dissuade the young people, claiming that the plant is inedible and causes terrible pain and vomiting, as he had a negative experience with the leaves. To his surprise, Chin describes in detail the sensations that occur when poisoned by the leaves of this plant. Chin knows that the plant is poisonous only when raw, and if you cook its tubers, they become tasty and very healthy. The man is clearly surprised. He admits that he didn't even know that the plant was edible. He had previously tried the leaves, which led to poisoning and unpleasant sensations. The man, inspired, begins to vigorously pick the leaves, but Chin stops him and explains that only the tubers can be eaten and that the leaves have no nutritional value. The villager still doesn't quite understand and begins to separate the shoots from the leaves. Jessica takes the tubers out of the ground and explains to the man once again that the edible part is what grows underground. They then all set about collecting the tubers of the plant, and since they had no bags with them, they had to use their clothes to carry the tubers back to camp. The elder holds a huge root vegetable in his hands. He looks at it with surprise and cannot hide his excitement. Alex, watching this, asks the elder if these tubers can really be eaten. Her voice is full of curiosity and doubt. The young men make a fire and put a large vat of water on it to boil the tubers and show that they are edible. The tubers taste much better after boiling, but the villagers don't have baskets to steam the tubers in, so Chin decides to just throw them straight into boiling water, which turns out to be quite an effective method. The root vegetables could take more than 10 minutes to cook, and while they were cooking, the villagers could not take their eyes off the steaming pot. When the tubers were ready, Chin opened the lid of the pot and informed the villagers that they could taste the fruits of the taro plant. One of the men noted that the cooked tubers began to look different, and added that they emitted a rather pleasant smell, which caused surprise and interest among those present. Chin also caught the pleasant smell and his appetite grew, as he too had not eaten starchy food for a long time. The villagers sincerely thank the great sorcerers and begin to pass hot root vegetables to each other. When the root vegetables cooled down a bit, the villagers began to taste them carefully, and after a moment they realized that this food was not only tasty but also safe, which made them happy. The elder addresses the young people, telling them that it all seems too simple to be true. Tears appear on his face. He admits that he cannot believe that the tribe suffered from hunger for a long time, having such huge reserves of food so close by. The young people are proud that they were able to save the tribe from starvation. This gives them strength and confidence. The tribal elder falls to the ground and begins to bow low to the young men, expressing his deep gratitude for their help. Chin asks him to stand up, explaining that there is no need for such ceremonies, and adds that after eating they will need to prepare root vegetables. At this time, other villagers approach the clearing. They immediately catch a pleasant aroma and ask with interest what is being cooked in such a huge pot. Chin informs them that food is currently being prepared for all the villagers. There is enough for everyone, and no one will go hungry anymore. Jessica, in turn, tells residents that the plant's tubers are edible and shares recipes for preparing them, explaining how best to use these useful resources. People can't believe that such affordable and nutritious food has been right under their noses all this time, and now they will never suffer from hunger again. Their eyes fill with joy. One of the men thanks the young people for providing such a huge amount of food for the tribe. The elder addresses his tribe. He says that the great sorcerer has rewarded them with food, and therefore they must thank him. The elder then asks everyone to remain silent as Chin is about to give a speech. Everyone stands still in anticipation of his words. Kine tells the villagers that they will never go hungry again and orders the lid of the huge pot to be opened. The villagers begin to chant loudly and joyfully, raise their hands up in the air, expressing their joy and jubilation, their voices merging into a single chorus of gratitude and admiration. Then everyone starts trying the root vegetables and is happily convinced that this food is not only tasty, but also safe, which finally strengthens their faith in the great sorcerers. Honey approaches Chin. There is a girl standing behind her. Honey says that she wants to talk to him. The girl thanks the young man for all the help he has given to the villagers and offers to accept as a gift a homemade amulet that she lovingly made. Chin accepts the gift. He thanks the girl, gently stroking her head, which makes her smile happily. The locals watch this moment closely. Many of them previously thought that the sorcerer would achieve his selfish goals, but now they see that he cares about them and is friendly, like themselves. At this time, Can nervously bites off a piece of root vegetable and informs his comrade that the young man does not at all resemble the great sorcerer of the prophecy. The villager, hearing this, replies to Can that he should not be so categorical and uncertain, because the actions of the young sorcerer speak for themselves. Even though the tribe's taro fruits are enough to last for a long time, the village is still under threat, with the Vikings continuing to search for their location and restrict their living space. Chin suggests that the residents start building boats now so that they can quickly leave this place and find a safer haven, protected from attacks. He also reports that he has a plan to rescue the captive inhabitants from the hands of the Vikings. They need to agree in advance on the location where the boats will be on the day of the rescue, so that they can unite and sail away immediately without wasting time. After the meeting, the tribe members, led by the elder, head to the beach where the young people had landed earlier. This beach is surrounded by forest and is located on the opposite side from the Viking camp, making it an ideal place to build boats. Alux informs Chin that she has made the items he asked for and hands them over to him. The quality of these instruments turns out to be excellent. The girl adds that since these items were needed by the great sorcerer, she decorated them with ornaments, hoping that he would like them. Jessica, after examining the items, cannot help but admire the quality of the ceramics, adding that these pieces are even better than those made by Helen, her voice full of genuine respect for Alex's craftsmanship. After all the equipment was ready, Chin went to the beach to collect shells. After grinding the burnt shells, he got silicon oxide. Quenching the silicon oxide with water, Chin got calcium hydroxide. At this time, Jessica was evaporating a large amount of seawater to obtain magnesium chloride dexahydrate, or, in simple terms, a concentrated salt solution. Once both components were ready, all that was left was to mix them. The water contained many metal salts, some of which had to be removed in the process of a chemical reaction. Chin carefully strains the potassium chloride solution through a cloth, separating it from the magnesium hydroxide precipitate. While Chin was busy filtering, Jessica took the battery out of her backpack and prepared for electrolysis. Chin filters the previously filtered hydroxide precipitate and neutralizes it in the resulting hydrochloric acid, which results in the formation of a pure magnesium chloride solution. Finally, the resulting solution is evaporated to produce solid magnesium chloride and then heated until the solid magnesium chloride turns into liquid, at which point the chlorine dissipates, leaving only white magnesium powder. Chin wipes the sweat from his forehead and tells the girl that he is glad that they finally completed the whole process. Jessica can't wait to try the result. She takes a little of the resulting substance on a stick, while Chin brings a lighter to it. At the same moment, a bright flash of fire flares up, blinding the young people. For a moment, everything around seems to be enveloped in light, which causes them sincere surprise. One of the locals manages to see this and experiences terrible fear, thinking that the great sorcerers really live up to their name, and their magic is truly powerful. Meanwhile, the feast continues in the village. The starving residents finally eat their fill of boiled root vegetables. Alex comes to the house where Chin is and asks the young man how she can help him, her eyes full of curiosity. Chin tells the master that he called her for an interesting matter and asks her to look at the drawings that are lying on his desk. Chin explains that the blueprints show a special mount called a spike pas and asks the girl if she can make it, as it is important for their future plans. Alex studies the diagram carefully. Her face shows great surprise. She says that this is an excellent fastening system. She finds it amazing how you can securely fasten wooden parts together without rope. Alex is a little hesitant about her abilities, as her tribe has very few cutting tools, and it will require high precision, and she needs to make sure that all the fastenings are strong and secure. Jessica tries to calm the girl down, saying that such a fastening system will not be used in all places, but only where it is really necessary, and adds that they have as many as 5 days to manufacture it. Chin informs Alex that from now on, the raft building issues fall on her shoulders, and emphasizes that this is the key to the survival of the entire tribe, so she needs to try. A gray eagle appears high in the sky, rapidly approaching the village, carrying a large basket in its huge paws. Kia notices the approaching bird and, looking at the basket in its paws, realizes that Helen has successfully completed the task, which gives him a feeling of satisfaction. Chin looks carefully at the contents of the basket and sees a large amount of glass laboratory glassware made by Helen. He can't believe that she managed to do it in just a couple of days, doing such a high-quality job. The young man decides to immediately begin preparing white phosphorus. The first thing he needs to do is grind the burnt bones into a fine powder to obtain the necessary material. He then mixes the bone meal with quartz sand and coal and begins heating the mixture at a high temperature. At high temperatures, quartz and calcium phosphate from the bones react with calcium peroxide, and the carbon reduces them, resulting in the formation of a gaseous fraction. The gaseous fractions pass through the water and settle in it as flakes of white phosphorus. White phosphorus is incredibly toxic, so you need to keep a safe distance, as there is a risk of death. Jessica understands that they are going to make matches with white phosphorus, but warns that such matches will be unsafe due to the properties of this substance. White phosphorus has a very low spontaneous combustion temperature. Fire can break out even at a temperature of about 40 degrees, and any friction, even the friction of matches against each other in a box, can lead to sudden ignition. Chin is well aware of all the properties of white phosphorus and says that he will have to make safety matches to avoid the risks associated with their use. Safety matches were invented in Sweden in 1844 by Gustav Erik, who managed to change the composition of phosphorus. The main difference between old and new matches is the main component. Safety matches use red phosphorus as the combustible material. Unlike white phosphorus, red phosphorus can only be ignited by contact with a special surface coated with a layer of the same red phosphorus, which makes its use much safer, and combustion is not accompanied by the release of toxic gases. To produce red phosphorus, it is enough to heat white phosphorus to 300 degrees without access to air. The temperature of a fire will be sufficient for this. Next, to make safety matches, Chin begins preparing potassium chlorate, which requires him to dissolve the hydroxide in water and mix it with the solution left over from magnesium production. He takes chlorine obtained from the electrolysis of seawater and places it in a heated solution of potassium chloride, after which he obtains potassium chlorate and adds hydroxide to the mixture. The solubility of potassium chloride turns out to be poor, so potassium nitrate, which Helen sent via Eagle, came in handy. With its help, you can cool the solution and make it suitable for further use. At the end of the work, all that remains for the young people is to take the wood, dry it, and cut out suitable matchstick blanks. Jessica is genuinely happy when she tells them that they made their own safety matches, her eyes shining with pleasure. To make the match heads, you need an adhesive base, and the glue that Chin had previously made from boar bones works well for this. He mixes sand, sulfur, and bone glue in the right proportions. Khan then adds the most important ingredients, potassium chlorate and red phosphorus. The young people have almost everything ready. All that remains is to create a surface on which they will light matches. Chin announces that the moment has come when they can test the effectiveness of their many hours of work, his voice full of excitement and anticipation of the result. He strikes a match on the prepared surface and it instantly bursts into a bright flame, illuminating their faces with light. Jessica is in a great mood. She happily hugs Chin and screams loudly with happiness, because their efforts brought the result they hoped for. However, the chemical experiments do not end there. Chin reports that he needs to make aqua regia, which will take some more time. He starts by heating sulfur, which allows him to produce a large amount of sulfur dioxide gas, which he then dissolves in hot water to produce sulfuric acid, after which he adds potassium nitrate powder to the sulfuric acid. Jessica cools the reaction tubes with cold water, causing the gas to liquefy into nitric acid. After a while, the nitric and hydrochloric acids were ready, and now Chin would be able to make aqua regia whenever it was needed, so the work could be finished for today. At this time, the villagers are also not wasting time. They are busy making rafts on which they are going to leave their current location. The work is progressing at full speed. Honey looks around the nearby forest and notices young people approaching them. Her face lights up with a smile. She raises her hands high and greets them, calling them great sorcerers. Honey reports that she feels much better and that after the divine healing, only minor scars remained from her wounds, which was a real miracle for her. Alex reports that 6 rafts have already been built and asks the young men to inspect them to ensure their reliability and suitability. Chin climbs onto one of the rafts. He examines it carefully and comes to the conclusion that the structure seems strong and stable. He thanks Alex for the work they've done, but adds that they also need to take into account the prisoners they plan to free, and so the current number of rafts may not be enough for everyone. The next morning, Chin gathers all the villagers in the central clearing and asks everyone to approach the girl and take one box. Kin reports that the item is called matches and that residents will now be able to use them to easily make fire. The villagers look at the strange objects with surprise, not understanding how they can create fire, their eyes full of bewilderment. A little girl strikes a match on a box and holds the burning match up, her face lighting up with surprise and joy. All the villagers instantly gather around her, stunned by how fire appeared out of thin air. Honey reports that this fire is a great miracle, and although it looks very similar to ordinary fire, she is inclined to think that it is magical. Chin, smiling, says that anyone can use matches and asks everyone to watch him carefully as he demonstrates exactly how to do it. Kin shows the villagers that the process is very simple. All you have to do is run the head of a match along the grate on the side of the box with a quick and confident motion. The villagers imitate his actions and discover to their surprise that each of them is able to light a fire in this way. They are genuinely happy and exchange impressions, telling each other that with these small wooden sticks, making a fire will be much faster and more convenient than before. Kan looks thoughtfully at the dying match, his face expressing mixed feelings. His comrade asks what he thinks about this object. Kan is visibly nervous, his irritation visible to the naked eye, but he admits that matches are a very useful and effective way to start a fire. Chin informs the villagers that they have been working hard all these days to build rafts, and now everything is ready to complete their rescue plan. People chant loudly and wave their hands. Their faces shine with joy. They believe that as long as the great sorcerers are with them, they are doomed to success, and no enemies will be able to stop them. The elder speaks to the assembled people, telling them that they had long wanted to save their fellow tribesmen, but they clearly understood that their forces were not enough. The Vikings would simply kill everyone. But now the situation has changed, because the great sorcerers are next to them, and this instills confidence in them. The elder decides to send twins, a brother and sister, to free the captives, 2 fearless and beautiful young people who understand each other perfectly, whose main weapons are bows. Also sent on the liberation operation is the oldest warrior of the tribe, who is about 40 years old and who fights with double axes, demonstrating incredible strength and dexterity. Chin thinks that having Honey in the squad will be very useful, as her skills and courage can play a decisive role in the success of their mission. Chin gathers all the members of the rescue team and tells them in detail his plan to free the hostages. After the meeting, Jessica approaches Chin and asks him if he is worried. Her eyes are full of worry, because the situation requires great courage. Chin replies that the word nervous is clearly not enough here, because his experiences are much deeper. Jessica, realizing what exactly the guy is worried about, decides to clarify whether he has enough determination to kill a person if circumstances require it. Her voice sounds serious. Chin understands that nothing can be hidden from Jessica, and he calmly replies that he hopes for his plan. If everything goes well, then at the moment of their penetration into the Viking camp, there will not be there. Jessica says that even animals in the wild kill each other, and that in a situation where human lives are at stake, the slightest hesitation can be fatal. Jessica's words make Chin tense and even scared. They echo in his head. She adds that no matter what the Vikings look like, The human blood on their hands makes them real demons. Jessica hugs Chin tightly. She wants to believe in his strength and ability to overcome fear. The night turns out to be very cold. The Vikings light a fire to warm themselves. One of the Vikings complains about his bad luck since he had to guard the camp outside. His partner orders him to stop whining, adding that if they were on a search party, things would be much worse. A Viking tells his mate a terrible story about how their captain once threw a man into the sea who dared to argue with him. Suddenly, the Vikings on duty notice a bright light beaming straight into the sky, and they begin to speculate that this may be the Fountain of Youth. The guard group lights torches and intends to immediately report the strange light to their captain, not wanting to leave this event unnoticed. At this time, the Viking captain is near the shore. He is immersed in the process of fishing. His gaze is focused on the water, and there is silence all around. The silence is broken by a small bite. The fishing rod begins to twitch, and the captain realizes that a fish has been caught on the hook. Suddenly, a low fin appears from the water and begins to approach the place where the captain is fishing at great speed. The Viking captain smiles wickedly and quietly says that he is finally here, his eyes shining in the moonlight. The man jumps to his feet and hooks the fish that has caught his hook, his movements quick and confident. At that moment, a huge shark jumps out of the water, intending to devour his prey, its fin shining in the moonlight, creating an impressive sight. But it's just a trap. The Viking captain grabs a sharp metal harpoon and aims at the shark. The next moment, the man throws the harpoon towards the shark with great force. The captain is distracted from hunting the shark by the cries of people approaching him. The Viking patrols run up to the captain's bodyguard, a grim man with metal claws on his hands, who looks at them with displeasure and asks what they want. The Viking captain is clearly annoyed at being interrupted. His fishing trip today has been ruined and he is voicing his displeasure. One of the lookouts tells him they have good news, his voice shaking as he realizes the captain is in a bad mood. The captain wants to know what kind of news this is that dared to ruin his fishing, because he is warned more than once that he should not be distracted by trifles. A frightened lookout tells the Viking captain that they have noticed a strange light in the nearby forest. They believe it may be the Fountain of Youth. The captain casually pushes the Viking aside, casting a disdainful glance at him, and agrees that such news is indeed worthy of attention. The captain looks towards the dark forest and notices with surprise that there really is a bright beam of light shining from it into the sky, which attracts his attention and arouses his curiosity. A squad of Vikings lights torches to light their way. They head towards the unknown source of light without hesitation, their eyes shining in anticipation of possible treasure. At this time, the other Vikings discuss the actions of their comrades, surprised by their haste, because the captain had not yet given the order, and they had already resolutely rushed into the forest, hoping to pocket the treasure for themselves. The Viking captain looks forward, his eyes sparkling with confidence, his gaze full of concentration and thirst for success. He's ready for any challenge. The Vikings are amazed to see that a bright beam of light, shining from the forest thicket, begins to move, and this spectacle completely captures their attention. They are fascinated by this phenomenon and believe that the source of light is of a magical nature, which further fuels their interest and desire to find out what it is. The warriors decide that they must not miss this phenomenon under any circumstances. They intend to follow the light. Chin watches the Viking camp closely and sees how the warriors gather into squads and begin to move into the forest, leaving part of the camp unprotected. The guy expected that after he tied the flashlight to the body of the gray eagle, the Vikings would notice the anomaly and go after him. But he could not imagine that about 20 warriors would remain in the camp. He orders the archers to remain in place and keep their torches ready so that if trouble arises, they can cover the main group with arrows. Chin suggests going around the Viking camp and getting to it from the back. Chin is greatly surprised by the speed and agility with which Kan jumps over the powerful palisade of the enemy camp. Chin himself can also jump over walls 3 meters high. But to do this, he has to activate the cheetah speed skill, while here an ordinary person can perform such a maneuver without much effort. He is even more surprised by Honey, who displays incredible agility and strength. She easily jumps over a high fence. Her movements seem completely natural. Chin realizes that he has no choice but to activate the cheetah speed skill and follow his comrades, trying to keep up and maintain the overall pace. The scouts move in short dashes around the camp, hiding behind cover. According to intelligence, the room with the prisoners is located in the southwest of the camp, and they are heading there. The villagers ask Chin why he stopped. The boy explains that he had doubts, as there used to be guards at this place, and their absence seems suspicious to him. After some time, they reach the desired building and forcefully open the huge gates. Inside, they find a large number of cages containing captive villagers, their faces filled with exhaustion and surprise. The captives are surprised to see their kin and ask what they are doing here. Can confidently replies that they have come to save them. His voice is full of determination and confidence, and this instills hope in the hearts of the captives. Honey runs up to her surprised father and tells him that the great sorcerer will soon free everyone. Chin orders Can to stand guard and watch for the enemy to approach, while he prepares to mix aqua regia to use to pick locks. Aqua regia is an acid based on a mixture of hydrochloric and nitric acids, and although mixing the two is fairly easy, it is very risky. Both acids are extremely caustic, and a single drop on the skin can eat away flesh to the bone. Chin approaches the cages, which are locked with huge padlocks and metal chains, and warns the villagers to stay away from the hissing water and not to touch it under any circumstances. He pours acid on metal objects. The chains begin to melt instantly, which amazes the leader, who cannot believe his eyes and considers the young man a real great sorcerer. After Chin manages to melt the locks on the cages, he frees the captives from the chains that bound their arms and legs. All the captives are finally freed from their chains. Chin orders them to get out as quietly as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The villagers emerge from the premises and hear a loud sound of a signal horn. The tribal chief wonders how the Vikings could have known about the escape. The twins, remaining on the outer perimeter of the camp, watch closely as a group of Vikings approaches the building where the prisoners are being held. They decide to coat the arrows with a magic powder made by the great sorcerer to distract the Vikings. The ploy works, and the Viking squad pauses for a moment, looking at the strange flaming arrows flying across the dark night sky. One of the arrows hits the warehouse, which instantly catches fire. The Vikings begin to panic, because this building stores all their food supplies for the winter, and the loss of these supplies could be a real disaster for them. The Viking captain orders his subordinates to begin extinguishing the fire immediately. A moment later, he notices how the captives are trying to climb over the high fence. This makes him angry. The Viking captain is sure that the natives will not be able to outwit him, the great hunter. Chaya notices the pursuit and realizes that the Vikings were much smarter and more organized than he thought, his face expressing growing concern. He asks his friends to hurry. The emaciated prisoners try to climb over the high fence as quickly as possible, their movements heavy and awkward. Chin understands that the escape speed will be extremely slow, because exhausted people cannot quickly jump over walls and move easily, which significantly complicates their task. The guy understands that it is necessary to detain the enemy in order to give the prisoners a chance to escape. He takes out an improvised explosive device from his bag. He lights the fuse, and when it burns halfway, he throws the explosives towards the fleeing Vikings. The enemy warriors pause for a moment, surprised by the young man's strange manipulations, and look warily at the burning object flying towards them. A homemade explosive falls very close to a squad of Vikings. They watch in amazement as the fuse burns. A few seconds later, a loud explosion occurs, shaking the entire area. The enemy soldiers are shocked by what is happening. The explosion blinds and deafens them, and they cannot understand what happened. The prisoners are also shocked by what happened, but Chin urges them not to waste time and continue to escape. Chin knows he can't defeat all the Vikings with one IED, but he hopes to at least delay them for a while to give his men a chance. Suddenly, the sound of a strong blow is heard, and a Viking flies out of a dense wall of smoke at great speed. Chin and Khan are completely confused. They don't understand at all what's going on. Khan senses the impending threat and runs forward to protect the young man with his body, his face showing determination and willingness to sacrifice himself. At that very moment, a Viking captain runs out of the clouds of smoke towards them, rushing with 2 axes in his hands, his eyes full of anger. He confidently tells the fugitives that such cheap tricks will not stop him. The captain closes in on Khan and delivers a powerful blow with his battle axe, his strength and skill making the attack deadly. Khan struggles to hold off these blows, trying to keep the captain at bay and protect his comrades, his arms shaking with the effort. Meanwhile, the ordinary Vikings gradually come to their senses. They slowly rise from the ground. Many of them complain that they are completely deaf and cannot hear anything. Chin decides to throw another homemade bomb at the opponents to increase their state of shock and prevent them from recovering and attacking again. The Viking captain orders his men to kill the fugitives, promising a reward of 10 coins for the head of each native killed. The Vikings are delighted with this news and rush screaming towards the wall over which the fugitives are trying to climb. Their greed and desire for a reward making them act without thinking. Chin looks at them with disdain and considers them idiots who are willing to risk their lives for precious metal. He decides to throw another homemade bomb at them. However, one of the enemy warriors deflects the flying explosives with his hand, which has long metal claws on it. The bomb flies to the side and explodes without causing harm to the enemy. The Vikings continue to approach the wall. Honey lunges at the man with claws. She fends off his attacks, saving Chin's life. The girl asks Chin to help her father, adding that she can handle this warrior on her own. Chin is desperately trying to find a way out of this situation, realizing that they have little time. His mind is working at the limit of its capabilities. At this moment, a swarm of fiery arrows appears in the sky. The Vikings notice them and quickly raise their shields in front of them. This attack came at the perfect time. The flaming arrows temporarily held back the Vikings' onslaught, allowing the fugitives to gain precious seconds. The arrows were wrapped in skins soaked in white phosphorus, and when they hit their target, the flames quickly spread, setting fire to the enemy's clothing and causing serious damage. Chin realizes that this is his chance, despite being inferior to the Vikings in close combat. With the skill of the Sagittarius blessing, he can easily take them out. The guy hits his opponents with well-aimed shots. The arrows hit the Vikings in the legs, knocking them out and making it impossible for them to continue the fight. One of the warriors notices the shooter and shouts to his comrades that they must immediately seize the young man in strange clothes. Some of the enemies go around the building from the side to sneak up on Chin, who is standing by the fence. Ki notices some movement out of the corner of his eye and instantly turns to the side. A huge warrior approaches him and raises his giant axe to strike, his figure looking menacing against the dark sky. Suddenly, the blow of the axe is blocked by a metal chain, knocking many bright sparks into the air, and the chief of the tribe comes to Chin's aid in time. He asks the boy to take care of the fugitives while he himself is going to detain the enemy. The man calls Chin the Great Sorcerer and offers him his hand to help him over the wall. Chin grabs the man's hand, and with his help, he climbs over the high palisade surrounding the camp. The tribal chief is fighting an unequal battle against superior enemy forces, and his movements are full of courage and determination. He deftly strikes the Vikings with scraps of his metal chains. Each time the slain enemies fly to the sides, unable to withstand his power. The fierce resistance enrages the nearby Vikings, who shout loudly and rush at the tribal leader. However, the chief of the tribe, as it turns out, is a master of martial arts. He jumps high into the air and delivers a powerful kick, demonstrating his incredible agility and strength. Chin is very surprised by the fighting abilities of the tribe's leader. The guy thinks that in this situation the man will not need his help. He is so confident in his powers. A huge crowd of Vikings presses the tribal leader ever more tightly against the fence. They shout loudly and intend to tear their opponent to pieces, their faces full of hatred. The chieftain continues to demonstrate his mastery of hand-to-hand combat, deftly dodging blows and countering with his chains. Chin thinks that there is no need to worry about the tribe leader, so he is more interested in the situation that Kan found himself in, his eyes filling with worry. The Viking captain attacks Kan with fury, swinging 2 giant axes, his strikes powerful and aggressive. Kan struggles to parry the captain's many blows and gradually retreats back, his strength waning, but he tries to hold on. The man blocks another blow from the captain and hears angry curses directed at him. The Viking captain tells Kan that his death will be slow and horrible, his voice full of rage. He relishes the thought of victory. Most of the Vikings will soon recover from the last explosion and join the battle, which poses a serious threat to the fugitives. Chin understands that time is running out. Chin lights another bomb and is very sorry that he has a limited amount of explosives. Before throwing the bomb, he warns his friends and asks them to close their eyes. The next second, a powerful explosion occurs, which blinds the entire surrounding night space with bright light, its brightness momentarily turning night into day. The opponents were briefly blinded, which allowed the fugitives to rush to the fence. The remnants of the detachment deftly jump over the high palisade and join the main group of fugitives. Chin lights a smoke bomb, hoping it will buy them some time. The smoke should make it difficult for the Vikings to follow. The smoke that formed after the explosion of the bomb helped the natives escape. The Viking captain orders his men to immediately rush in pursuit. The Vikings run out of the camp, many of them whispering quietly among themselves, complaining that it is too dark in the forest, their steps becoming uncertain. The captain is extremely annoyed. his voice full of anger. He tells his subordinates that they have let the prey escape, and if they do not return the prisoners, he will personally kill each one. The warriors do not dare to disobey the orders of their captain. They light torches and rush into the dark forest. China hears the sound of a signal horn and realizes that the enemy has sent search parties into the forest. They must get out of here as soon as possible. He realizes that after the tribe's escape, the Vikings are furious and will probably redouble their efforts to find them. So he needs to follow the plan and run to the beach where the rafts are waiting for them. During this time, they not only need to avoid other search parties, but also somehow get rid of their pursuers. Because if the Vikings see them leaving on rafts, they will certainly give chase on their ships. Honey excitedly tells Chin that another search party is approaching them from the other side. Chin asks not to panic. He believes that the Vikings have not noticed them yet, and they need to move on as quietly as possible. The Vikings line up and begin to carefully comb the surrounding area, their torches brightly illuminating the forest. Chin believes that if all the Vikings had torches, they would have to hide in the dark as best they could to avoid detection. Within half an hour, the fugitives encounter several more search parties, but the light of the torches allows them to notice the Vikings in advance, and the villagers manage to hide long before they appear. The third search party is moving away from the natives. The Vikings thought that with torches it would be easier to find them, but they did not expect that the light would give away their presence and play against them. The fugitive spirits noticeably improve. They believe that if the situation continues to develop in this way, they have a real chance of escaping. Suddenly, one of the Viking squads returns. The warrior standing in front informs his comrades that he smells blood and fear. His words cause alarm among the fugitives. The fugitives realize that the Vikings have deceived them, pretending not to notice them, and then surrounding them. Without wasting any time, the tribe leader, along with his daughter and Can, rush at the enemy, their movements quick and decisive, ready to fight to the end. The Vikings are extremely surprised. They did not expect that the submissive and frightened captives could put up such resistance. Their faces express surprise and confusion. Can approaches the nearest enemy. The man steps into the line of attack and delivers a powerful blow. Honey joins in his attack, jumping high into the air and slashing with her combat blade. Despite fatigue and numerous wounds, the tribal leader demonstrates his deadly fighting technique. His blows are devastating. The remaining Vikings from the search party are in a state of shock. They see how some of their comrades were quickly destroyed and come to the idea that they need to use the signal horn to call for reinforcements. One of the warriors tries to blow the horn, but instantly gets an arrow in the heart. His eyes open wide in surprise and he falls dead. From the darkness of the forest, a brother and sister, twins, emerge. They approach the leader of the tribe and ask if everything is okay with them. Chin is under a lot of mental stress. Despite his preparation, he's still horrified when he watches 5 living people fall dead. The twins notice that Chin is deep in thought. They call him the Great Sorcerer and ask if he's okay. Chin reports that the sounds of fighting could reveal their location and they need to leave immediately. He understands that delay could cost them their lives. Chin realizes that the torchlight is making the forest too bright, and the old smokescreen trick won't work now. If they engage the Vikings, they will attract even more enemies. He realizes that in such a situation, the fight would be pure suicide. Chin suggests the following plan: to detonate a smoke bomb to cover the retreat of the fugitives, while he himself intends to divert the Vikings' attention to himself. He asks not to worry about him, assuring everyone of his strength, and says that he is best suited to the role of bait. The villagers are a little skeptical of his plan, but Chin reminds them that he is the great sorcerer and everyone must obey his orders without question. After a while, a loud explosion is heard, and one of the Viking search parties is enveloped in thick clouds of smoke. Chin lights a torch to attract attention to himself and begins to walk away from the fugitives. Honey is very worried about Chin. Her heart is full of anxiety. Her father orders her to focus on retreat. He tells his daughter that the great sorcerer gave them a chance and they need to take it. Nearby search parties notice a lone torch moving in the darkness and immediately rush after it. The squad leader scolds his subordinates, ordering the Vikings to move as quickly as possible and not let the natives escape. Chin sees that most of the Vikings are distracted by him, and this pleases the guy since the chances of the fugitives being discovered are noticeably reduced. Having led the Vikings away from the fugitive squad, Chin realizes that now is the time to break away from their pursuers and activates his cheetah speed skill. Suddenly, his entire body begins to be covered with a bright energy field. The guy increases his running speed many times over. His movements become lightning fast. One of the Vikings orders his comrade to immediately give a signal with the horn. They do not intend to let go of the prey. Kiln stops by a tree, trying to catch his breath. He finds that it is much easier to escape pursuit alone than when he acted in a group. The guy intends to use his skill intermittently so as not to overload his body. After a while, he hears the sound of a horn, but this sound is different from the previous ones, and he has a bad feeling. His face expresses anxiety. Kiln believes that there is no point in wasting much time on rest, and, gathering his last strength, starts running again. Suddenly he stops, as he sees the light of torches ahead. The Vikings are walking in dense rows, combing the forest. Moving forward becomes impossible. Kiln turns around and sees that the encirclement ring is also tightening on the other side. The sound of the horn has informed all the troops in the forest of his location, and now they are moving here. Kiln begins to think about how to break out of the encirclement. Previously, he ran chaotically, but now he understands that he needs to choose a clear direction. The ring of search parties is tightening around Kiln. The guy begins to notice enemy warriors very close to him, their figures flickering between the trees. He takes his last flash grenade out of his bag and says that he is really counting on it. One of the Vikings combing the forest stops abruptly, his attention drawn by a strange sound. He becomes wary, his eyes peering tensely into the darkness. A second later, a loud explosion is heard, blinding the entire surrounding night space with bright light, and for a moment, night turns into day. The Vikings find themselves temporarily blinded and disoriented, their loud cries expressing helplessness and anger. They cannot see anything. One of the Vikings shouts to his comrades that he has found a native and asks them to run to him as quickly as possible. Kiln realizes he's been spotted and starts to run at full speed, putting all his energy into running, his heart pounding and every muscle working to its limit. The young man runs out onto a flat plateau and realizes that there is no road ahead. There is a steep cliff ahead. Behind him, the loud laughter of the Vikings is heard. They are sure that the guy is cornered. The warriors say among themselves that the guy will not go anywhere, since there is a cliff in front of him. Kiln opens his duffel bag and takes out a tightly rolled piece of cloth, hoping that the item won't fail him, his hands shaking with tension. The guy is already almost at the edge of the cliff. The Vikings are getting closer. He hears their stomping and loud voices. To the surprise of the warriors pursuing him, Kiln pushes off the cliff with force and jumps down. The Vikings stop for a moment in surprise. A moment later, the parachute canopy, made by the village craftsman Alex, opens behind him. Its fabric flutters in the wind, and the guy begins to descend smoothly. Kiln can hardly contain his emotions, which overwhelm him. It is a strange mixture of fear and joy that he was saved and found himself safe. At this time, other Viking search parties begin to arrive at the edge of the cliff. Their first question is where the young man who was here recently went. The arriving Vikings learn that the fugitive was probably not himself and jumped off the cliff without hesitation, which surprises them. They begin to mock the leader of the first search party, saying that his men are of no use since they could not even deal with one native. The situation quickly escalates. Tensions build between the two squad leaders. They begin to insult each other, mutually blaming each other for the failure. At this moment, the captain appears on the plateau. He immediately demands to know who is to blame for the fact that they missed the native who could know something about the Fountain of Youth. An evil smile appears on his face. He asks again to explain what exactly happened here. The warriors understand that any excuses will be meaningless. The leader of the first search party begins to tell incoherently that the guy summoned thick smoke, creating flashes that were brighter than sunlight, and his incredible speed did not allow them to catch him. He adds that they drove him onto a plateau, but suddenly he took and jumped down. The Viking captain stands on the edge of the cliff and asks the commander in a cold voice why they did not go down and continue searching for the fugitive. The commander begins to explain, but the captain mockingly asks if he is really afraid of heights. A second later, the captain grabs the commander tightly and without hesitation throws him down the cliff. In the stillness of the night, the quiet voice of the Viking captain is heard. He says that the commander of the first squad will be the first of them to reach the Fountain of Eternal Youth, after which he turns to the rest of the Vikings. His eyes burning with rage and malice, he orders his subordinates to find a way to get down and promises that he will not rest until he personally sees the corpse of the young man they were chasing. Kiln lands on a narrow cliff, his memory flashing back to the first time they sailed around the island, noticing that most of the coastline was made up of cliffs. He understands that he is in a relatively safe place, and that the easiest way to get to it is by boat. But as long as the Vikings fear the creature they call Leviathan, they will not dare to approach from the sea. Chin begins to calculate the lunar cycles and multiply them by the tide time, realizing after a while that the current water level is at its peak, and therefore he cannot worry about this area being flooded. His gaze falls on the body of the crashed commander of the first Viking squad. He thinks that the level of difficulty of survival on this island has increased significantly. Before it was just worries about food and finding resources. Now it is a real horror. The next morning comes and the villagers begin to gradually gather on the beach where the life rafts are located. Jessica notices Honey among the natives and happily greets her. She looks closely at the escaped captives, noting that everyone returned safe and sound, and realizes that the operation went successfully and according to plan, which fills her with joy. Jessica wonders where Chin is and why he is not seen on the beach among the others. Suddenly, her mood changes dramatically when Honey reports that the great sorcerer was left alone to fight the Vikings, and now his fate is unknown. Jessica tries not to despair and maintains her composure, telling herself and others that she will find a way to save Chin, despite all the difficulties and dangers they will face. Meanwhile, it's getting cold on the cliff. Chin, wrapped in his parachute, feels the damp sea mist seeping through his clothes, making them wet and heavy. Suddenly, his fitful sleep is disturbed by loud voices from above. The Vikings discussing how the young man was able to descend from the cliff and arguing about whether he crashed or drowned in the sea. Chin realizes that his enemies are not going to back down and understands that he needs to figure out a way to get out of here as soon as possible before they find him. He looks at the endless sea in front of him and realizes that it is impossible for him to reach the shore on the other side of the island by swimming. The provisions he brought with him will only last a few days, and all he has to hand are broken sticks and logs washed up by the sea. Chin hopes that these materials will be enough to build a small raft and try to cross the waters. Chin spent a lot of time but found almost nothing that could help him build a raft. He carefully examines the broken branches and planks washed up on the shore and understands that the waves will break the raft if it is built from such materials. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry is heard. The young man raises his head to the sky and sees a huge golden eagle approaching him. A huge bird lands on his hand. Chin, smiling, says that he has been waiting for him for a long time. Chin quickly writes a note saying that he is under a cliff south of the Viking camp. He doesn't know the exact location, but he is sure that Grey Eagle can help find him. He also warns his friends that the Vikings are always looking for him, and so they need to be extremely careful. Carefully folding the note, Chin places it in a special container attached to the eagle's leg, hoping the message will reach him as quickly as possible. He looks at the waves crashing against the steep cliffs and wonders how long it will take to deliver the letter to camp and how soon his friends will learn of his whereabouts. Realizing that there is nothing left to do but wait, Chin decides to gather his strength and simply hope for help, because nothing else depends on him. The boy watches the sunset and thinks that even if the Grey Eagle flies at high speed, help will still not arrive until tomorrow afternoon, so he should conserve his strength. However, suddenly he notices a boat moving towards him, which surprises him. He did not expect help to come so quickly. Chin's friends rush to the rescue, desperately rowing, sparing no effort to save their friend in time, knowing that every second counts. Chin admires the speed with which his friends were able to cross the sea. They were not afraid, and came to his aid from the side where the dangerous waters were. Honey wastes no time jumping onto the shore and immediately approaches Chin. She asks worriedly if he is okay and if he has sustained any injuries. The sun had already set completely. The rescuers had spent all their energy on the road. It was impossible to sail away right now, and so they had no choice but to stay here for the night. Fortunately, the rescuers did not arrive empty-handed. They brought not only food and water, but also a tent. The next morning, after everyone had regained their strength, the young men set off on their journey back to their comrades. Jessica is always on the shore, her heart filled with anxiety. She constantly looks at the horizon, hoping to see her friends alive and well. The little girl, watching Jessica, guesses that she is very worried about Chin and tries to calm her down, saying that the guy is a great sorcerer and everything will definitely be fine with him. Suddenly, one of the villagers shouts loudly, attracting attention. He reports that he sees a huge bird on the horizon, followed by a boat. The young men quickly approach the shore, and despite their fatigue, they continue to row stubbornly. The natives greet their friends with loud cries and raise their hands up in joy. Jessica approaches Chin. She notices that he looks exhausted and asks if he is injured. Chin reassures the girl, saying that there is no need to worry. He was just very tired from the rhythm that his friends were keeping. The guy learns that everything is ready for departure. All 9 rafts are launched. The villagers are all in their places and ready to load. To avoid such a large flotilla attracting the attention of the enemy, it was decided to sail under cover of night. Jessica gives the order to stop and drop anchors, after which all the rafts are tied together with ropes, creating a stable structure. After 2 nights spent on a cliff in the middle of the sea, Chin felt exhausted both physically and emotionally, and as soon as he boarded the raft, he headed to the cabin where he instantly fell asleep. However, despite his fatigue, he was awakened by the pleasant smell of cooked food, which spread throughout the cabin and awakened his appetite. Jessica enters the cabin and, smiling, informs him that she will not allow him to sleep on an empty stomach and offers him food. Chin happily accepts the offered treat and greedily eats the food, feeling his strength gradually returning to him. After eating, Chin briefly recounted the events of the previous day to Jessica. She did not interrupt him, but her heart sank as she listened to the difficulties he had to face. Jessica hugs the guy and calls him her hero, sincerely happy that everything ended well and that he returned safe and sound. Meanwhile, a group of Vikings led by a captain finds a village in which the natives lived. They see that it is empty, and the inhabitants have managed to leave it. The captain's eyes fill with blood from rage. He thinks that the natives have deceived him this time, but he is sure that it will not last long, and that he will catch them all. The captain orders his subordinates to immediately search the entire camp. The Vikings immediately begin to carry out the order of their commander. One of the Vikings reports to the captain that no one was found in the village, and the tracks show that the inhabitants left the village in an organized manner. The captain concludes that the tribe could not have gone far during this time, and orders an immediate search of all the surrounding areas, hoping that they can be caught. Meanwhile, the villagers arrive on the other side of the island where the Chin camp is located. The young man asks the villagers to follow him, saying that in an hour they will arrive at their camp and will finally be able to rest and feel safe. As they approach the walls of the camp, the natives hear loud sounds, which apparently belong to some large animal, which causes them alarm. Chin asks people not to worry and says that these sounds are coming from his pet. People standing nearby are puzzled as to what kind of pet can growl so menacingly. Suddenly, the camp gates swing open and Helen runs out to meet the group, accompanied by a trained panda, which surprises the natives and causes delight among the children and many adults. The villagers call Helen the Great Lady and instantly fall to their knees, bowing low, showing their deep respect and reverence. Chin had been in contact with Helen through Grey Eagle, but he hadn't told the natives about her status and was a little surprised by their reaction. Jessica calls out to Chin. She says that she has something very important to tell him. Jessica says that she will take care of the resettlement of the natives and advises Chin not to make Helen wait too long and to talk to her. After these words, the girl turns around and leaves, leaving the young people alone, creating a private opportunity for them to exchange words and emotions. Helen instantly runs up to Chin and hugs him tightly, her eyes filled with tears and her face expressing mixed feelings of relief and joy that she can't hide. She says that the wait seemed like an eternity to her and that she was very worried about him. Her voice trembling with emotion, Chin understands how important this moment is for her. Helen, clinging to Chin, does not hold back her emotions. At this moment, she feels that he is near again and that she has nothing to fear. Helen is very happy that Chin has returned alive and well, and believes that from today on, their life will finally start to improve and all the difficulties will be left behind. Meanwhile, the natives begin to gather around a large pot, from which comes the aromatic smell of food, enveloping the entire space and making everyone hungry. They begin to eat the offered food with pleasure, discussing among themselves how magnificent the dishes that the great sorcerers eat are. Their admiration knows no bounds. Geminis are very surprised by the exquisite taste of boar meat. They assume that before cooking it was processed in some special way, which gave it such a taste. Chin realizes that there are currently about 50 people in his camp, including themselves, and that there is clearly not enough room for everyone, especially since the cave is occupied by pets, which complicates the task of settling them. At this moment, Jessica unexpectedly approaches the young people. Her voice sounds loud and confident. She says that she thinks that they have already finished their conversation. Jessica spreads her arms wide and happily announces that it is now her turn to hug. She hugs Chin tightly and happily tells him that she is happy that everything ended well and that he came back safe and sound. Chin sincerely thanks Jessica, saying that without her help, he definitely wouldn't have managed. This time, the natives ate their fill. They couldn't remember ever eating so much delicious food before. Helen wonders where such a huge number of people will sleep tonight, because the cave and the kitchen will not be able to accommodate everyone. This makes her worried. As a result, it was decided to put the children, women, and old people to bed in the cave and in the kitchen, and all the other natives lit a circular fire around the camp and lay down to sleep on the ground inside it. When everything finally calmed down, it was already late evening. Chin was finally able to rest, but first he took a bath that Helen drew for him. The hot water washed away his fatigue and brought him relief. That night, everyone was able to sleep soundly, feeling safe for the first time in a long time, and Helen was able to breathe a sigh of relief knowing that Jessica and Chin had returned safe and sound. For the villagers, things were starting to look up, and there was a sense of hope in the air that was bolstering their spirits. The next morning came, and the tribesmen slowly began to wake up and stretch their stiff bodies, enjoying the peace they had finally found. Chin wakes up and opens his eyes, but despite sleeping for a long time, he feels completely unrested and does not want to get up. Suddenly, he realizes that both girls next to him are still sleeping and hugging him tightly. After a quick breakfast, the tribe, including the elderly and children, divided into 3 groups, each with its own tasks and goals. The first group, led by Chin, went to the bamboo grove to collect building material for future buildings that were needed to expand the camp. The second group, together with Jessica, went fishing since, despite the fact that there was still dried meat left in the cave, it was clearly not enough for everyone, and it was necessary to get more food for the tribe. The rest of the villagers remained in the camp with Helen and took care of the various household chores. The first group quickly collected enough bamboo and began building huts. Helen remembers what the camp was like when they first arrived on the island. They had a primitive hut and a meager supply of food, and now their camp is turning into a large fortified village. Jessica appears at the camp. She greets the young people and happily reports that they have caught a lot of fish, a smile shining on her face. In the evening, the villagers lit a large bonfire and held a celebration with mass dancing to celebrate the successful day and create an atmosphere of joy and unity. Jessica pulls Helen by the hand and insistently asks her to come with her to dance around the fire to join in the joyful celebration and support the general fun. The tribe chief approaches Chin, who is left alone, and asks him to join him, his voice calm but slightly wary. Chin understands that the man approached him for a reason and feels that now a serious conversation will follow, which will have implications for their future plans. The tribal chief greatly surprises the young man when he begins to speak to him in good English, which causes Chin to be amazed and interested.